So, ladies and gentlemen, they are underway now in Heat 1 of the PR1 women's single sculls. The Netherlands in lane 1, Israel in 2, Sweden in lane 3, France in lane 4, Denmark in lane 5. And a very impressive field in this category, as you may well expect. Already underway with an early lead for Israel in lane 2 is Moran Samuel.
Una partenza davvero esplosiva. È iniziata ufficialmente la seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Siamo in gara con la prima qualificazione di giornata. Olanda, Israele, Svezia, Francia e Danimarca nella prima qualificazione del singolo PR1 femminile. Partenza esplosiva di Israele. Samuel Moran si è portata subito al comando, sta cercando di frullare davanti alla Francia. Una partenza che potrebbe garantire la promozione diretta, perché le prime due piazze garantiscono il passaggio del turno, quindi riflettori puntati su Israele e Francia.
Moran Samuel earned silver in the European Championships just a few weeks ago, and she's, as I say, taken an early lead from lane 2. The first two athletes across the line will go straight through to the A final on Sunday. The remaining crews will have a second chance via the repechage, which take place tomorrow. Now, just coming up to around 400 meters, it's still Moran Samuel of Israel just out in front, but the other boats now beginning to separate out a little bit.
Una gara che inizia a definirsi, una gara che inizia a delinearsi, che va ancora una volta a premiare una delle atlete con la maggior esperienza in gara. Moran Samuel per tanti anni si è allenata sulle acque del lago di Varese, conosce bene questo campo di regata, classe 1982. Nel suo passato giocava a basket, a pallacanestro, arriva da un mondo diverso, oggi nel canottaggio è grande protagonista. Con il passaggio a 2:25:37 è lì davanti a fare l'andatura sulla Francia per la prima e seconda posizione, entrambe valide per il passaggio del turno.
Still Moran Samuel leading the way down to about 600 meters. Nathalie Benoit of France in lane 4 is probably just about in second place, with Eva Mol of the Netherlands in lane 1 in third. 600 meters gone now. And this first race, the first heat of the PR1 women's single sculls.
Una prima qualificazione che ci va a andare subito il sangue forte nelle vene. Vedete che vantaggio per Israele sulla Francia. Viaggiano a una media di 3 metri al secondo, 30 colpi al minuto per queste due atlete che cercano di frullare con la Francia, che è abbastanza vicina, ma c'è acqua pulita tra le due imbarcazioni. Israele che continua a fare l'andatura subito fuori dai blocchi con un grande vantaggio, ed è sempre Moran Samuel lì davanti per Israele, che vuole costruire la sua grande volata.
So they're around the 800 meter mark. Let's hand over to Robert. They must be coming into view for you now, Robert.
Very much so, and Moran Samuel, Rob, as you rightly describe, has taken an early lead. She's held on to that advantage throughout the first 850 metres of this opening heat of the PR1 women's single sculls. Well, of course, the rivalry between Samuel and the French athlete Nathalie Benoit goes back many, many seasons. They've been trading punches right on the top of the PR1 women's event for so many years. In fact, Samuel took the Paralympic silver ahead of bronze for Benoit. That was 2 years ago, but the positions were reversed at last year's World Championships, and then back to normal again at the Europeans, as Rob was describing in Bled just 3 weeks ago. But here on the smooth, clear waters of the Lago di Varese, it is Samuel back in the lead, and with the seeding positions here in this and in every event means that the Leading scullers in leading athletes in each particular event are scattered around the heats, and the favourites, Samuel and Benoit, looking to etch themselves their direct places in tomorrow's A final, when the fight will be on once again for medals. Now, behind these two leaders at the halfway mark, well, a good performance from the Dutch athlete Eva Mol, 38 years old, made her debut at the Europeans 3 weeks ago, where she won the small final, but plainly off the cracking race pace that is being set by the two leaders. Fourth position, Ebba Einarsson, the youngest athlete on this field, representing Sweden, 23 years of age. We haven't seen much of Einarsson since she last represented her country at the 2019 World Championships. That was the qualifying event, if you remember, for the Tokyo Olympics. Missed, unfortunately, qualification on that occasion. And I've no doubt that as this season progresses, all eyes for her will be on the Belgrade World Championships and the chance to qualify for Paris 2024. Trailing the field down in fifth position, Jeanette Lauridsen of Denmark, 46 years of age, the senior athlete of this five-boat field, and bringing up the rear a few lengths astern of the rest of the pack. But still hanging on to the lead, Israel, Moran Samuel, France, Nathalie Benoit, as they move down to 1,500 metres and within sight of Niamh Hayes.
First two scullers are just coming into my view here out the window of my hut, and it is still Moran Samuel of Israel who has been leading it from the start, looking nice and calm here as she comes up towards me. She just has a short distance left in this race, and I think she knows probably that she is quite safe. So it looks like she is taking it nice, taking it in her stride here as she just comes up to that 1,500 metre mark. Still in second place, then we have Nathalie Benoit of France. Great race here between the two of them. There is about 45 metres or so between the two of them. They've kept such a steady rate, not having to change too much between both rowers there. Then sitting in third place at the moment is Eva Mol of Netherlands. Only started rowing last year, February 2022. She is dreaming of the Paralympics. But where she is now, she's currently sitting in third position. So it looks like she'll be heading to the repechage, which will be taking place tomorrow. So first two rowers here will be going straight to the A final, which will be happening on Sunday morning. So they'll get a nice bit of a rest after this heat. So the first three boats now, just after passing my view here at the 1,500 metre mark. Then sitting in that fourth position, we have Sweden. We have Ebba Einarsson of Sweden. And then in fifth position, it is Karina Jeanette Lauridsen. They're sitting in fifth at the moment. But as they start to approach you now in that finish tower, it is still Moran Samuel of Israel, just looking so good. She used to be a professional basketball player, no less, and has swapped the court for the lake here. And it just, her rowing is just it's so lovely to watch here as they head towards the finish tower. To you, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Well, that was an interesting bit of information. What a great swap to come out onto the water for Moran Samuel. She's had total control of this race really from the start, and is heading down towards the finish with Nathalie Benoit of France still in second place. They have the automatic A final qualification spots. Eva Mol of the Netherlands is in third.
Oramai non cambia più nulla il vantaggio fin dal primo colpo di Moran Samuel. Ancora una volta va a premiare il talento, la voglia di emergere, la voglia di riuscire a confermarsi tra le migliori in assoluto. La medaglia d'argento ai Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo, il bronzo alle Paralimpiadi di Rio de Janeiro. Due medaglie pesantissime in carriera, tante ancora da costruire, ed è così che Israele continua lì davanti a fare l'andatura addirittura proprio sul talento della Francia per la seconda posizione. Se il buongiorno si vede dal mattino con questa bellissima regata, noi apriamo la seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo con Israele che va a prendersi la qualificazione per la finalissima di domenica.
And it's great to hear some cheering from the banks of Lake Varese here as we come down to the finish line. Moran Samuel of Israel wins the first heat of the World Rowing Cup 2 here in Varese. There goes the hooter. She's through to the A final on Sunday. She'll be joined there by Nathalie Benoit of France, who's coming down to complete her 2,000 meters. And so she and Samuel are through to the A final of the PR1 women's singles sculls. A little way back now in third place, Eva Moll of the Netherlands, Ebba Einarsson of Sweden, just a bit further back from her, and Jeanette Carina Lauritsen of Denmark in lane 5. Those three athletes will go through to the repechage tomorrow, Saturday. The repechage meaning that's a second chance for them to qualify for the A final. So Eva Moll just coming down to the finish line. Those of us here, let's give her a big cheer. Just help her home after those grueling 2,000 meters, but in perfect, ideal flat conditions here on Lake Varese. So as Lauritsen of Denmark heads down to complete her race, it's over to the second heat of the PR1 women's sculls with Anna Sheremet of Ukraine in lane 1. In lane 2, representing Kenya, is Sururu. Birgit Skarstein, the European and Olympic champion from Norway, in lane 3. Claire Giringeli of Switzerland, lane 4.
Siamo già in gara con la seconda qualificazione e ancora una volta rimaniamo nel singolo PR1 femminile. Ucraina con Kenya, Norvegia e la Svizzera, queste le nazioni da tenere sott'occhio.
Robert Trahan-Jones, you've got a great view of them approaching you now.
Yes, indeed. And Birgit Skarstein, in predictable fashion, the world and Paralympic champion, leading the way home in this four-boat second heat of the PR1 women's singles. Skarstein, who has amassed a total of 6 world and Paralympic titles over the last several years. In fact, the last time she lost a race, believe it or not, was in the Paralympic final at Rio, which was, 7 years ago now. But at the halfway mark, well, in fairness, she's being pressed by the second favourite, Anna Sheremet, 22 years old, the Ukrainian athlete, took bronze behind Skarstein's gold, and the lake at Varese at last year's World Championships. And then a couple of lengths further back, we've got Claire Giringeli, who made her debut for Switzerland at the European Championships 3 weeks ago, took 6th place on that occasion. And then several lengths astern of the field. Now, this is a brave performance here from the newcomer, Asia Sururu, the Kenyan athlete. Now, let's not forget that this is the last occasion that many of these scullers, not only in the PR1 events, but the whole of the para-rowing classification. This is the last international event that these athletes have to compete before they seek qualification for next year's Paralympics by virtue of a performance in Belgrade at the World Championships later on this season. And that is undoubtedly in the Kenyan athlete's sights, getting some idea of her boat speed in the PR1 women's singles, but on this occasion, in this second heat, lagging the field back as they move through the halfway mark. But no doubt about the leaders. Well, the Charamet and Skarstein were the two seeded athletes in this relatively small heat of just 4 boats. So let's see how things are progressing. I think there was just a length or so at the halfway mark. So, Niamh, how are they panning out now at 1500?
Thank you, Robert. Yes, starting to approach me here now, and it is no doubt about it. It is the sculler from Norway, Brigitte Skarstein, who is still leading it out with just under 30 metres there ahead of the Ukrainian sculler Anna Charamet there. Still sitting in that second position, of course, top 2 boats going into that A final, which will be held Sunday morning. Looking very comfortable here. But the sculler in third position, it is Claire Geringeli there. 45 years old, sitting in third position as well, looking quite comfortable now as they pass me here, just coming up to that 1500 metre mark. And then in that fourth position, it is the sculler Asia Mohammed Sururu from Kenya. But no doubt about it, she has not dropped her boat speed at all once throughout this race. In fact, she is just getting that little bit quicker now as she passes my window. It is Brigitte Skarstein of Norway still leading it out, just putting in such a great performance here, making sure she books her spot into that A final. But the 3 boats now, top 3 boats, have just passed me here. And in that third position, still hanging in there, it is Claire Geringeli there. She is putting in a big fight here to move up along the field here. Again, there is just the top 2 boats going straight into that A final. The other 2 will be going into the repechage. So she is starting to increase the rate ever so slightly. Speed is going up there to see if she can eat into the bit of a lead that the Ukrainian sculler has at the moment. But no doubt about it, as they start to approach you there, Rob, it is the sculler from Norway who has just been leading it out and is just putting in such a great performance.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Yes, just about 11 and a half seconds separating her and second place Anna Charamet for that second A final qualification slot. They will go through to join Moran Samuel and Natalie Benoit from Heat 1. The others, of course, as you say, get a second chance tomorrow in the repechage. Just a little bit further back is Claire Geringeli of Switzerland and Asaya Mohammed Sururu of Kenya back in fourth.
Ed ecco quindi che la cavalcata trionfale della Norvegia ancora una volta è un esempio assoluto, una di quelle storie che ti conquista il cuore. Chiacchierando con lei ha iniziato a praticare lo sport del canottaggio paralimpico nel 2013, la vera carica ai giochi brasiliani nel 2016 che li concluse al 4° posto. Da lì il sogno paralimpico realizzato a Tokyo con la vittoria della medaglia d'oro. Da lì un fiume in piena, un fiume che continua a regalare grandi emozioni, ed ecco quindi la Norvegia che dopo la vittoria alle Paralimpiadi di Tokyo continua a essere lì davanti ancora una volta, dimostrando al resto del mondo non solo di essere la più forte, ma di poter continuare a sognare in grande.
So Birgit Skarstein coming down then to head to the finish line. She'll hear the very welcome sound of the hooter any second now. There it goes. She has finished her race, and coming down not too far back now is Anna Charamet of Ukraine. So those are the 2 automatic qualification spots for the A final. But Claire Geringeli of Switzerland seems to be putting on a terrific spurt here in the final few meters, as she will claim 3rd place. So second place then Anna Charamet of Ukraine. Those 2 athletes are through to the A final, where they're joined Moran Samuel and Natalie Benoit of France for the A final on Sunday. The remaining crews will contest the repechage tomorrow for a second opportunity to make that final on Sunday.
Sul traguardo quindi promozione diretta di Norvegia e Ucraina con Svizzera e Kenya che dovranno transitare dai recuperi.
It's now the turn of the men in the PR1 men's single sculls. Heat 1 in lane 1 is Ukraine 1 and Roman Polyansky. In lane 2, Ukraine 2, Pavlo Liahov. In lane 3, Italy 2, Massimo Spolon. In lane 4, representing Brazil, René Campos Pereira. In lane 5, Poland 2, Jan Folger. And in lane 6, representing Mexico, Michel Munoz Malagon.
Dal settore femminile ci spostiamo al remo maschile con la prima qualificazione del singolo PR1. Ucraina in corsia 1 e 2, poi l'Italia con Brasile, Polonia e Messico. Per l'Italia c'è Massimo Spolon, il primo eroe casalingo, nato e cresciuto alla Canottieri Gavirate, tesserato per il sodalizio rosso-blu, un atleta del lago di Varese.
I think Luca might have been mentioning Massimo Spolon of Italy in lane 3. He's from Gavirate Rowing Club, which is here on Lake Varese on the opposite side. So he's on home waters here. Let's hear from Robert to see just how he's doing in lane 3. Robert?
Well, disappointment for the home crowd here in Varese because, in fact, the Italian athlete is lagging behind because we've got such class up at the head of the field here. Goodness me, we've got the world and Paralympic champion Roman Polyansky of Ukraine making all the running in predictable fashion. But the early leader was René Campos Pereira, the Brazilian athlete who took the bronze medal on the Sea Forest Waterway at Tokyo a couple of years ago. He was the only Brazilian athlete to compete in the A final of the Paralympics 4 years before that on his home water in Rio, very much to the delight of the home crowd there. And I can remember the enthusiasm with which my Brazilian commentary colleague greeted his appearance on that occasion. It really was something very special indeed. So, as I say, Campos Pereira made the early running, and then just past the 500-meter mark, the pedigree of Polyansky began to kick in, and he took the lead and progressing steadily through the second quarter at 37 strokes a minute against the Brazilian, who went off very hard at 39.40, but I suspect he front-loaded this race. I think he used up too much of his energy in the early stages and has now had to slip back to 34. So that's the 1 and 2 as the two leaders approach the halfway mark. But don't forget that in this event, it's only the leading sculler, first place across the line, that will earn themselves a direct place in the A final. And that, I suspect, is why the Brazilian athlete gave it his all in that early stage, trying to outgun Polyansky. But moving through the halfway mark, there must be some 3.5 lengths between these two scullers, and then a similar gap before we get back to 37-year-old Michel Munoz Malagon, the Mexican athlete, another veteran of last year's World Championships, where he contested the B final on that occasion. And behind the Mexican, well, it's pretty much neck and neck between Spolon for Italy and Liahov, the Ukrainian athlete, young 22-year-old Liahov, who's very much in the shadow, I suspect, of his compatriot Polyansky. But good to see that particular nation bringing on younger athletes in this para-rowing discipline, and I'm sure he'll be one to watch for the future. And then way back down the field, well, disappointment here for Jan Folger, the Polish athlete, making his debut here on the Lake Varese. But plainly off the race pace here in the opening Heat 1 of the PR1 men's single sculls. Well, it's still Polyansky making all the running down towards 1,500 metres. So, Niamh, over to you.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, no doubt about it. Led it from the start. Still going as they start to approach that 1300-meter mark. It is no doubt about it. Roman Polanski of Ukraine is leading it out ahead of the sculler from Brazil, Rene Campos Pereira. Then back the field, sitting in third position, Mikel Munoz Malagana of Mexico. And as you mentioned, Robert, great race here between the second sculler from Ukraine, Pavlo Liahov, and Italy. I'm sure the home crowd will be shouting Massimo Spolon. So there is, it's kind of going stroke for stroke really between both of those scholars at the moment, and it's interesting to see the kind of different approach that they took to this race. So the Italian scholar just going out that little bit faster and has kind of kept that rate up throughout the race, whereas Pavlo has kept it that little bit lower, but it is going stroke for stroke every meter here between the two of these. But just coming up outside my window at 1500 meters, it is Roman Polanski of Ukraine has just passed me here, heading down towards that finish line. Of course, just the first boat going into that A final, which will be happening on Sunday. Then sitting in second place, and they are just again passing me here at the window, Rene Campos Pereira of Brazil, looking nice and comfortable here as well. And then third position, just approaching that 1500-meter mark, it is still Mikel Munoz Malagon of Mexico. And then it is the great race that is happening between Ukraine and Italy, Pavlo Liahov, Ukraine 2, and Massimo Spolon of Italy 2. So there is a great race, and I'm sure the spectators are going to be looking forward to seeing this, because it is just going back and forth between the two. It does look like Pavlo Liahov might have just a tiny little lead, just about 2 or 3 meters there ahead of Massimo. But as they start to come down the course now, spectators will start to see them as they come into view. So I'm sure the home crowd will start shouting there for Massimo. But as they start to come up to 1800-meter mark there, it is no doubt about it, Rob, it is all about Ukraine, Roman Polanski.
Yeah, he's way out, isn't he? He's got a lead of over 15 seconds now ahead of Campos Pereira of Brazil in second place. And as you and Robert have been saying, it's only first place who qualifies directly for Sunday's A final. Polyansky looks assured of doing that. But it's so interesting, these little battles you've been describing further back in the race, Neve, because they, I'm sure, will have an impact in terms of how the athletes view each other in those repêchages tomorrow.
Un vantaggio assoluto, un vantaggio che ha permesso e scongiurato il passaggio dai recuperi. Per Roman Polyansky, colui che è detentore della medaglia d'oro ai Giochi Paralimpici sia di Rio che di Tokyo, ma che ai campionati europei ha trovato un nuovo rivale, Giacomo Perini, il nostro atleta azzurro, che sarà nella prossima qualificazione. Vantaggio assoluto dunque, Ucraina per il passaggio del turno, tutti gli altri recuperi.
So just the final few meters now for Polyansky. He's led all the way down the course pretty much, and here he is crossing the line. He knows that he's safely through to the final on Sunday, but it's been a terrific performance from Rene Campos Pereira of Brazil, who's coming down to take second spot. It does mean he'll have to go again in the repêchage, but he'll be feeling so good after today's performance, provided it hasn't taken too much out of him. And then it is the really close field here between Minos Malagon, Paolo Lianov, and Massimo Spolon of Italy, and Jan Folger of Poland in fifth. Let's just see a close finish here between Liahov of Ukraine and Spolon of Italy. A really nice race between the two of them. I think Liahov of Ukraine just pipping Spolon on his home water here, yes, to take fourth. Spolon of Italy in fifth, and Jan Folger of Poland. Little work for him to do to come home in sixth. So let's move on then to Heat 2 of the PR1 men's single sculls. Here's the lineup. It's Andrew Mangan of the USA in lane 1. Adrikos Srpinski of Poland 1 in lane 2. Giacomo Perini, the European champion, Italy 1 in lane 3. In lane 4 from France, Pascal Danner. In lane 5 from Israel, Shmuel Daniel. And in lane 6, Uzbekistan in Gambadiev Kolomurod.
Possiamo ora spostarci con la seconda qualificazione del singolo PR1 maschile e qui insieme a Stati Uniti, Polonia, Francia, Israele ed Uzbekistan c'è Giacomo Perini, l'atleta del circolo canottieri Aniene, l'azzurro, campione europeo in carica, colui che ha battuto il campione paralimpico che abbiamo visto nella gara precedente, un atleta da tenere sott'occhio.
So just around the 500-meter mark in this second heat, and it's a much tighter race than we've seen so far this morning. Giacomo Perini of Italy just out in front, but only by about 3 seconds ahead of Kolomurod of Uzbekistan in lane 6. Shmuel Daniel of Israel just a little bit further back in third. But this is a fairly close race now, about 27 seconds or so separating all 6 boats. But the front 3 runners keeping really close to one another. This could be a good race.
Una di quelle gare che vuoi seguire fin dall'inizio. Subito Giacomo davanti, l'azzurro Giacomo Perini si è portato al comando con 3 secondi di vantaggio al primo passaggio ai 500 metri sull'Uzbekistan, terza piazza attualmente ad Israele, ma allo stesso tempo Giacomo Perini sembra stia controllando, non sta dando fondo a tutte le energie, seppur con grande incisione, a circa 18 metri di vantaggio, volendo quantificarli grazie al GPS, ma seguiamo dall'acqua cosa sta succedendo.
So I guess the question is, can Giacomo Perini hold on to this lead, get that automatic qualification spot? Robert, how's he looking?
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, and that would be to the delight of the home crowd here in Varese, wouldn't it, Rob? Yeah, Perini really burst onto the scene at last year's World Championships in the Czech Republic. The young 27-year-old stormed home to the silver medal behind the veteran Polyansky on that occasion, and then, as we all know, 3 weeks ago at the Europeans, the positions were reversed, and Perini came out on top. But he's been leading this field right through the first 950 meters or so, but as we've heard, the field is pretty close behind him. Shmuel Daniel, the Israeli athlete who contested the A final at the Paralympics in Tokyo, he's well up within contention. But what about the young Uzbek athlete Kolmorod, just 19 years of age? Now, I watched this guy race last year at Varese, and I was amazed at the way in which he sort of came on through the competition, increased his confidence. I think, excuse me, I think that following the withdrawal of many of the Uzbekistan crews from this particular World Cup, he's one of the very few Uzbekistan crews remaining in the competition, and he really is putting on a great performance here and maintaining just this narrow advantage in second position ahead of Daniel. But these two athletes certainly do have a fight on their hands if they're going to take advantage here of Perini, who really is using his home territory to advantage here, and has in fact increased the margin as he moved through the halfway mark and the third quarter opened up. Behind them, the tail enders, well, Andrew Mangan of the USA and Pascal Danier of France. A little bit off the race pace on this occasion, but no doubt they'll get their second chance in the repechage. So the big question, Niamh, I suppose, is the same question that Rob asked me at the halfway. Can Perini hang on for first position?
I absolutely think he can, as he's just after approaching 1,300 meters there, starting to come into my view, and there is no slowing down in his stroke or his speed here. He took off there in the early 30s stroke rate, and it's actually going up now as he starts to approach 1400 meters. He's up at that 34 strokes a minute, holding on to that lead. He can see that young sculler from Uzbekistan who turned 20 yesterday, so a big happy birthday to him. He has really put in a big fight here. He had the margin down to 20 meters. It's after increasing a little bit now to about 24, 25 meters. And of course, he has his sights set on that A final 2, but I'm not sure if it's too late now to catch up with Parini of Italy, who is just storming past me here now at 1500 meters. But Kalmurad of Uzbekistan putting in such a great race here, and just behind him, just on his shoulder, is that scholar Shmuel Daniel of Israel. There's about 9 meters now, 10 meters between both of those scholars. All three, top three now have passed me here, heading towards that finish line, and then back in that fourth position, it is Pascal Danier of France, and then we have USA and Poland. But I think at this stage, it is no doubt about it that home scholar Perini is hanging on to that lead. Just 27 years old now, and I know I can start to hear the home crowd shouting. I'm not too far away from the stand here, so I can hear them shouting in through my window as he starts to approach that 1700 meter mark. But it is the scholar from Uzbekistan who's starting to put in a little bit more work here now, again trying to break down that lead, but it is still around that 23 meters, so I think it is a little bit too late. But he will be going into the repechage, which they will be contesting tomorrow. But now, as they start to approach 1800 meters, Rob, I'm sure the home crowd are starting to cheer, are they?
Oh, it's great to hear that sound, isn't it, emanating from the banks here on Lake Varese. And of course, as the weekend develops, the crowds will get bigger and bigger, the noise will get louder and louder, and it just creates a wonderful atmosphere. But as you've described, absolutely spot on. Perini now opening up a lead of over 6.5 seconds now to confirm his place in the A final on Sunday. Still a little bit of the race to go now, but it would take some catching from here.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio, una cavalcata trionfale per Giacomo Perini, l'atleta del Circolo Canottieri Aniene che ha iniziato il canottaggio nel 2017, classe 1996, un vero talento. Poche settimane fa ai campionati europei ha regalato l'oro battendo il campione paralimpico in gara ed ora vuole continuare a percorrere la scia d'oro tracciata per questa stagione. Ed eccolo lì, i colori azzurri per la prima vittoria di giornata.
Great to see the boats so closely bunched as they come down to the finish line. That hooter there was for Giacomo Perini of Italy. He's through to Sunday's A final. Kolomurod of Uzbekistan has hung on to that second spot. He makes it through, of course, as the remaining athletes all will, through to the repechage tomorrow for a second opportunity. Shmuel Daniel of Israel then home in third, about 10 seconds or so behind the leader. And we've got fourth place coming home now, Pascal Danier of France. All these athletes are doing so well here in what has been a really impressive race here in Heat 2 of the PR1 men's single sculls.
Una gara senza storia, una gara che alla fine ha premiato Giacomo Perini per 8 secondi e 24 davanti all'Uzbekistan, terzo Israele.
Next on the water, we've got the first of the two heats for the PR2 mixed double sculls. This is a male and female competitor in each of the boats here. The lineup sees Uzbekistan in lane 1, Mukayo Abdusatarova and Otabek Kushkorov. In lane 2, representing France, Pearl Bouge and Stefan Tardieu. In lane 3, Ukraine, Svetlana Buslavska and Yaroslav Koyuda. In lane 4, representing Ireland, Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien. In lane 5, Brazil 1, Jessica Guerra and Leandro Sagas dos Santos. And in lane 6, the Netherlands, Cornelis de Koning and Chantal Heinen.
Doppio PR2 Mix, una nuova specialità che andremo a seguire fin dai primi centimetri. È in gara in questo momento la prima qualificazione con corsie piene: Uzbekistan, Francia, Ucraina, Irlanda, Brasile ed Olanda. Solo il primo va in finale, i restanti dovranno transitare dei ripescaggi di domani mattina. E subito fuori dai blocchi, molto forte, abbiamo visto scattare ancora una volta il Brasile. Più o meno lo stesso copione anche del singolo. Brasile che cerca di tentare una partenza esplosiva, probabilmente poi per poter controllare durante il percorso. Quindi davanti c'è il Brasile per la seconda e terza piazza. Attenzione anche alla Francia che è lì vicina insieme all'Ucraina.
So it's the Brazilian crew in lane 5 who got off to a really fast start. Jessica Guerra and Leandro Sagas dos Santos. And they have so far managed to hold on to that lead, but it's a very tight first 500 meters or so, with Ireland right there in the mix, as indeed are the French, as you would well expect. Keep a close eye on lane 6, the Dutch crew of Cornelis de Koning and Chantal Heinen. They were silver medalists in the European Championships, just perhaps struggling a little bit in these early stages as the crew from Uzbekistan in lane 1. But it's really tight up front. It could be a really close, exciting race. I'm sure it'll open up the further they get down the course, but around 750 meters gone. And let's get the picture from Robert Trahan-Jones out on the course.
Fascinating race, as you rightly describe, Rob, because Guerra and Sagas dos Santos, representing Brazil, really have taken this race on charge now. And Brazil, a nation with a very long and successful history in the para-rowing disciplines. I can remember way back at the 2007 World Championships in Munich, when Brazil, I think they took 3 gold and silver medals in the para-rowing disciplines, amongst the relatively small choice of events that were on offer on that occasion. But they that degree of athleticism has persisted right the way through to the present day. And here are this new combination from Brazil. We haven't seen them racing together at international competition. Sagas dos Santos in the stroke seat, who won the small final with his previous partner at last year's World Championships. But this new partnership maintaining this very, very narrow lead ahead of the much more experienced Bohuslaska and Koyuda, the world champions from Racice. So this is a bit of a turn up for the books. There's just a canvas in it at the halfway mark. In third position, Corne de Koning, the multi-medal Dutch bowman, and his new partner Chantal Heinen. They're in third position, but only one to go through to the next round.
Indeed, Robert. Yes, they're just coming up to around that 1100 meter mark, and it is Brazil still holding on to that lead. They are the fastest moving boat out there on the water at the moment, rating 35 strokes a minute. But it is the team from Ukraine. They just 1 meter now between. In fact, as I say that, they are now, after moving up in, and they are joined first now with Brazil as they start to approach my view here out the window. And as I say that now, it is the team from Ukraine who have moved into that lead here. they just took up their speed. They upped their rate ever so slightly, and they're now moving into that first position. Of course, only one boat going straight through to the A final. So they are really putting in a big effort here now to try and get that place ahead of Brazil. So they're now opening up that lead, holding on to that speed that they've increased there. So at the moment, it is Ukraine after moving into the lead. Brazil now in second place, and then just a couple of meters back to the crew from Netherlands. That is your 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Then you have the crew from France in 4th, Ireland in 5th, and Uzbekistan then in 6th. Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien representing Galway Rowing Club there for Ireland. 5th at the Euros just a few weeks ago, and the boats are now just coming up to my window here. Great race happening between all top 3 boats here. So Ukraine now after opening up a nice lead ahead of Netherlands, and it does look like Brazil maybe went out that little bit too hard because they're after slipping back into that 3rd position now as they pass here. And that crew from the Netherlands looking very strong, and I can see that they're putting in a big effort now to try and maybe move up again through the field to maybe catch the lead that Ukraine have opened up here now at the start. And then France still hanging on to that 4th position, Ireland in 5th and Uzbekistan in 6th. So at the moment, yeah, Ukraine is still holding on to that lead, but looking across at the boat speeds, Netherlands are the fastest moving boat now at the moment as they start to come up towards 1,700 meters to go. But I'm not sure at this point if there's going to be any catching Ukraine. They just took off there in the middle of the race, and they've been able to hold on to that lead. And it does look like definitely Brazil just went out that little bit too hard now. Definitely after slipping back to 3rd, and France now, who are currently in 4th, are moving up a little bit and may be able to take that 3rd spot ahead of Brazil. But as they come up to 1,800 meters, Rob, it does look like Ukraine are going to hang on to that 1st position.
Thank you, Niamh. Yeah, about 3 seconds separating Ukraine and the Netherlands at the last marker at 1,500 meters. But interesting to see, though, how much work the Netherlands can put in to close that gap. But Ukraine looking pretty dominant now.
Un grandissimo vantaggio. C'è sempre un dilemma nel canottaggio. È importante partire veloci, è importante fare una tattica aggressiva, alla fine è importante c'è solo vincere, no? Chi arriva prima sul traguardo, e quindi l'Ucraina, che dal 3° posto si è portata al comando, andrà a vincere questa sfida davanti all'Olanda. Il Brasile in questo momento è 4º, nulla da dire sul traguardo.
It's Ukraine who come down to the finish line to take 1st place, but it's only a length and a quarter between them and the Dutch crew, who've come through in 2nd there in lane 6. A really tight finish them for 4th and 5th between Brazil and France, with Ireland coming home ahead of Uzbekistan in 6th. Terrific quality racing here in the first heat of the PR2 mixed double sculls, and it is Ukraine who go through direct to the A final on Sunday. All the other crews will go again tomorrow.
Per il passaggio diretto quindi solo l'Ucraina, la vittoria per la coppia nella grande specialità del PR2 Mix, a seguire Olanda e Francia, che comunque dovranno transitare dai recuperi.
Let's see if Heat 2 can be as closely contested as Heat 1 in the PR2 mixed double sculls. And in lane 1, we have our first sighting of Great Britain here at these championships, the World Rowing Cup 2 here in Varese. Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson for Great Britain, the European champions. In lane 2, it's Germany, Silvia Pila-Stepat and Paul Umbach. In lane 3, Mexico, Miguel Nieto Carpio, Angeles Gutierrez. In lane 4, Poland, Johanta Majka and Michal Gadowski. And in lane 5, representing Hong Kong, Sichun Lau and Kayi Ip.
Nella seconda qualificazione del doppio PR2 mix, Gran Bretagna in acqua 1, Germania in acqua 2, Messico in acqua 3, Polonia in acqua 4, Hong Kong in acqua 5.
So the early stages, around 400 meters gone so far. The early lead was contested closely by Great Britain in lane 1, Poland in lane 2. Very little to separate those two right now, and right in the mix as well, Germany and Mexico. So it's anybody's race at this time. And in fact, Germany are looking a little bit dangerous as well. But Great Britain just holding on to the lead around 500 meters. With Poland, I think, in second, then Germany, then Mexico, and Hong Kong just a little bit further back in fifth.
Una partenza esplosiva per la Gran Bretagna, gli ha garantito il comando, ma la Polonia è lì vicinissima a meno di un secondo in questa prima parte del percorso. Quando due nazioni sono così ravvicinate significa che la gara sarà davvero tostissima e nella seconda parte, nei secondi 1000 metri, tutto potrà accadere. Un po' come nella precedente regata con la partenza esplosiva del Brasile, ma poi di fatto a spuntarla è stata l'Ucraina. Qui invece la storia è diversa, Gran Bretagna insieme alla Polonia per le prime due posizioni, ma ovviamente tutto può accadere. Andiamo a sentire cosa sta succedendo sul campo di gara.
Almost side by side between Great Britain and Poland with 750 meters gone, Robert.
Yeah, but I think Great Britain have this one well in hand. This new combination from GB, Rolls and Stevenson burst onto the scene at the Europeans, didn't they, 3 weeks ago, where I suspect the Polish combination, Majka and Godowski, must have had a big surprise, because those two athletes, they took the silver medal at last year's World Championships and must have gone into the Europeans with a degree of confidence, but to be beaten back into fourth position, particularly by, as I say, this new British combination. I think I saw what the Poles did. They went off very hard, as we heard from Rob earlier in this race, trying to gain automatic qualification with first place over the line. But as they moved through the first quarter marker, that was when GB began to get into their stride and is now approaching 1,000-meter Rolls and Stevenson with a lead of about a length and a half ahead of Poland. Both double sculling along at a pretty even pace. I've got GB currently at 32, maybe Poland a pip or so higher, 33 and a half there. And then there's a little gap of clear water and this private battle going on between Sylvia Piller-Steppert and Paul Umbach, the German combination, who has about 2/3 of a length advantage ahead of Nito Carpio and Gutierrez for Mexico, who we last saw in the B final at last year in Racice. And then, well, I talked about it earlier, didn't I, about the way in which new combinations, new athletes from developing rowing nations are coming along here to gain some idea of their boat speed as they head towards the World Championships in Belgrade. That, I suspect, is what these Hong Kong China athletes Lau and Ip are doing. They're both making their international debut here in this PR2 mixed double sculls here in Varese, but plainly off the race pace as they move through the halfway mark back in fifth position. Up at the head of the field, though, Neve, Rolls and Stevenson leading the way.
Absolutely no doubt about it at all, Robert. Yes, GB leading it out from the start, fastest moving boat all the way down the course here. They have over 35 metres now of a lead ahead of the crew from Poland, as you said, finishing fourth in the Europeans just a few weeks ago. First boat to cross the line here now this morning will be going into that A final, so GB definitely have their sights set on that. And then in third position now, it is the crew from Germany. Paul Umbach there, finishing third at the Worlds last year with a new partner. And I love to see the age difference here. Paul, just 21 years old, Sylvia, 55, but a great combination here as they've moved up into that third spot. Then in fourth, we have Mexico, and back in fifth, that crew from Hong Kong, as you mentioned a while ago. Ip Kai here, also rowing in the PR2 single a little later on. But just after passing me here out the window, it is the crew from Great Britain looking so smooth here. Poland, though, putting in a big fight as they head towards that 1600 metre mark. But no doubt about it, GB, they're still the fastest moving boat. They have not dropped speed at all throughout this race, keeping that rate around that 31 strokes a minute. And great to see the bit of a battle that was going on between Germany and Mexico. Again, two very different approaches. Germany there in the early 30s rating, and then Mexico in the higher 30s, 37, 38. But as they come down now, 1700 metre marks, it is the team from Great Britain there leading it out as they approach you there, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Great Britain look like they've got a real hold on this one, doesn't it, after that really close fight in the early stages between them and Poland. But as Robert seemed very confident in the early stages that Great Britain would take control. They've done that. Nearly a 10-second gap between them and Poland in second. Currently Germany in third, ahead of Mexico in fourth. Hong Kong, China in fifth.
Quando si dice che costruire il vantaggio palata su palata può fare la differenza, ed è questa la storia della Gran Bretagna, davanti prima di solo un secondo sulla Polonia, poi di 6 secondi e 57 ed infine di oltre 10 secondi. Una Gran Bretagna straordinaria davanti alla Polonia, poi la Germania per le prime 3 posizioni. Ancora una volta una Gran Bretagna che nel para-rowing vuole scrivere una pagina indelebile anche a questa Coppa.
So Great Britain heading down to the line now in fairly relaxed fashion. They can see that Polish boat there competing hard, but too far back to make an impact on the result here. Great Britain are going to cross the line in first place. That means that they automatically join Ukraine in Sunday's final. Poland coming home now in second, still looking very strong. They've worked hard all the way down here to assure themselves of that second spot. They'll go through to contest the repechage tomorrow along with the remaining crews of Germany, Mexico and Hong Kong, China. The repechage, of course, gives them a second opportunity to qualify for Sunday's final. So Great Britain home in first place to qualify for that, having joined Ukraine from Heat 1 as qualifying for Sunday's A final.
Alla fine la conferma è arrivata grazie al cronometro. Avevo azzardato un oltre 10 secondi, sono 10,45 di vantaggio. Quindi vittoria della Gran Bretagna, al secondo posto la Polonia, terza la Germania. Queste le prime 3 posizioni nel doppio PR2 Mix.
So the next race on the course is the PR3 mixed double sculls. Heat 1 just getting underway. In lane 1, it's Ukraine, Stanislav Somylyuk and Daria Kotyk. In lane 2 for Mexico, Liliana Gallo Flores and Gerardo Chavez Bocanegra. In lane 3, Great Britain, Annabelle Caddick and Samuel Murray. And in lane 4, Australia, Nikki Ayers and Jed Altschwager.
Ci spostiamo con il doppio PR3 Mix, è la gara numero 7 del nostro programma e siamo pronti a remare con loro. Ucraina in acqua 1, Messico in acqua 2, Gran Bretagna in acqua 3, Australia in acqua 4.
So around 500 meters gone, Australia just leading the way ahead of Great Britain in second, Ukraine a little bit further back from them with Mexico in fourth place. Really interesting this event will make its Olympic debut in Paris 2024. So who should we be looking out for here today, Robert?
Well, looking at the Ukrainian combination, Samylyuk and Kotyk, they undoubtedly have the long-term pedigree on their side. Now, it's interesting you mentioned the fact that this is a new event to the Paralympic program in Paris next year, Rob, because many of the athletes that we'll see in these heats of the PR3 mixed doubles will have previously taken part in the PR3 mixed coxed 4, which is a much more long-standing event in international rowing, and that's precisely the case with Samylyuk and Kotyk, who contested the paras. They contested the A final, in fact, on the Sea Forest Waterway, and then moved to the double last year, took the bronze medal at the World Championships, and then 3 weeks ago they took the silver, one place up on Caddick and Murray for Great Britain. So that's where the favourites on water lie, but moving through the approaching the halfway mark now, this really is a turn up for the books, because it's Nikki Ayers and Jed Altschwager, the Australians, out of the Tokyo mixed coxed 4, so a new combination in this boat class, but they've got bags of pedigree competing together in sweep at least rather than sculling, and they are leading the field by 3 lengths of clear water at the halfway mark. 3 lengths up on Caddick and Murray for Great Britain, and with only one direct qualifier for the A final, this really is a turn up for the books. And then back in third position, unaccustomed, the Ukrainians, after medaling at last year's World Championships, well, they've suddenly realised that things were a little bit different for the 2023 season as they progress through to Belgrade later in the year. And then Gallo Flores and Chavez Bocanegra, the Mexican combination over there in lane 2. A little bit off the race pace on this occasion in the opening heat of the PR3 mixed double sculls. So, Niamh, Australia making all the running.
Absolutely, yeah. They just took off at a great rate, kept the speed up now as they start to approach 1,300 metres along the course. Back in second place, then we have that crew from Great Britain. Of course, they were third at the Euros a few weeks ago. Ukraine were second, so it's they're after swapping positions here now at the moment as they come down towards me. So Australia 1, Great Britain 2, Ukraine 3, and Mexico 4 at the moment. Ukraine putting in a great race over the far side over in lane 1. They are just a little bit off the pace from Great Britain here, but as I look out the window now, it is the team from Australia here leading it out. Of course, a lot of the Australian squad train here on Lake Varese, getting plenty use and out of the water before they race here, but they're just passing now. It kept up that boat speed, rating 32 strokes a minute. Then back in second place, Great Britain now just slowing down ever so slightly, with Australia opening up an even bigger lead now ahead of Great Britain. Ukraine then still in that third position, and back to Mexico in fourth. Here in this PR3 mixed double sculls. Again, it is the first boat that will cross the finish line going into that A final on Sunday. Everyone else will be rowing again tomorrow in the repechage. So they're just starting to approach 1,700 metre mark. And Rob, I think the Australians are well used to this water here, aren't they?
Yeah, well, of course, they train on here, and we know who works for the Australians here. It's, of course, my colleague Luca Brogini. How about that, Luca? They are doing well, aren't they?
It's not surprising, mate, to be honest, Rob. I've been seeing the training on this stunning leg of the last 2 weeks. They arrived 2 weeks ago, and they competed at the International Para-Rowing Regatta hosted in Gavirate a week ago. That was their start of the journey, and they did pretty well. Un vantaggio assoluto per l'Australia. Lo stavamo raccontando anche in inglese. Grande azione per la coppia dei canguri, una nuova accoppiata che potrebbe davvero scrivere la storia di questa specialità per la seconda e terza piazza. Invece vediamo Gran Bretagna con l'Ucraina, ma l'Australia senza indugio continua a dominare per mettere in cassaforte la promozione.
So they are coming down looking really strong. They've opened up a huge gap here. Australia, Ayres and Altschwager coming home to take that automatic qualification spot for the A final. So Australia coming home ahead of their great rivals, their great sporting rivals, Great Britain. And this first day of what will be the first Ashes test in cricket. Back home in England, between England and Australia. Ominous signs perhaps here? I don't think so. But Great Britain coming home in second place, and Ukraine will take up third with Mexico in fourth. Great Britain, Ukraine, Mexico, they'll go again tomorrow in the repechage for a second opportunity to make it through to the A final. But the undoubted winners of this heat, Australia. And my colleague Luca has just pointed out that that finish from Australia not only looked impressive, it was impressive. A new world best time of 7 minutes 12.7 seconds. A new world best time in that heat, 7:12.70 by Australia. Thank you, Luca.
Oh là là, un record del mondo, grandi ragazzi. L'Australia quindi che batte il record 7:12.70, ci avevano fatto sentire il profumo, ma ora l'hanno fatto davvero. Quindi record per l'Australia, non solo vittoria in questa prova.
So following that blistering race in Heat 1 from Australia, it's Heat 2 of the PR3 mixed double sculls. Just 3 crews contesting this heat, with Brazil 2 in lane 1, Priscilla Barreto de Souza and Jairo Nathaniel Frolic-Klug. In lane 2, Italy, Lisa Corda and Gianfilippo Mirabile. And in lane 3 is Brazil 1, Diana Cristina and Barcelos d'Oliveira and Valdieri da Silva Jr.
Nella seconda qualificazione troviamo una coppia azzurra, in acqua 1 il Brasile, in acqua 2 l'Italia, appunto Elisa Corda con Gianfilippo Mirabile e in acqua 3 il Brasile. Una lotta tra due nazioni con al centro della scena gli azzurri che in questo momento però pagano dazio, al comando c'è il Brasile, l'Italia è seconda.
So Italy in between two Brazilian boats, what you might call an Italian sandwich. What would be the perfect Italian sandwich, Luca?
Good question, Rob. I would say prosciutto and mozzarella.
Oh,
so, nice. You know, the typical mozzarella,
Buffalo
maybe
mozzarella.
mozzarella from Campania, then a bit of ham.
Oh.
That's the perfect sandwich.
Oh, lovely, sounds great. You're making me hungry. We must get back, though, to what is keeping our appetites going here out on the course, and that is this race. Robert, how are they looking?
Yes, if I can tear you away from your gastronomic delight in the finish tower, yes, we indeed have this race on our hands. I'm going to push my neck out and say that Brazil are going to take this one because, goodness me, they've got 2 of the 3 crews in this second heat of the PR3 mixed doubles from that particular nation. Well, I was talking in the last race, wasn't I, about how athletes in this relatively new discipline have moved across from the mixed cox 4. That's exactly what Brazil have done because 3 of the 4 athletes in these 2 doubles took part in the Tokyo 4, finished down the rankings in the B final, and obviously hoping for much better things as they head towards the Belgrade World Championships and then hopefully qualification for Paris next year. But meanwhile, there's this World Cup to get out of the way, and it's Brazil 1, Barcelos de Oliveira and da Silva Jr., who have had the upper hand really from the word go, and have now taken a lead of several lengths ahead of their compatriots over on the far side in lane 1, Barreto de Souza and Fröhlich Klug. And meanwhile, of course, the Italians, the filling in the sandwich, to come back to Rob's analogy, they're a little bit off the race pace on this occasion. Corda and Mirabile, several lengths astern of the field. Not a position they're accustomed to. They contested the A final at the Europeans in Bled 3 weeks ago. But the 3 doubles now moving through the halfway mark, and the leading Brazilian combination looking very strong indeed. I said also that when they've moved across from the mixed cox 4, that meant changing the rowing discipline. It meant moving from sweep to sculling. So instead of one big blade that you take hold of with both hands, you've got a much smaller blade in each hand. And obviously the Brazilians have done this very well indeed. Very competent combinations now. The Italians now moving past me at the 1,000 meter mark. So I've got a sneaking suspicion, Neve, that Brazil has got this one sewn up.
I think you might be right, Robert. Absolutely. Been leading it since the start here, and they just seem to be opening up a greater lead the more they head towards that finish line. They have a speed of 4.4 meters per second, haven't lost any bit of speed as they've come down the course here. So they're leading it out ahead of the second team from Brazil. And then the Italians, of course, they had a change in their crew just in the last couple of days. Elisa Corda there finishing 6th at the Europeans, but she has a new partner today with her, Mirabile, there. So new partnership, which obviously can be difficult to come to terms with when it is only a short few days ahead of racing, but they are doing well here, sitting in that 3rd position. Just one boat again from this going through into that A final, and 2nd and 3rd positions will be going into the repechage, which will be happening tomorrow. But it is that crew from Brazil just passing me here at that 1,500 meter mark. If anything, they've only gotten faster as they've come down towards that last 500 meters of the race. They are safe at the moment, rating 33 strokes a minute, looking so comfortable here now. And just coming into my view here at the 1,500 meter hut, it is the 2nd crew from Brazil now. A little bit slower in their speed, a little bit slower in their rate. but they are sitting comfortably in that second position, and then that crew from Italy sitting in third. So it looks like at the moment there'll be no let up here. I think it's much too late in this race for any of the positions to change. So they're just coming in to your view there now, Rob. Brazil looking just so calm there as they come towards that finish line.
Thank you, Niamh. Yeah, Brazil won in lane 3, as you say, looking utterly dominant here ahead of their colleagues in lane 1. So Italy taking up third place at the moment in this Italian sandwich, more of which to follow in between races. Luca.
And to be honest, I can't wait. As you know, and as you can see, I love food here, and I'm pretty lucky to live here. So, dicevamo, oramai in chiusura il vantaggio assoluto del Brasile continua a confermare ancora una volta questa formazione imbattibile davanti agli avversari e compagni di squadra. L'Italia al momento è terza in una gara ormai tranquilla, chiusa, scritta, con il Brasile lì davanti che di fatto porta a casa la vittoria di questa regata numero 8 del nostro programma odierno.
So Brazil won with just a few more strokes to go now before they complete their 2,000 metres to join Australia in Sunday's final. They won't have to do any more work now, not out on the course. A bit of training, I'm sure, between now and then, but they know they are safely through. And it's quite a gap between them and Brazil too. Priscilla Barreto de Souza and Jaro Nathaniel Frolik-Klug. They will come home in second. And the Italian boat, Lisa Corda and Gianfilippo Mirabile, know that their third place isn't going to change anything much, that they will be going again in tomorrow's repechage. So Brazil 2 just coming home in second place now, but it's Brazil 1 who are through automatically to join Australia in Sunday's final of the PR3 mixed double sculls. So a few minutes to go before the next race hits the water. It's the PR3 Mix Cox 4, which will be a preliminary race. Just 3 crews have entered this event, so this will be a preliminary race, and they will then contest the final on Sunday. But Luca, we're already getting messages through that prosciutto and mozzarella is a no-no from some of your fellow country people.
Well, we were just chatting, and now all started. I have to say that Ambra Di Michele really appreciated our idea of prosciutto and mozzarella, or maybe not. Would be really interesting to hear all of the others' opinions, I have to say. Here.
Wouldn't it? On social media, get in touch with us and use the hashtag WRC Varese. We'd love you to talk about the rowing as well. But let's share some thoughts on your favourite Italian foods. And from the Italian contingent out there, tell us what you think is an absolute no-no, no, in Italian. I mean, we're always led to believe that we shouldn't drink cappuccino after 11 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct, or is that a myth?
No, it is. Even if...
What? Which?
No, you
True.
can't really,
You
you
can't.
can't really drink cappuccino past 11, but the Australians, and talking with my experience,
Yes.
they do drink cappuccinos
Yes.
past midday.
That doesn't surprise me.
So tell us about your thoughts. Diteci le vostre opinioni e quello che non si può fare anche col cibo in Italia utilizzando l'hashtag VRC Varese. Fateci sapere la vostra opinione, vogliamo entrare in contatto con tutti voi.
Indeed. You know, in the meantime, we need to concentrate on what's going on the water right now. The preliminary race and the PR3 mixed Cox 4 is already underway with Great Britain in lane 1, Francesca Allen in the bow seat, Erin Kennedy coxing, Italy, Luca Conti in the bow, coxed by Flavio Grasselli. And for the French, Erika Sauzo at the bow, Merigo Boulay in the stroke seat, and Emile Akistapas. Cox.
Siamo pronti per andare in gara con una regata preliminare. Solo 3 imbarcazioni purtroppo hanno deciso di partecipare in questa specialità del 4 con PR3 Mix in dettaglio, Gran Bretagna, Italia e Francia, pronte a darsi battaglia, diciamo, per ricercare le migliori sensazioni. La finalissima potrebbe essere tutta un'altra storia. Gran Bretagna lì davanti a fare l'andatura, poi c'è la Francia, l'Italia in questo momento è terza con un distacco di ben 5 secondi. Vedremo cosa succederà durante il resto della corsa.
So, Robert, Great Britain leading the way here, and I suspect no surprises in that.
No, Rob. I mean, Great Britain have had the advantage in what used to be called the LTA, the legs, trunk and arms mixed Cox 4s. They've had the advantage in this particular boat class for so many world and Paralympic champions. Okay, through different combinations, but this particular boat class, Paralympic champions on the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo 2 years ago. Guido Rakaskalte in the 2-seat and the wonderful Erin Kennedy coxing are the 2 survivors from that lineup. And here are Great Britain progressing up to and through the halfway mark here in this preliminary race for the PR3 mixed Cox 4s. Erin Kennedy lying down there under the bow canvas, a clear view of the way ahead. Now her treatment for and recovery from breast cancer through the last 12-month period has been one of the most wonderful and heartwarming stories off the water in our sport of rowing. And I know she has had the full backing of the entire rowing community through that process. She's been quite public about that particular difficulty, but she is now through the outside and leading the GB4 ahead of Italy and France, Neve.
Yeah, incredible story there, Robert. I think she only had surgery just back in January, and it's so good to see her out here on the water, coxing this crew who have been leading it out from the start. Definitely clear leaders here at the moment, fastest moving boat out there on the water. Then back in second place, it is the crew from France. 4 out of 5 of those came third at the Europeans just 3 weeks ago. And then back in third, it is currently Italy. 3 of those came fourth at the Europeans, again, just a few weeks ago. Of course, this is just a preliminary race, so nobody going, they're not looking to book any spots here at the moment, but it is a great chance for them to get out, see where they are in the field ahead of the race, which will be happening on Sunday. So they're just coming up to my window now, and it is that crew from Great Britain, and it's great to hear the coxes for the first time this morning giving those directions to the crews as they head towards the last 500 metres of their race. So Great Britain clear leaders here now at the moment in the PR3 mixed Cox 4, and now just passing my window at 1500 metres, it is that crew from France who have who are back 50 metres from Great Britain, and then back another 35 metres or so we have Italy sitting in third position. Great Britain there, Rob. They again are they're a crew who just have not dropped their speed at all throughout this race as they come up towards the 1700 metre mark.
Thank you very much, Niamh. Yes, they've been pretty dominant, haven't they, over the years, this crew in this event. Francesca Allen in the bow seat. And as we've been saying, just great to see Erin Kennedy here coxing the boat as well. So probably coxing them to victory here. And all these three crews we know will contest the final on Sunday because they're the only three crews contesting this particular boat class here. But this is a really important start for them here out on the water today.
Una partenza importante, un debutto, la gara per rompere il ghiaccio, non ci sono selezioni, solo 3 imbarcazioni in corsa con una straordinaria Gran Bretagna che di fatto la porta a casa sulla Francia. L'Italia è terza fuori dai giochi, quindi Gran Bretagna in grande spolvero, in gran vittoria sul lago di Varese nel 4 con PR3.
Great Britain coming down to the finish line, looking very much together, very slick and very composed indeed. There goes the hooter for them. They are across the line and coming home in second place. It's going to be, it's France in second place with our hosts, I was going to say. Italy coming home in third. So France in second, that's the hooter for them. Italy coming home in third. The time for Great Britain, by the way, 6:52.37 seconds.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma con la vittoria della Gran Bretagna davanti alla Francia. L'Italia è terza in questa preliminary race, dovremo attendere poi quella che sarà la grande corsa della finalissima per le medaglie con 6:52.37 vittoria della Gran Bretagna sulla Francia. L'Italia tardata di 25 secondi e 68.
So the next set of races just getting underway on the water here in Lake Varese for World Rowing Cup 2. And next we have the first heat of the lightweight women's single sculls. Do you want to say that?
Abbiamo ora la prima gara riservata al mondo olimpico, seppur con le specialità non olimpiche, ossia quelle specialità che non fanno parte delle 14 imbarcazioni rientranti nel programma a 5 cerchi. Andremo a seguire la prima qualificazione del singolo pesi leggeri femminile.
The lineup in this first heat sees Chiaki Tomita of Japan in lane 1, Leong Weng-won of Hong Kong, China in lane 2, Julia Tertuente of Germany in lane 3, and in lane 4, representing Great Britain, Olivia Bates.
In gara Giappone in corsia 1, Hong Kong in acqua 2, Germania in acqua 3, Gran Bretagna in acqua 4.
Still conditions out on the water looking supreme. There's the way the water is moving, Luca, you know this lake inside out, if you can know a lake inside out. But it looks like it's moving down from start to finish, which may be enabling some good times here today.
Good times, as you were saying, but also I think for some of the athletes will really enjoy it because they think it's a shorter race, but the 2K stays the same. Maybe faster, but not shorter.
Yeah, I think they're used to that sort of thing, aren't they? But anyway, let's see how they're going in this lightweight women's singles sculls. Just first across the line will make it through to the A final. It looks like Olivia Bates is going well in the early stages here, just crossing the 500-meter mark ahead of Japan's Tomita in second place. And then a second or so behind them is Tertuente from Germany, Leung Wing-won of Hong Kong, China. Then about 6 seconds adrift of the leader, Olivia Bates. Approaching you now, Robert. It looks like a really nicely contested heat, this.
It is, Rob, and let's not forget that it's the first time that these four athletes have met each other head-to-head in direct competition. Many of them have moved up from last year's under-23 level, including the British sculler Olivia Bates. Tomita, the Japanese athlete, has moved out of the lightweight double scull from last year, and Julia Tertuente, the German athlete in lane 3, is making her international debut here on Lake Varese. So these four scullers, they're moving through. They've completed about 850 meters, and as we've heard already, Olivia Bates leading the way home for Great Britain. The lightweight single sculls, well, it's still in the international boat discipline, and Bates, who represents Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, now that is a particular organisation with a very long and proud history in lightweight rowing. I can think back many, many years to a time when we included the lightweight 4 and even the lightweight 8. Do you remember those? And when British crews have been assembled over the years, the strong contingent has come from Notts County. But Olivia Bates powering away through the halfway mark at 34 strokes a minute, eager to earn herself the one and only qualifying slot in the A final. About 2.5 lengths back, Julia Tertuente, the German athlete, in second position, just marginally ahead of Tomita. And then Leung Wing-won, the Hong Kong China athlete in lane 2. Well, she contested the A final in Zagreb 6 weeks ago, but obviously was not permitted to take part in the bled competition 3 weeks ago for obvious reasons. In fact, Bates was the only one to contest the event on that occasion. But Olivia Bates looking strong for Great Britain, moving through down towards 1500, Neve.
Yes, thank you, Robert. I think those lightweight 8s that you were talking about were well before my time, I think. But as you said there, it is Olivia Bates there of Great Britain leading it out, hoping to gain that one and only spot into the A final, which will be happening tomorrow. Of course, everyone else will be racing again later on today in the reportage, which is also always quite difficult to have 2 races in one day. So Olivia Bates making sure here that she doesn't have to do that and will have a little bit of a rest before that A final today. They're just coming up up towards 1400 metre mark here. Now I'm looking out my window. Olivia doing everything she can here to hang on to that lead. She has a over 40 metre lead ahead, 30 metre lead ahead of Germany now. That scholar Julia Turtwente there holding on to that second position now, and it is the scholar Chaki Tomita from Japan who is sitting in third position, followed in by Lung Wing Won of Hong Kong. So as they head past me here now, Olivia looking so good here, still leading it out and opening up a little bit of a greater lead now ahead of Germany, still sitting in that second position, Japan in third and Hong Kong in fourth. They should be starting to come into your view there now, Rob, shortly as they head up towards 1700 metres. I think Olivia is looking forward to having a little bit of a rest later today before that A final tomorrow, Rob.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure she is. Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Yeah, we've got a cracking view from the tower all the way down the course, and we can see them heading our way. Are we surprised perhaps to see Lung of Hong Kong, China, bringing up the rear here? I think she was the 2022 Asian Rowing Championship silver medalist, so maybe she's just taking it easy ahead of the final, knowing that only first place gets through automatically to that. So we'll see how they go, but Olivia Bates of Great Britain leading them home for now.
Un nuovo volto, una nuova ragazza della scuderia britannica. Lei che ha iniziato a gareggiare al campionato del mondo Under 23 lo scorso anno, ospitato proprio qui alla Schirana di Varese, lo concluse al sesto posto in finale B. Parlando con il suo capo allenatore Andrew Rundle mi raccontava che appunto era una ragazza alle prime armi e aveva quasi paura di uscire in singolo per possibili ribaltamenti. A distanza di un anno si trova nel gruppo olimpico e nella sua seconda stagione è qui a dominare il singolo leggero femminile.
So Olivia Bates coming home in that black shell. It's almost reminiscent of a New Zealand boat, but there we are. She comes back down to take that first place for Great Britain through to the final tomorrow, as Niamh said, which means that these other crews who were contesting second, third and fourth very closely indeed, they will go again this afternoon in the repechage at 4 o'clock, so they'll need to freshen up for that. But a great finish for those last few places there. Turtwente of Germany in second place, just ahead of Tomita of Japan, and then Leung of Hong Kong, China in fourth. But Olivia Bates through in first and directly through to tomorrow's A final in the lightweight women's single sculls.
Sul traguardo solo ufficialità con la vittoria della Gran Bretagna di 10 secondi davanti alla Germania, poi il Giappone per le prime tre piazze.
The question is who will join her from Heat 2, which is already well underway and approaching the 1,000-metre mark. So, Robert, I'll let you explain who's out on the course, if you'd be so kind.
News for Sophia Lewis of the USA, who has some 2 lengths advantage ahead of the rest of the field. Back in second position, it's the French athlete Aurélie Morizot in second, Tosca Kettler of the Netherlands in third, and the newcomer from Algeria, Helel Berouane, back in fourth position. Sophia Lewis making her international debut here on the Lake Varese, a graduate of the College of William and Mary in her home nation. And during her time as a student, she was awarded the title of Most Valuable Oarswoman of the Year. Now, that's not a title I've come across previously at any other institution, but it sounds absolutely fantastic. And Lewis putting on a performance here that merits that title here, leading the way down towards 1,500, Niamh.
Yes, absolutely. Such a great lead from the start. Again, similar to the last race, just the first boat going into the A final, which is happening tomorrow. The rest will be competing again later on today in the repechage. So that first position in these heats is really important, just so you can get in a little bit of rest and recovery. So at the moment, it is still Sophia Lewis of USA leading it out ahead of the sculler from France, Ariel Morizot, who is sitting in second place at the moment, just coming up to that 1400 metre mark. Then back in third, it is Tosca Kettler, who was second at the first World Cup earlier this year. She'll be turning 27 next week, so big happy birthday in advance to her. And then we have the sculler from Algeria, Helal Barouan, sitting in fourth. So as they just start to pass my window now, Sophia Lewis, as I said that just after storming past me here, still sitting in that first position. France in second, trying to put on a big fight here. She's matched Sophia's speed here, so they're going at the same speed, but Sophia of USA is just rating that little bit higher and still holding onto that lead, and in fact is opening up a little bit of a lead ahead of France back in second. Then we have Netherlands in third and Algeria in fourth. So that first position, so important again, Rob, and it does look like Sophia Lewis will get to you ahead of everyone else.
Let's see. I'm sure you're right. Thank you very much indeed for that, Neve. Yeah, she's looking fairly much in control of this one. A 6.5 second plus gap between her and Aurélie Morizot of France in second. Then Tosca Kettler of the Netherlands, you say, taking silver in World Rowing Cup 1. Then Helal Barouan of Algeria in fourth place.
Stati Uniti d'America ancora in modalità frullatore, continuano lì davanti a dominare, un vantaggio costruito durante tutta la regata. L'abbiamo vista scattare veloce, 2 secondi e 96 di vantaggio dopo i primi 500 metri, 5 secondi a metà gara, diventati poi 7 ed ora potrebbero addirittura essere 9. Guardate che vantaggio, gli Stati Uniti d'America ancora una volta lì a fare l'andatura davanti a Francia e Olanda per seconda e terza piazza.
So it is Sophia Lewis of the United States, USA 1, coming home in first place, and another black shell. And that will please her no end, because that means that she qualifies directly for the A final. Coming home in second, Aurélie Morizot of France. So she, along with Kettler and Helal Barouan of the Netherlands, Algeria, will contest the repechage at 4 o'clock this afternoon for their opportunity to qualify for tomorrow's A final.
Sul traguardo il passaggio è garantito solo a Sophia Lewis, il talento degli Stati Uniti d'America, che è andata a conquistare con 8 secondi e 76 di vantaggio la vittoria della seconda qualificazione davanti alla Francia. Terza l'Olanda.
Straight on to the heats of the lightweight men's single sculls. Heat 1 well underway with Switzerland 2, Azerbaijan, Algeria 1, Switzerland 1 and Finland. Robert, they're already going past you. Robert?
The action is coming thick and fast here, Rob, because through the halfway mark goes Andrei Strutsina, the Swiss bronze medalist at the Europeans, leading the way ahead of this very, very tightly packed field. Less than a length behind him, Sid Ali Boudina, the veteran Algerian who won the B final at the World Championships last year. And then in third place, now I'm going to stick my neck out and suggest that Jan Strutsina in... Jan Strutsina in lane 1, I think, is the younger brother of the race leader. So it's a Swiss sandwich with an Algerian filling here as the three scullers lead this tight field here in the first heat of the lightweight men's singles. Down towards you, Neve.
It is coming thick and fast, as you said. I love to see brothers out there competing. This was one of my races to watch for the weekend. It's always exciting to see brothers, twin siblings in the same boat, but when you're racing up against each other side by side, it's a little bit of a different story. But it is Andrei Struzina there of Switzerland leading it out. As you said, third at the Europeans, second at World Cup 1 earlier this year. He's looking quite comfortable now ahead of his brother now, Gian, who's moved up into that second position ahead of Algeria, Sid Ali Boudina. So that's your top three boats here at the moment. And then back to Kasper here, Zilampi in that fourth position for Finland. And then in that fifth position, we have Azerbaijan. But at the moment, it is looking very comfortable for Andrei Struzina, leading it out ahead of his brother. It's very interesting to see the boat speeds are exactly the same. The rates are pretty much exactly the same. Yeah, they're going stroke for stroke here, but there is that boat length between the top two rowers here. And then Gian is opening up a little bit of a lead ahead of Algeria, sitting in that third position. Rob, so they should be starting to come into your view there now. It does look like it is the brothers from Switzerland that will take the top two positions.
Un vantaggio assoluto per la Svizzera, una Svizzera che ha deciso di schierare due cavalli, due fratelli con età differenti. La Svizzera con Andrei Struzina classe 1997 e Gian Struzina classe 2001, è il più anziano dei due Andrin a fare l'andatura, un vantaggio importante per lui. Solo le prime tre piazze garantiranno l'accesso in semifinale, la Svizzera se ne andrà a prendere due, poi l'Algeria per la terza posizione in una gara ormai già scritta. No doubt about this race. Looks like Swiss is going to get first and second in this first seat of the lightweight men's single. And again, another opportunity for Swiss. This is going to show in great shape again here in Varese after World Cup 1. Crossing the line now is Swiss Andrei Struzina, then Gian Struzina from Swiss. Third goes to Algeria, Sid Alin Boudina, born in 1990 from Algeria, third, and therefore straight into the semi-final. Sul traguardo possiamo quindi confermare la vittoria della Svizzera con prima e seconda piazza, terzo posto all'Algeria per il passaggio del turno e l'accesso in semifinale. No time to stop here on Lake Varese. We are ready to jump to the next race, which will be the second heat of the lightweight men single scull. So over to you, Rob.
Thanks very much indeed. Yes, the field approaching the halfway mark, and the full lineup then in lane 1, Peter Strekanski representing Slovakia. In lane 2, we've got Chu Chin Chun for Hong Kong, China. Lane 3, Manuel Ballastegui for Spain. In lane 4, Nils Torre for Italy. And in lane 5, Furuta Naoki for Japan. Well, we're all the leading sculler moving through the halfway mark, and excellent news for the home crowd here in Varese, because Nils Torre, the European silver medalist, is leading this field to earn himself a place in the semi-final. Now, don't forget the qualification slots in this lightweight men's singles are radically different from the previous events, because we've got semi-finals. Such is the breadth of entry here in this particular event. So it's the three leading scullers across the line that will earn those places. So Torre keen to earn himself that particular slot, closely followed by Ballastegui for Spain in second position, and then third at this stage, Chu of Hong Kong, China, Neve.
Yes, indeed. 1, 2, and 3 looking set at the moment, but I won't rule out at the moment Furuta Neko of Japan. They're currently sitting in that 4th position, but moving quite fast, rating quite high. So, as you said, top 3 boats going into that semi-final A, B. So the top 3 scullers looking to gain those spots because 4th and 5th will be racing again later on today in that repechage. But Niels Torre of Italy just storming down here towards me. He's now at 1,400 meters, looking so strong here up against the Spanish sculler who is sitting in 2nd place at the moment, coming 3rd in World Cup 1. And then back in 3rd, we currently have Chu Hin Kun of Hong Kong. Very little separating these boats here at the moment. The Spanish sculler has it down to less than a length now. They're just passing my window here. Niels Torre there of Italy still sitting in 1st, leading it out ahead of Spain and Hong Kong. Then back in 4th we have Japan and Slovakia in that 5th position. Beautiful views here looking out the lake. Such a stunning day here in Lake of Varese. Weather conditions and water conditions are absolutely beautiful here for the rowers here. But as they come down, it is the Spanish sculler who is putting in a big fight here. He has his boat speed up. He has his rate up. He has it down to 13 meters between himself and Torres of Italy there. So he is putting in a big fight. As I said, top 3 boats going through into that semi-final A-B. But I think he wants to lay down a marker here against Torre to say where he is in this field. So he is definitely closing that gap now as they come towards you there in the finish tower.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. It's another good contest here. Not much separating the first 3 crews as they head down ever closer towards us here in the tower.
Ancora un grande vantaggio per l'azzurro Niels Torre che vuole portare a casa una vittoria nel singolo pesi leggeri, ancora forte dell'argento conquistato sul lago di Bled in Slovenia ed eccolo qua il 14 volte campione d'Italia, ancora una volta che vuole mettere in sicurezza un vantaggio andando ad allungare il margine di vantaggio sull'atleta spagnolo, ma è così che l'azzurro la porta a casa. Niels Torre senza indugio sul traguardo alla vittoria della qualificazione del singolo maschile.
Another great finish. There goes the hooter for Niels Torre of Italy in 1st place. Manuel Balastigi of Spain in 2nd. And Chile of Hong Kong, China in 3rd. So they take the automatic semi-final spots. And the remaining crews will go through to the repechage for their chance to qualify for the semi-finals again.
Sul traguardo quindi 6.55,68 la vittoria di Niels Torre davanti alla Spagna, poi Hong Kong.
The 3rd heat of the lightweight men's single sculls already underway with Rasmus Lind of Denmark in lane 1, Jerzy Kowalski of Poland in 2, Ho Xiu Wing of Hong Kong, China 2 in lane 3, Algeria Tour in lane 4, that's Chans Adina Bojema, and for France in lane 5, Baptiste Savayet. So, Robert, over to you.
Thanks very much. And leading the way towards the halfway mark, it is Baptiste Savayet leading the way for France. An athlete who contested the A final of this event, the only one of these 5 to race in the lightweight men's single sculls last year in Varese, but he's not having things his own way because he's being pressed pretty hard by Rasmus Lind, the Dane, just half a length back, and then a further half length back, Jerzy Kowalski of Poland. Then we've got a little gap of clear water, and we've got Hong Kong, China, and Algeria neck and neck for 4th position. Well, Savayet is the one of the younger athletes taking part in this particular field, but he really is working hard now on the near side, pushing away at 33 strokes a minute, trying to maintain that narrow lead ahead of Rasmus Lind, the only one of these 5 to contest the Europeans 3 weeks ago. And then in third place, well, Kowalski looking strong as befits an athlete who is being coached by the legendary Robert Sich, the double Olympic champion in the Polish lightweight double way back in the day. So it's France leading the way ahead of Denmark and Poland, Niamh.
Indeed, yes, Robert. So top three boats here again going into semi-finals A and B, and it does look like those top three spots have been taken at the moment as they head towards that 1400 meter mark. It is France still leading it out, fastest moving boat on the course, followed in by Poland in second, Denmark in third, and then a little bit back we have Algeria and Hong Kong. They're just coming into my view here. I'm looking out the window, and it is Baptiste Savite of France. They're looking very strong. Again, hoping to get that spot in the semi-finals so that he can rest up ahead of that race happening tomorrow. But then in second place, the 35-year-old Jurski Kalowski of Poland there, looking quite comfortable in second position. I think he knows he has that second position quite comfortable because he is after opening up quite a bit of a lead ahead of Denmark now, Rasmus Lind, fifth at Europeans just a couple of weeks ago there. So they're your top three boats at the moment, and then a few lengths back then you have Algeria and Hong Kong. They look like they'll be the boats heading for the repechage, which will be happening later today. But as it stands, it is all about Baptiste Savate of France leading it out ahead of Poland and Denmark as they head towards you there, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed. And we can hear the cowbells, which are usually rung for the Swiss competitors. And I'm sure I heard Robert mention something about a Swiss sandwich earlier. So we might have to bring that into our culinary conversation a little bit later, along with the Italian foods, Luca. But let's just concentrate on this third and final heat in the lightweight men's single sculls. Looking good for France, Poland and Denmark.
Un bellissimo vantaggio per la Francia che ancora una volta garantisce sicurezza davanti alla Polonia, poi la Danimarca. Sono questi i tre singolisti che vanno di fatto a far da battistrada con una Francia arrembante, una Francia che la vuole ancora una volta mettere al comando, ma attenzione perché la Polonia sta attaccando e quindi la Polonia potrebbe passare ancora una volta in chiusura in questa del singolo leggero maschile.
It's a really cracking race opening up here for first place. I think the Frenchman's just going to hang on to this place here, but he's just going to cross the line, what, half, three-quarters of a length at most ahead of second place Kowalski of Poland. And the third qualification spot for those semi-finals is going to go across the water to Rasmus Lind of Denmark in lane one. So it is France, Poland, Denmark through to the semi-finals. The remaining crews again in action this afternoon to have a second opportunity to qualify.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma, la vittoria della Francia, poi la Polonia, terza la Danimarca.
We now move on to the heats of the women's pair.
Ci spostiamo ora con la specialità del due senza femminile.
And the heat already well underway with Germany, China 1, Great Britain 1, France 2 and Korea in action. And who's in front? Can you tell, Robert, from where you are?
I can. It looks like Sarasa and Reif for Germany, who have the narrowest possible lead ahead of McKellar and Booth for Great Britain. But don't forget the qualification rules in the women's pair exactly as they were for the previous event. So we are racing for semi-final places here, and it's the first three that count. So Germany and Great Britain looking strong. They're followed in third position by France, Cornu d'Anjou and Brosse on the grandstand side in lane 4. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment as they move through 1,000 meters, and the real pressure point is on the fourth place Chinese combination, Wang and Chang, 22 years of age apiece, junior world champions in the Chinese 4 years ago and making their debut at senior level here on Lake Varese. Back in fifth position, Korea off the race pace, Niamh.
Yes, first position there, Germany. I'm just looking across at the rates here. They have gone off at a ferocious rate and they've kept it up. So they're leading it, but just a couple of meters behind them is Great Britain, who have controlled their rate that little bit more. So it's interesting to see the different approaches they've taken to this race here now. They're just going past that 1200 meter mark. But Germany, they're still holding on to that slight lead. There were 6th at Europeans here. Then Great Britain, they're also doubling up in the 8th, which we're all looking forward to seeing later on this weekend. So they are in that 2nd position now, ahead of France too. They both competed at the Europeans. Cornu Danjou in the pair and Adele Bross in the 4. So they've now come together here now in this new combination for France. So that's your 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. But looking at this, Great Britain have it down to just 1 meter. They're just coming up to my window here now. Germany just about holding on, but Great Britain here, they're still holding on to that steady rate, but their speed has increased and it is going stroke for stroke here. They're just passing me here. I can see the team from Germany, their heads are down. They are pushing hard to try and hang on to that first position, but that crew from Great Britain, Rowan McKellar and Esme Booth, they're putting on such a great show for me here now as they pass the window. It is still Germany just about holding on, Great Britain in 2nd, and then France 2 in 3rd. So again, as Robert said, the first 3 going into those semi-finals, so they're the top 3 it looks like at the moment, and Germany did respond to Great Britain's push there now. They have increased that speed a little bit, still holding on to that 38 strokes a minute, and still just about holding on to that lead. Great Britain just falling back ever so slightly, not much at all in them. So there's about 250 meters or so left in the race, and Germany here look like they are upping things. Great Britain are upping things, but I think Germany have it in them to hold off ahead of Great Britain, Rob.
Thank you, Niamh. It'll be interesting to see if China in lane 2 can overtake France for that 3rd automatic semi-final qualification spot. They're keeping up the pressure. France will be aware of that and are still pushing through. But it's Germany ahead only just of Great Britain, 1st and 2nd at the moment.
La Germania in corsia 1 che continua a volar via, la Germania che cerca di rimanere lontana, ma le avversarie si accorgono ed ora cambiano il ritmo con Gran Bretagna, Francia, c'è la Cina che prova ad infilarsi e la Francia ora è in pericolo qualifica, potrebbe scivolare i recuperi, quindi 4 formazioni per 3 piazze, Germania lì davanti, tutte gli altri a contendersi le altre 2.
Well, I think China have broken through the French, but coming through in 1st place, it's going to be Germany, half a length from Great Britain, who are just 3/4 of a length ahead of China and then France. That's how I saw it. We'll wait for the confirmation, but I think it was Germany, Great Britain and China for those 3 automatic semi-qualification spots. That would mean that France and the Republic of Korea, indeed that's been confirmed now, France and Korea will contest the repechage. Terrific race.
Gara terrifica, davvero un grande passaggio, la rimonta della Cina che è passata per 1/10 di secondo, 11 centesimi, quindi Germania, Gran Bretagna e Cina per le prime 3 posizioni.
Tiny numbers. Take so long to say, though, don't they? In Italian in particular. So Heat 2 is underway then. They're approaching the halfway mark. USA 2, Australia 1, USA 1 and France 1. Another close one, Robert?
Not on this occasion, Rob, because Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre for Australia are absolutely dominant. They've gone 2 lengths up on the rest of the field, as befits 2 athletes of this sort of pedigree. Goodness me, Olympic champions in the Australian 4 in Tokyo 2 years ago. They even doubled up in the pair on that occasion, but could only win in the B final on that occasion. took a break as a combination, but here they are back here in Varese with an absolute vengeance, leading the field by 2 lengths, ahead of the 2 American crews, USA 1, Alison Russia and Megan Maznitsky, who a new combination, but bags of pedigree on board, both of them Olympians. And then the second American boat, and followed in 4th position by the relatively young French combination in 4th place. And that's where the pressure point is, because, of course, with 3 going through direct to the semi-final, only 4th will contest the repechage, Niamh.
Yes, and they all at the moment look like they have a good shot at getting those top 3 spots. Obviously, no doubt about it, Australia there leading out. I know we've said it before, but they're well used to the water here in Lake Varese, doing a lot of training here, and it is certainly standing to the crews that we've seen out here this morning. Then second place, USA 1, Alison and Megan. They're sitting in that second position, and at the moment it is USA 2, Jessica Tons and Charlotte Buck, who are sitting in that third position, but not too far behind them is France 1. They were 8th at the Europeans in the women's 4, so they've come over now into the pair here. So it can again be a little bit tricky changing boats, changing crews as we see, but they are managing well. But storming past me here in their green shell, it is Australia ahead of USA 1 and USA 2. They look like your top 3 at the moment. France, then their speed just dropping ever so slightly, so they're in that 4th, and as we said, that 4th position going into the repechage, which will be later on. But as it stands, Australia leading it out. But if we look across at the boat speeds, the top 3 boats, they're all very close in terms of boat speed, quite close in terms of rate as well. USA matching each other 36 strokes a minute. Australia that little bit lower, 34 strokes a minute. But they're just starting to approach that 1800 metre mark. And I think France may have left it too late to get into that direct semi-final spot. So at the moment, it is looking like it will be Australia 1, USA 1 and USA 2, Rob.
Thanks, Niamh. Yes, it's got a very different look, hasn't it, from that first heat, which was so closely contested. But we've got pretty much a 5-second gap between Australia 1 and the USA in second, another 5-second gap back to USA 2 in third, and about another 4 seconds or so to France 1 in fourth.
Sul traguardo non cambia più nulla, con l'Australia lì davanti a dominare fin dal primo colpo, poi gli Stati Uniti d'America. Ancora una volta una grande occasione per l'Australia per vincere sul suo lago. In una recente intervista dicevano che si sentono come se stessero gareggiando in casa, ed è così che l'Australia va a vincere questa qualificazione.
Yes, Australia 1 then, coming home to take the metaphorical checkered flag. And a little sprint for the line there from USA 1 and USA 2 coming home in third. So those are the 3 crews directly through to the semi-finals. And France just coming down to the line will go again in this afternoon's repechage. So straight on to Heat 3 then of the women's pair, contested by Denmark, China 2, Great Britain 2 and Spain.
Per la terza qualificazione abbiamo Danimarca, Cina ancora, Gran Bretagna e Spagna, 4 nazioni anche qui per le prime 3 piazze.
And this one looks perhaps a little bit closer again, Robert.
Certainly does, and it is Spain leading the way with Ines Cid and Esther Zamorano on the grandstand side in lane 4. Now, they won the opening World Cup of the season 6 weeks ago in Zagreb against a relatively small field, but here they are repeating that performance by leading the way home in this third heat of the women's pairs. But not by much, because we've got a very tight battle going on between the British pair of Natasha Morris and Annie Campbell-Ord in the lane alongside Spain. They're about 2/3 of a length back, and the British pair with just under half a length up on Gan and Zhu, making their international debut for China. So that's the 1, 2, 3. But of course, these the competitive drive in these athletes will mean that they don't simply want to qualify for the semi-final, which they're looking pretty much set to do, but they'll want to do it in style by gaining the best possible performance in their heat to set down a marker come the next round to their fellow competitors. So the pressure point on this occasion very much on the fourth place Danish combination Laidlaw and Cardell over there in lane 1, Neve.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Like if 1, 2, and 3 look quite comfortable in their positions, but it's not about just finishing in the top 3. You want to lay down a marker, see where you are against the other crews later when you're going to be racing them later on this weekend. So it is still all about that Spanish crew. They've led from the start and they're still holding on to that lead. Esther Breeze Zamorano there in the stroke seat, world champion coastal and beach sprint rower. I know her from those two disciplines as well, putting on a very impressive performance here, just ahead of Great Britain 2. So we have Annie Campbell in the stroke. She is new to the team this year, and Natasha Morris there in the bow seat. It is her first season as a senior now, so they're putting on a great race here now, sitting in that second position ahead of China 2, who are over in third, followed by Denmark. So they're just passing my window here now, 1,500 meters. The Spanish crew there rating at 37 strokes a minute, but looking so comfortable here. They probably have the highest rate out there on the course, but it is looking really comfortable there between Anna and Esther for Spain, and then that Great Britain crew that they're currently sitting in that second position, rating that a little bit lower, but they are trying to break down that lead that Spain have over them. And then in that third position, it is still China and back to Denmark in fourth. But looking across the top two boats, they are matching each other's speed. Spain still keeping up that rate as they head down towards the finish line there now. So they're just approaching about 1,700 meters. So it is definitely Spain number 1, Great Britain in that second position, China third, and Denmark, it looks like, will be heading for the repechage in this women's pair, Rob.
Thanks, Neve. It looks like those gaps are really beginning to open up a bit now. That gap between Spain in first, Great Britain in second has widened a touch, as indeed has it between Great Britain and then People's Republic of China in third. But they look comfortable, those three crews, of qualifying directly for the semi-finals. Denmark lagging behind somewhat.
Una gara ormai iscritta, una di quelle gare che puoi controllare. Passano 3 e sono 3 lì davanti a controllare l'andatura, con la Spagna che in corsia numero 4 cerca di fatto di allungare un po' sulla Gran Bretagna. All'esterno c'è la Cina in una regata che ancora una volta vede la Spagna al comando con luce, quindi Spagna, Gran Bretagna e poi Cina.
So Spain, Great Britain, China is going to be the finishing order, barring a complete disaster in one of the boats. China, 2 more strokes and then they'll hit the hooter. There it is. So they come home in first place, 2.5 lengths ahead of Great Britain in second, who are a couple of lengths ahead of China in third. They are through to the semi-finals, and Denmark well, they're just eased up completely now. No point in them pushing for the line. They will be contesting the repechage this afternoon.
Dal settore femminile noi ci spostiamo al settore maschile con la prima qualificazione del 2 senza.
So next up we have heat 1 of 3 in the men's pair, Italy, Japan, USA 2, Hong Kong, China, USA 1 and China 1. What can you tell us about this race, Robert? It looks a really good one, this.
Yes, it's another tight one, isn't it? But it's the Americans, Justin Best and Peter Quinton, who have the slight upper hand on the grandstand side in lane 5. A new combination from the USA, but they are being pressed so hard by Comini and Vicino, another new combination for Italy over on the far side. So that's the 1 and 2. And the qualification rules have changed again in this event because only the leading two across the line will qualify direct for the semi-final. Third place, half a length back on the near side, Ni and Zhang representing China. And then we've got a pretty tight battle going on between the second American boat and Hong Kong, China for third and fourth, with the Japanese combination of Arai and Tsukarama trailing the field in sixth position. Still, it's Best and Quintin hanging on to that lead marginally ahead of Italy. That's the 1-2, Neve.
It is, but I don't think China 1 are out of this race yet. Very little separating number 2 and number 3 at the moment. As you mentioned, only the top two boats going straight into the semis here. So they are all putting on a big battle here to try and gain those spots. But USA 1, Justin Best and Peter Quintin there leading it out from the start. A lot of the boats across the course here matching each other's speed, but they just went from the start and they've been able to hold on that lead, and they're opening it up a little bit over that Italian crew who are over on the far side from me here, and they're currently sitting in second position. China really here going for it as well. They're closest to me here in lane 6, just 3 meters separating Italy and China now. They're just coming up towards me here at 1,500 meters. USA 1 just getting really snappy catches here, moving nice and fast through the water and still opening up that lead. They now have it down to, they have 19 meters lead now over Italy, who are going through in second place. But as I say that, I think China may have just passed them and moved into that second position ahead of Italy. This is such an important battle going on here because top two boats going into that semis. Everyone else will have to race again later today. So China, they're really putting in such a big fight. They've really upped their rate. They've really upped their speed. They have about 400 meters to go in this race, but they're opening up the lead ahead of Italy now, who are gone back to that third position. But as I say that, USA 2 have completely, I'm not sure where they came from, they've completely moved up in through the field. So it's now USA 1, USA 2 have now moved into that second position. They completely came out of nowhere. I was totally blindsided by them. And now it is China who have moved into third and Italy fourth. So things have completely changed now, Rob. So it looks like it'll be the two USA crews going through to those semi-finals.
It does indeed. I don't think you were the only person blindsided by that USA 2 boat coming through either. I think China and Italy also taken by surprise. But the crowd noise is growing as we're in for a terrific finish here.
Un arrivo fantastico, Stati Uniti prima e seconda piazza, gli azzurri ci hanno provato, ci hanno messo anche il cuore, annaspano all'esterno, ma sono gli Stati Uniti a portare a casa le prime 2 piazze per il passaggio del turno.
It's going to be USA 1 then who are going to take this quite comfortably actually in the end. They're even able just to ease up. They take it by a length ahead of the crew in lane 3. That's USA 2. And then third place is China. It's all very close for third, fourth and fifth, but it's those first 2 places. The all-important automatic qualifications for the AB semi-finals goes to USA 1 and USA 2.
Stati Uniti, poi Cina, quarta l'Italia, addirittura un arrivo bellissimo con gli Stati Uniti che portano subito in promozione in semifinale 2 formazioni, tutte e 2 quelle iscritte.
So let's see how Heat 2 is shaping up then. About 650, 700 meters gone with Germany 1, Hungary, the Netherlands, Switzerland 1, Poland and Korea. Another good one for you to look at here, Robert.
Yes, and all eyes on the Swiss combination, Roman Rösli and Andrin Gulich in lane 4. They won the opening World Cup of the season 6 weeks ago in Zagreb. They went on to take the gold medal in the Europeans 3 weeks ago, so they are very much the favoured combination here in this second heat of the men's pairs. They got the boat speed, pushing it away at 37 strokes a minute and maintaining the edge ahead of the Netherlands, Van Veen and Brouwer in second position. A new combination from the Netherlands, but sitting pretty in the second slot. And then we've got a little gap of clear water, and the best of the rest, Metzger and Christ, the German pair over on the far side. So that's where the pressure point is. Germany need to make up just over a length if they're going to take the second place. But yeah, even as I'm describing the scene, Poland, Pozilajka and Spakowski, another new combination on the grandstand side in 5. They have just pushed through ahead of Germany into second place. Now, will the Polish momentum be sufficient to cross that little gap of clear water that separates them from Switzerland and the Netherlands, the race leaders? Only Niamh can tell us.
Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment. Poland really looked like they were putting on a big push, but I think Netherlands saw them coming and they responded, upped their speed that little bit. Of course, that second position is so important to get into today. So they definitely responded, and now Poland actually falling back a little bit. They're still in that third position, but Germany won, currently in fourth. They look like they might be moving up on them now as well. So currently it is Switzerland still holding on to that lead now. They're just coming up towards 1,400 meters done, 600 meters to go. So at the moment, Switzerland won. It is Netherlands now comfortable in 2. Poland really after dropping back now into, they're still hanging into the third position ahead of Germany. And then a little bit back, we have Hungary and Korea. But just as I'm looking out my window here now at all crews, it is certainly that crew from Switzerland who won at the Europeans, as you said, just a few weeks ago, and the World Cup won. They are looking very comfortable now as I look out the window, still maintaining that lead that they have over the Netherlands. Netherlands rating that little bit higher, but matching both speeds between both crews there now. And then there is a great battle now again between Germany, who've now moved into that third position ahead of Poland, who are back in fourth, and then Hungary and Korea in that 5th and 6th spot. But Switzerland still holding, maintaining that lead that they have over Netherlands. Netherlands definitely trying to respond a little bit to lay down their marker here against the rest of the field, but at the moment it is Switzerland and Netherlands. It's looking like might be getting those semi-final spots ahead of Germany now, who have moved into a comfortable third position ahead of Poland, who've moved back the field a little bit ahead of Hungary and Korea. So Rob, they should be just starting to come into your view now. I can see Netherlands are definitely trying to put on a bit of a fight. They've definitely upped their speed now. They have it down to 11 meters between themselves and Switzerland.
Yeah, it's a good race, this, isn't it, between those two? And I think Germany, although it's a comfortable third, it's comfortable between them and fourth place Poland, but it's not a comfortable gap between them and the second place Netherlands. But it's a really tight fight, this, for first and second.
E guardate che spettacolo, prima e seconda piazza contesa tra la Svizzera e l'Olanda, la Svizzera che sta cercando di cambiare marcia, l'Olanda all'esterno che prova a ridurre il gap, e allora ancora una volta una gara tiratissima con la Svizzera che vuole portarla a casa a tutti i costi.
Well, this is a thrilling finish. I think the Netherlands are just going to fall short here. It's crossed the line. It is Switzerland won who take first place. Netherlands wanted to just pip it there at the post, but they came home in second. They've got that automatic qualification post, but they would have loved to have just pipped their opponents, Switzerland, to first spot. But it's Switzerland first, Netherlands second, through to the semi-finals, then Germany, Poland, Hungary, Republic of Korea. So on to the third and final heat of the men's pair with Croatia, China 2, Denmark, Australia, and Great Britain. 800 meters gone, just looking okay for Great Britain ahead of Australia. Another battle between these two great nations, Robert.
Yes, but Ollie Wynne-Griffith and Tom George looking very strong indeed on the grandstand side, sweeping their pair along 36 strokes a minute and giving them the edge. One of the seeded crews in this third heat of the men's pairs, coming off the back of their European silver medal in Bled 3 weeks ago, and they've got a clear water advantage ahead of Angus Dawson and Joseph O'Brien, the Australians in the lane immediately to their left. Now, these four athletes last went head-to-head in the Olympic final, not in the pairs event, but in their respective eights on the Sea Forest Waterway, where GB took the bronze medal ahead of Australia in sixth position. So that's the 1-2 at the moment. Behind them in third place, Valberg and Mortensen of Denmark. Then we've got the Lonkaric twins of Croatia over on the far side, really pushing Denmark for fourth, and the Chinese crew in lane 2, trailing the field, but not by much, back in fifth position, Neve.
Absolutely, yes. It is Great Britain who've been leading it out from the start, and they're just coming up past 1,200 metres now, just starting to come into my view here at 1,500 metre mark. Looking very comfortable here now at the moment, but as we've seen in the last few races, anything can happen and anyone can come out of anywhere in these races. Then it is the Australian crew, Angus Dawson and Joseph O'Brien of Australia. They're in that second position now, matching both speeds with that Great Britain crew. Similar styles here, similar race between both of them. Then back in that third position, it is the twins from Croatia. I know they're hoping, they have their sights set to qualify for Paris, and they just missed out on the podium. They finished fourth position in the World Cup 1 back a number of weeks ago. But at the moment, there is two spots up for grabs straight into the semi-finals, and it's looking like Great Britain, as I look out my window here, they're just passing me 1,500 metre mark, still holding on to that nice lead that they have ahead of Australia, who are in that second position now. They seem to be upping it a little bit, upping that rate. You can see them rating that a little bit higher than Great Britain here and increasing their speed, and that is eating into the lead that Great Britain have over them at the moment. And then another great battle down the field between Croatia and Denmark. It is Croatia in that third position at the moment, Denmark in fourth, and then China in fifth position. But at the moment, it does look like Australia really putting in a push here. They are really coming down the field now with about 300 metres to go. They have it down to about 17 metres now, and it's Great Britain still holding on to that lead. I'm not sure if there's enough space for them to get that first spot, but they're definitely trying to scare the Great Britain crew anyway. And it's looking like, Rob, as they come towards you, Great Britain still hanging on to that lead, but the Australians are definitely coming for them.
Nothing changes in sport, does it, between these two great opponents? But yeah, Great Britain and Australia battling for first and second, for bragging rights to qualify for the AB semi-final. Croatia just a bit too far back, I think, now to qualify with Denmark and the People's Republic of China. Those three are likely to be the ones who go through to the repechage.
Bellissimo sul traguardo con il passaggio della Gran Bretagna, l'Australia, poi la Croazia all'interno che ci ha tentato disperatamente, ma solo Gran Bretagna e Australia, una nuova combinazione. Passano il turno.
Great Britain crossed the line in first place, a length and a quarter ahead of Australia in second. So that is the semi-final qualification from this race, and the remaining crews going through will contest the repechage later today, with Croatia in third, and then Denmark and the People's Republic of China. We now move on to the women's double sculls.
Cambiamo ora specialità, ci si sposta con il doppio femminile, la prima qualificazione.
We've got 3 heats in this competition as well, with France in lane 1 in heat 1, Switzerland 1 in lane 2, China 2 in lane 3, Great Britain taking up lane 4 alongside the Netherlands in lane 5.
In acqua 1 la Francia, in acqua 2 la Svizzera, poi Cina, Gran Bretagna e Olanda.
Well, the French crew here in lane 1 had a good run in the European Rowing Championships in Bled recently, but there's some new competition out here in this World Rowing Cup 2 for them. So now in these early stages of this race, the early leaders here look to be China 2, but only around 400 metres or so gone. That could well change over the coming couple of hundred metres or so. Robert, how's it looking from your vantage point at 1,000?
Well, all the action, Rob, is happening in the centre lanes because Li and Yang, the new Chinese athletes, I think both these athletes are making their international debut here on Varese Lake, and they are leading, but by the narrowest possible margin ahead of Switzerland. Another new combination, Salome Ulrich and Sophia Meekin in the lane alongside China. Then in third position, we've got the British combination, Saskia Budget and Lucy Glover. Both of them experienced professionals in the women's sculling squad for GB, but coming together for the first time in this boat and sitting in the third qualifying slot as we move through about 600 metres in to this first heat of the women's double sculls. And even as I'm describing the scene, in fact, that margin between China and Switzerland is narrowing, and they've pushed out a little further ahead of Budget and Glover for Great Britain. And the pressure point, as we so often see in racing at this level, means that they've moved further away from the trailing Dutch back in fifth position, but also in here with a shout. Oh, goodness me, Bayeux and Lunati for France really getting in the mix now, really pushing on hard and have overhauled Great Britain for third place. So we really have got a really tight race here in this first heat of the women's double sculls. China pushing on hard at a relatively low rate. I've got them at 34 strokes a minute. Switzerland, though, can sense that pressure behind them. They've upped the rate to 37. With them go France to extend their margin even further ahead of Great Britain. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. And the cluster of these doubles as they move through the 1,000 metre mark. They all four of these doubles are in with a shout. Saskia Budget and Lucy Glover certainly not out of it by any means. Then there's a little gap of clear water, so the real pressure point on to the fifth place crew, Ipma and Leuvenberg of the Netherlands. Still though, Li and Yang making all the running, Niamh.
Yeah, absolutely. And France now, after really moving up into that second position now, it is the top three boats in this race that will be moving into the straight into the semis. Everyone else will be racing later on again today in the repechage. But it is that Chinese crew still just about holding on to the lead. France, they took off a little bit slower, but look at this. They are coming and they have just moved into even, I can't even call it, it's just going back and forth between the two of them. They've now moved into the lead ahead of China here, so that is the French crew. Fourth at Europeans, they are looking to set down a big marker here. They kind of surprised everyone, I think, thereby. They were hanging back in that fourth position for a while and moved up through the field to now move into a solid first position, rating 38 strokes a minute now, just coming up to 1,400 metre mark. So they're opening up with every stroke, they're opening up a little bit of a lead ahead of China, who have gone back into that second position. But there is another great race happening between Switzerland and Great Britain. As I said, three boats are going straight into the semis, and everyone out here on the water is doing everything they can to try and get into those top three spots. It is stroke for stroke between Switzerland and Great Britain for that third position to get a spot straight into the semis. But France here just passing me here, looking so good over on the outside of the course in lane 1, opening up an even bigger lead. They've dropped the rate ever so slightly, but maintaining that boat speed and opening up the lead ahead of China, who are now in second position. And at the moment, it is Switzerland who just have a tiny, tiny lead ahead of Great Britain, but they're still just less than 400 meters to go, maybe around 350 to go here. So that third spot is totally opened up between either of those. So at the moment, France leading it out. We have China in 2, Switzerland just about holding on to that third spot, Great Britain after falling back a little bit to fourth, and Netherlands in that fifth position. This is going to be some finish to this race, but it does look like France will maintain that lead there that they got in the middle of the course. China in 2, and at the moment Switzerland do look like they will get that third spot. But Rob, will Great Britain make it just in time?
They might, but the Swiss have the cowbells ringing, and that could spur them on to hold on to that third place. It's always really interesting to see the last qualification spot, the battle going on there for third and fourth. Switzerland holding that at the moment, but it's France from the People's Republic of China, first and second, Switzerland in third.
Un vantaggio assoluto, 4 formazioni per le prime 3 posizioni, guardate che arrivo, la Francia sprinta, l'attacco della Cina per la terza piazza, ci crede la Svizzera, ma attenzione al pericolo Gran Bretagna.
Yeah, Great Britain, I think, have just lost out now to the Swiss boat coming through now. It is going to be first place across the water to the French, who have just rode that race absolutely superbly. Having lagged behind in the early stages, they've come through to take first place across the finish line. They will love the feeling of having achieved that. It looks like People's Republic of China in second, with Switzerland in third ahead of Great Britain in fourth. So it's France, China, Switzerland through to the semi-finals. Great Britain and the Netherlands, who've eased off knowing that their race was run. Great Britain and Netherlands will contest the repechage this afternoon. Goodness me, Heat 2 is so far down the course. Robert, I'm going to throw straight to you because I think they've already gone past you.
They have indeed, because the action is coming absolutely thick and fast here. And it's the Australians, Amanda Bateman and Laura Gurley, another new combination out of last year's quad. Bateman, Gurley for her part taking a step up from last year's under-23 single. They are leading this tightly packed field ahead of the Italians, Boutignon and Guerra. And then in third position, it's the German combination of Menzel and Volz. But come on, Niamh, I'm sure you've got a clearer idea as they move down towards you now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you even saw them pass you there. They went so quick. They're just outside my window now, coming up to 1,400 metres. And it is the crew from Australia. They're all standing out today with their bright skulls here. And yeah, leading it out ahead. We've seen them being very strong in the second half of their races all morning. But they've been leading out from the start here. And a great race between Germany and Italy. As they pass me here, there is nothing, absolutely nothing between the two of these. And then just that little bit back, it is Canada now sitting in that fourth position. Again, in this heat, it is the top 3 boats that will be going straight into the semis. That fourth position will be racing again later today. But Australia holding on to that lead at the moment. Germany just a tiny little bit ahead of Italy. And then Canada actually putting in a big fight over on the far side. You know, they realise that they may have to race again later today, so they're trying to put in a big effort here to try and break down the lead that the rest of the crews have over them at the moment. As we look across the boats, Germany and Canada now the fastest moving boats out there. Germany really upping it here in terms of their speed, but Australia still holding on to that lead here now. They're just passing that 1800 metre mark. So at the moment it is Australia, Germany in 2, Italy 3rd, and Canada back in 4th, Rob.
Thank you, Niamh. Yeah, it's another close race, and it's a quick one too. It looks like Canada probably the crew that will miss out on automatic qualification.
Guardate che bella l'Australia al centro del campo di regata, è qui da 2 settimane, oramai è perfettamente a suo agio su questo campo e l'Australia continua a fare l'andatura davanti alla Germania. All'interno l'Italia arrembante vola per prendersi la terza piazza.
Excitement because Italy are closing down on the finish line, but are they going to take that third place? It's a really tight call. Yes, it's Australia taking first place and then Germany. Italy coming home in third, just ahead of a Canadian crew making a huge push for the finish line there. So I'll just confirm that then. Australia in first, Germany second. I had Italy third, and that is indeed the case. So Heat 3 is underway at about 750, which is pretty much near where Robert is. USA 2, Poland, USA 1, China 1. What do you make of this one, Robert?
Yes, and it's another new combination that appears to have the upper hand at this early stage. Well, I say another new combination of the four doubles on the course right now. Only one, Christina Wagner and Sofia Vitas for the USA, survive from last year's World Championships where they contested the A final. But right now they're having to play second fiddle to Liu and Shen of China on the grandstand side, who have the early advantage. But in fact, it's the USA who've gone for a push. They've taken the rate up. I've got them at 35 against China at 34, and they've got the better boat speed. That has allowed them to really close that gap, pressurize the Chinese. But again, it's in this race, the leading three across the line will go straight through to the next round. And Emily Calfeltz and Lauren O'Connor, the other American boat over on the far side, are sitting pretty comfortably in third, one length up on Dittman and Baruch, the Polish combination out of last year's World Championship quad scull. Poland, they've got about a length to make up if they want to move into the leading three. Well, the gap between China and the USA is simply narrowing stroke by stroke. Wagner and Vitas have been able to maintain that higher rate and keep the work on, and that's given them the boat speed. So inch by inch, stroke by stroke, they are narrowing that gap, Niamh.
They absolutely are, and those rowers in both USA crews, in fact, are also racing the quad later on today, but they're leaving absolutely nothing out here on the water. It is China still hanging on to that lead, but USA definitely breaking it down, just 2 meters separating them now. They're just coming into my view at 1,300 meters mark. I think China are trying to respond here. They're actually keeping the rate down a little bit from the USA, but they're maintaining their speed. Now, top three boats, as you said, Robert, are through to the semi-finals. So at the moment, it is looking good for USA 1, China 1 and USA 2. USA 1 now just coming for China here, and they have it down to nothing between the two boats here as they're just passing my window here. 1,500 meters. China trying to respond, USA responding. It is stroke for stroke, absolutely nothing between them. China have responded and they're upping their rate ever so slightly. Again, as we're seeing across the day today so far, even though they might be quite comfortable to get into the semi-finals, they're not letting anything out there on the water. They're really making their mark, setting down their mark for the rest of the weekend. But as I say that, it is USA 1 who have now moved into the lead ahead of China, who are back in second just ever so slightly, and then we have USA in third and Poland in fourth. This is really impressive stuff here by Christina and Sofia from USA 1 moving into the lead, but China really still hanging in there. They're really not letting them get away with anything. Both crews maintaining their rates. I'm not sure if we're going to see them upping it now as they head towards 200 meters to go. But at the moment, Rob, it is USA, China, USA 2 and Poland. I'm not sure. The Chinese definitely are not giving up and they are responding, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, but it looks like Poland is the crew that will miss out here. I think they've pretty much given up pushing for this one to conserve their energy for the repechage later on, but it's the two American crews and the Chinese now vying for that glorious spot of first place.
Una gara veloce, una di quelle gare che ti entra nel cuore, con gli Stati Uniti d'America che vanno ancora una volta lì a suonare la sinfonia insieme alla Cina per le due piazze d'onore, ed ecco che si va a chiudere Stati Uniti e Cina per prima e seconda piazza in questa qualifica al femminile.
Now, great race down to the line here. USA 1, China 1. USA are just going to hold it by a canvas ahead of China 1 in lane 4. That's the 1-2, and the third place will go to USA 2 over in lane 1. They are through to the AB semi-finals, and just taking it easy now, easing up Poland here in lane 2. They'll be in action again this afternoon in the reps. Next, we move on to the heats of the men's double sculls.
Ed eccoci ora con la prima qualificazione del doppio maschile.
And in this first heat, we've got Korea, China 2, Czech Republic, the Netherlands, and Italy 1. European silver medalists. Will the home crowd be cheering? Will they get success, Robert?
Well, it's looking pretty promising right now because Rambaldi and Sartori, the European silver medalists from the competition 3 weeks ago, do have the early advantage as the 5-boat field approaches me at the halfway mark. But they are being pressed so hard by the veterans Podrazil and Sinchibuk for the Czech Republic. This double that's been together consistently through the last several seasons. Goodness me, they even contested the Olympic Games in this lineup, but disappointment where they languished back in the C final on that occasion, but sitting very strongly in second position, 1 length up on Wieling and Salverda, the new combination from the Netherlands. That's the 1, 2, 3. Then the tail enders are 4 athletes making their international debut here. Chi and Zhang for China in lane 2, followed by Zhong and Kim for Korea in lane 1. Well, the 1, 2, 3 doesn't appear to have changed as the third quarter begins to open up, but not only have the Italians got the lead, they have got the best boat speed of any of the 5 doubles on the water now. So looking very strong indeed, eh, Neve?
Absolutely. I know the home crowd are going to be starting to cheer now as the crews start to come into sight here. For me and for the crowds there now in a second, they have held on to that lead that they have from the start. And in fact, they're increasing it that little bit. As you mentioned, fastest boat speed, and they've only gone up. It is not going down whatsoever. So it is Italy leading it out ahead of Czech Republic, who are in second position, and Netherlands in third. So in this race now, it is the top 3 boats going straight into the semi-finals. 4th and 5th will be booking a spot in the repechage later on today. So they're just approaching me now here, 1,500 meters, looking so sharp here. I'm seeing the splash as they get their oars into the water. So it is Italy still leading it out ahead of Czech Republic in second position, Netherlands in third. All 3 boats now gone past me here, and then we have a little bit back to the Chinese crew, who are currently in 4th position, and Korea in 5th. But it is looking very comfortable here for Italy. But Czech Republic are really, and sorry, the Netherlands, both of them have increased their speed. They're all matching Italy now, so they're trying to break down the lead that the Italians have had from the start. So we'll see if the Italians went out too hard or not, or if they can hold on. Czech Republic really putting on a big push here now. They've upped their rate. They're 37 strokes a minute. They are now currently the fastest moving boat out there on the water. So they're in that second position and opening up a big lead ahead of the Netherlands. So with about 200 meters or so to go, it is Italy. Czech Republic are back down now, matching the speed of Italy. So they're in second. Netherlands in third. Again, they look like the 3 boats that will be heading to those semi-finals, Rob.
Yes, too much of a gap now, I think, between the Netherlands in third and People's Republic of China in 4th. But what's going to happen up front? Is it going to be Italy? Is it going to be the Czech Republic?
Sarà l'Italia ancora che controlla, vedete non spinge forte sull'acceleratore perché oramai possono dominarla, ed è così che Matteo Sartori, il capovoga con Luca Rambaldi al secondo carrello, vanno a mettere la firma sotto la qualificazione, dando il bel buongiorno alla Coppa del Mondo.
Italy coming home in first place, accompanied by the wonderful sounds of Luca Brogini. And then second place, the Czech Republic, with the Netherlands about half a length back in third. And there's a little sprint for the line from China too, but they and Korea will be in the repechage. So the 1, 2, 3 is Italy, Czech Republic, Netherlands. Heat 2 underway in the men's double sculls, with China 1 in lane 1, Great Britain in lane 2, Norway in lane 3, Sweden in lane 4, Denmark taking up lane 5. Who's got the best start out of this lot, Robert?
Well, very tight field indeed. China and Sweden making the early running, followed by Norway, then Great Britain and Denmark trailing the field. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. But the best boat speed, well, that's another matter, because Norway looking packing on the power, 35 strokes a minute, a pip or so less than the leading Chinese combination. And as they move through the second quarter and approach the halfway mark. Now, the Chinese athletes, well, they were the bronze medalists on the Sea Forest Waterway at the Tokyo Olympics. Now, we haven't seen much of them since. Whether they've had a 2-year layoff, I don't know, but they certainly are back here with a vengeance, leading the way home in this second heat of the men's double sculls. And then there's been a little bit of a reshuffle. Sweden, Richter and Nerud, who won the sea final at the Europeans. They've obviously used the last 3 weeks to good effect, because they've got about half a length overlap on the stern end of the Chinese boat. And behind Sweden, Helvig and Brun, the new Norwegian combination, really pressurizing the leaders. Now, this is an interesting turn up for the books, because Christopher Brun there in the stroke seat, he is stepping up to open weight competition for the first time after spending so long as a member of the very strong Norwegian lightweight men's double sculls. Indeed, he was world champion in that boat, goodness me, some 10 years ago. But Brun and Helvig sitting there in that third qualification slot for the semi-final, Niamh.
Yeah, this is going to be another really, really close race. I can tell already. There is nothing between these crews here out on the water. At the moment, in that first position, just about, it is the People's Republic of China over on the far side of the lake in lane 1. They're just holding on to that lead ahead of Sweden, who are in that second position. Back in third, then, at the moment, it is Great Britain there. And then in fourth, we have Norway. And fifth, back to Denmark. Now 3 boats again here going into those semi-finals. So these spots are so important to give the athletes a bit of a rest before racing again tomorrow. So there's 4 boats really here contesting those 3 spots. And it is the People's Republic of China who have now opened up that little bit of a lead ahead of Sweden. Now they're just passing that 1500 meter mark, but it is the team from Great Britain who have the fastest speed out there yet. At the moment, they are currently in that third position, but I can see them moving up through the field, making sure that they get that spot straight into the semi-finals. So after moving back a bit in the field now, it is Norway in that fourth position, followed by Denmark now, who are just passing me out the window. But as I said, Great Britain here, fastest moving boat. But I do know, I can see that People's Republic of China are responding. They're trying to hold on to that lead. Similar to earlier races, we're seeing that they really want to show what they're made of out here in these early races. So at the moment, it is China who have that first spot, and then Great Britain in second, Sweden in third. Let's see if Sweden can respond and move back. But at the moment, it is all about Great Britain, who really put on a nice push there now to move into that second position, Rob.
Thank you. Yes, nice work from the British crew there in lane 2. It looks like it's probably over in terms of Norway's direct qualification to the semi-finals is concerned, but a really nice battle going on up front between China, Sweden, Great Britain.
Sul traguardo non cambia più nulla, con la Cina insieme alla Svezia e alla Gran Bretagna che di fatto controllano. La Cina addirittura rallenta, tira il freno a mano per andare a chiudere questa sfida.
So China coming up to the finish line. They take it by a length and 3/4 ahead of a British crew who've really motored up the course here to take a very definite and well-deserved second place, with Sweden dropping back to third, but they won't mind that too much because those 3 crews are through to the semi-finals. So the Norwegians and the Danes just taking it easy now. They will go again this afternoon. Heat 3 of the men's doubles sculls underway. In lane 1, we have Indonesia. Italy 2 are in lane 2, with Poland in lane 3. USA taking up lane 4, alongside Australia in lane 5. So, Robert, give us the latest from your 1,000-meter mark, if you'd be so kind.
It's been my pleasure, Rob. Well, Soren Kosick and Ben Davison for the USA leading the way home at this early stage ahead of the Australians on the grandstand side, Harley Moore and Jack Cleary. Both these nations fielding new combinations for this year's men's double sculls. Then back in third position, it looks like the Italians, Tedoldi and Peretti. Tedoldi out of last year's world champion under-23 quad, making a step up to senior, and partnering the newcomer Riccardo Peretti here and sitting in the third position. And then we've got quite a gap of clear water before we get to a tense battle between Poland and Indonesia for fourth position as we move through the halfway mark. So the Americans with just over a length advantage, pumping their boat along at, what is it? I've got them at 36 strokes a minute ahead of Australia on the near side, who has, as I say, about 2/3 of a length over the Italians, and then about a length and a half of clear water. Now, Poland, Kasparek and Litka, the only one of these five combinations to contest last year's World Championships, really putting on a push now, not only trying to take the edge off the fifth place to Indonesians, but really trying to put on some work and use this third quarter to good advantage to try and challenge the three leading doubles for those places in the semis, Niamh.
Yes, absolutely, Robert. USA there still really holding on to that lead. Fastest boat out there at the moment. They're not letting anyone come near them at the moment, still maintaining that lead that they've held throughout this race. It's really interesting to see the rowers across the board here. A lot of them raced in different boats over the last season or so. So we're seeing like the Indonesia crew came from the quad last year now into the doubles. We see Leonardo Tedoldi of Italy there. He's also racing in the single this weekend. The Polish crew, new combination there. Cesare Litka there sitting in. They were, and Christoph there, he was 16th at the European. So new combination in that boat there as well. The USA boat here, though, just storming past me at the 1,500 meter mark. Both of those racing at the Worlds last year, but again in different combinations. So Benjamin Davidson was in the single last year after moving into the double now this year. So they're still leading it out ahead of Australia in that second position. Australia really have increased the speed as we're seeing across the board from these crews. They're really putting in big efforts here in through the later stages of the races. They're in a comfortable second position now, and looking at the moment to take that final direct spot into the semi-finals, it is the Italian crew. Then back and forth, we have Poland and Indonesia in that fifth spot. So they're just coming up to roughly around 1,800 meters done. 200 to go. USA still upping that speed, still increasing, still going for it to open up an even greater lead now ahead of Australia in second, and at the moment it is Italy in third, Rob.
Thank you. It's looking quite comfortable, isn't it, for the boat from the USA? They've got quite a good gap between them and Australia in second. Italy still in third.
Oramai sul traguardo il vantaggio degli Stati Uniti d'America davanti all'Australia e poi l'Italia con la nuova combinazione e Riccardo Peretti, scaller della Canottieri Gavirate, altro atleta del lago di Varese. Sul traguardo non cambia più nulla, Stati Uniti e Australia e poi l'Italia.
So Australia coming home to take this, pardon, USA coming home to take this very comfortably. I was just looking at the Australian boat as I said that. USA in first by so many lengths. I'm not sure I can count them. Maybe 5, maybe 6. Australia then in second place. And Italy are just going to hold on to that third automatic qualification spot for the AB semi-finals ahead of Poland and Indonesia, who will go again for a second opportunity to qualify via the repechage. So it's just a gap of about 8 or 9 minutes or so before racing continues with the heats in the women's 4. That gets underway at 11:35 local time. It's now 11:26.
Abbiamo un piccolo gap nel nostro programma, questo ci permette di ritirare il fiato. Abbiamo iniziato questa mattina alle 8:30 e come un fiume in piena su questo campo di regata stiamo correndo dalle prime ore dell'alba. Prossima partenza alle 11:35, riprenderemo la nostra corsa con il 4 senza femminile, la prima delle 3 qualificazioni riservate appunto a questa specialità. Appuntamento alle 11:35, 8 minuti da ora.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just about to get underway. Shortly will be Heat 1 of the women's 4. In Lane 1, Canada 2. In Lane 2, Australia 1. In Lane 3, China 2. Japan are in Lane 4. Denmark taking up Lane 5.
Ritorniamo in gara con la prima qualificazione del 4 senza femminile. Canada in acqua 1, Australia in acqua 2, Cina in acqua 3, Giappone in acqua 4, Danimarca in acqua 5. Questa è la griglia di partenza della ripresa delle nostre qualificazioni di questa mattina.
So, a slight delay, but they are underway in the first heat of the women's 4. Just to remind you of the crews and their lanes. It's Canada 2 in lane 1, an experienced Australian boat, Australia 1 in lane 2, China 2 in lane 3, alongside Japan in lane 4, Denmark in lane 5.
Siamo ufficialmente in gara, è ripartito il nostro programma con la prima qualificazione del 4 senza femminile. Canada in acqua 1, in acqua 2 l'Australia, in acqua 3 la Cina, in acqua 4 il Giappone e in acqua 5 la Danimarca. 250 metri andati, 1750 ancora da percorrere. Partenza esplosiva per l'Australia che sta ancora cercando di acclimatarsi a Gavirate. Loro si allenano dall'altra parte del lago presso lo European Training Center, il loro centro di preparazione olimpica e paralimpica che dal 2011 porta tutte le maggiori nazionali ad allenarsi in provincia di Varese. Un'Australia arrembante, un'Australia che vuole andare subito al comando, un'Australia che sta smaltendo ancora il fuso orario di fatto, cambiando anche la stagione, passando da inverno all'estate, ed eccoli là davanti a fare l'andatura in questa prova. 500 metri ormai alle spalle, Australia ancora a dominare per la seconda e terza posizione. Attenzione a Danimarca e Canada.
So I picked out the words European Training Centre from that little bit of commentary. Talking about the Australians, no doubt, because this is where they train as their European base. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the European base who started back in 2011, I have to say. So 12 years ago, this great center was open, and from then, all the Australian teams training or competing in Europe comes to Gavirate. So such a tiny part of Australia, out of Australia.
Amazing. And you're wearing your Australia shirt. Good to see you supporting you.
I'm always proud to be part of the Australian rowing team and all the Australian teams. But anyway, so Australia leading, then we've got Denmark and Canada for the first 3 places, and I'm sure Robert can't wait to start talking about this race. So let's hear from him.
Thanks very much, Luca. Yes, indeed, Australia leading the way. 2 bronze medalists on board from the Australian Women's 4 at last year's World Championship. So it's another new combination that are making all the running, but they're being pressed pretty hard by Denmark on the grandstand side, unchanged from the crew that won the small final in Varese last year. Then in the 3rd current qualification place for the semi-final, well, that's the Canadian lineup. Now, this is an interesting move by the Canadians. Obviously, they'd enter the women's 8s here in Varese, an event in which Canada has such a long and proud history, of course. Well, for goodness me, they're the reigning Olympic champions. But they decided to made a late decision that the 8 would double up into 2 4s. And here's Canada 2 sitting mightily close onto the stern end of the 2nd place Danish boat, sitting there in a qualification place for the semi-final. 4th at this stage is Japan, then China 2 in the centre lane 3. They're in 5th position, Neve.
Yes, they are coming down the course quite fast now towards me here. It is at the moment Australia, as you said, leading it out from the start. Currently Denmark sitting in that 2nd position, but Canada too, as you said, that late entry there into this women's 4 race, have it down to just 2 meters between themselves and Denmark now. So top 3 boats going straight into semi-final places here today, and then 4th and 5th will be contesting the repechage again later today. So top 3 boats really putting in that big push now to make sure they are nice and safe and secure into the semi-finals. They are coming fast and furious towards me here. I'm at the 1500 metre mark, and as it stands, it is still Australia leading it out ahead of Denmark now, who have put on a little bit of a push to try and stay ahead of that Canadian crew who are over on the far side of the lake in lane 1. All crews looking so strong here. We've seen Australia putting in big pushes towards the end of their races throughout the morning. So let's see if they do the same now today. But as I say that, Canada now are putting in a bit of a push now, trying to break down the lead that Denmark had over them. And when I say lead, it's only a matter of a couple of meters between Denmark and Canada. And then back in your 4th and 5th position, it is currently Japan and China 2 in that 5th position. But great race here. We have about 350 meters to go. As it stands, Australia still leading it out. Denmark in that 2nd position. Denmark and Canada both increasing their speed here now. The Canadians are rating up at 38 strokes a minute. They're really trying to eat into that lead. So let's see if they can do it with about 200 meters to go. It is currently Australia, Denmark and Canada. But Canada are definitely coming for them, I think, Rob.
Yeah, I think they might well be. But as you say, Australia, Denmark, Canada are the ones who will go through directly to that semi-final. And all 3 of those boats look pretty secure in that ambition right now.
Un grande margine di vantaggio per le 3 formazioni di testa che cercano comunque di tirarsi a vicenda, Canada, Danimarca ed Australia, che insieme vogliono andare a mettere in sicurezza queste prime 3 posizioni senza accontentarsi della sola promozione, ma volendo andare a vincere. Lo fa così l'Australia, che in acqua numero 2 allunga ancora il margine con l'aggancio all'esterno per la Danimarca e poi il Canada.
What a terrific finish then in this first heat, and lane 2 there. It's a great finish there for Australia ahead of Denmark and Canada. The 1, 2, 3 in this first heat of the women's 4. Second heat already well underway. So let's cross over to Robert and get the latest on that one.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, the 4 boats in this heat. Canada over on the far side in lane 1, Hong Kong, China, then Great Britain 2 in lane 3, and the lineup completed by China on the grandstand side. Well, it's all about Canada, Great Britain and China in this heat because I regret to report that Hong Kong China is off the race pace on this occasion, several lengths of clear water astern of the pack. The leading lineup, China on the grandstand side, unchanged from the crew that contested the A final last year in Varese. Then Canada, as I mentioned in the last race, this is the other half of the Canadian women's 8, so we're going to certainly see 2 Canadian 4s in the semi-final, barring a disaster. And then Great Britain there, the new combination. 2 of these athletes took part in the Olympic 4 on the Sea Forest Waterway 2 years ago, stroked by Karen Bennett, herself an Olympic silver medalist at the women's 8 at the Rio Olympic Games. And Great Britain there looking fairly comfortable in 3rd position, because with this sort of lead for the leading trio, then in theory at least, they can just sit back on it, eh, Niamh?
Would be lovely, wouldn't it, to just sit back and take in the views here? But I'm not sure they can do that at all. They have to make their way to that finish line to get that top 3 spot to make it straight into the semi-finals. So the People's Republic of China have been leading it from the start, looking very comfortable now, rating 36 strokes a minute. They're just passing that 1400 metre mark as it stands. As you mentioned, that second Canadian crew, they're over on the far side, over in lane 1. Again, looking really strong, very similar to the last 4 that we just saw in the first heat of the women's 4. And then just slightly behind them is that Great Britain crew. So 2 of those rowers, Harriet Taylor and Karen Bennett, I know both of them said they took a bit of time out of the boat last year. So they've found it quite difficult getting back into the swing of training. But they are looking very good here now as they pass me at that 1500 metre mark. They're currently in that 3rd position. But so it's at the moment looking like it will be those top 3 boats go through. And then back in a 4th position, they're just coming up to me now here. It is Hong Kong China sitting in that 4th. They were 3rd at World Cup 1, so I'm sure they'll be hoping to make the podium again. But at the moment, it looks like they will be contesting that repechage later today. But it is China 1 and Great Britain really trying to put in a push here. I know they're holding on to that 3rd position at that moment, but they are trying to contest against that 2nd position where Canada are sitting right now at the moment. So with 200 metres or so to go, China, their People's Republic of China, still holding out the lead. They are the fastest moving boat out there on the course. The Canadians are upping their rate. They're trying to break down that lead a little bit, but I don't think there's any catching China at this stage, Rob.
No, it looks like Hong Kong China are determined to win this one.
Una vittoria importante per Hong Kong China, oramai un vantaggio assoluto per questa formazione che di fatto suona la sinfonia davanti al Canada e poi al centro la Gran Bretagna. Una gara già scritta, Hong Kong China ancora davanti a tutti.
So it is China 1 coming through, still with a real burst of speed to finish in 1st place. A great battle for 2nd and 3rd. It's going to go the way of Canada 1, a length ahead of Great Britain 2 in 3rd. On to the 3rd heat of the women's 4, with Poland in lane 1, Italy in 2, Great Britain 1 in lane 3, USA in lane 4.
Una gara tutta da seguire, la terza qualificazione del 4 senza femminile con Polonia, Gran Bretagna e Stati Uniti. C'è anche l'Italia con 3 ragazze che arrivano dal territorio e quindi conosco molto bene anche il lago di Varese.
Molto bene, molto bene. Robert, how's it looking? Obviously there's a lot of interest in this British crew.
Indeed, there is, because they've got the legendary Helen Glover on board, twice an Olympic champion in the women's pairs. But here she is making an appearance in the new look GB Women's 4, and they were heading the field. But in the last 100 metres or so, they have been overhauled by the US lineup out of last year's US Women's 8 that contested the A final in Varese. But things are so close between these crews. There is about a from those 2 leading quartets, means that they have drawn further ahead of 3rd placed Italy, but things in theory looking safe for Italy, so the pressure point here is on 4th placed Poland, Niamh.
Yeah, and that is not a position you exactly want to be in this. Again, top three boats going into the a bookie or direct place into the semi-final. So fourth place is not exactly where you want to be, because you will be racing again. USA here looking so strong now. They're just coming up, passing 1,200 meters on the way towards me here. USA are the fastest moving boat out there. They have the highest rate as well, rating at 38 strokes a minute now as they go down the course. They are looking so strong. A lot of those rowers there made up the 8 and the pair at last year's Worlds, so new combination in the 4 here. As you said, big pedigree there in the GB boat. Three of those rowers coming second, medaling at the European there a number of weeks ago, and then in third position, looking comfortable to book their spot into the semi-final as well, is the Italian crew. So just passing me here at 1,500 meters. I know Great Britain are putting in a big push, but USA, they have not let their speed drop whatsoever. They are still the fastest moving boat out there, and they have a little bit of a lead there over Great Britain now, still sitting comfortably in that second spot. Italy moving down a little bit into, they're still into that third position, and then Poland have just passed me as well in fourth. But it's amazing to see the USA crew here, really. They have kept that high speed up throughout the course. So not only are they trying to put down a marker in this heat, but across the other heats that we've seen in the women's 4 already a little while ago. So as they come towards you, Rob, there, I don't think anybody's going to be catching that crew from USA. And GB now falling back ever so slightly. They're still comfortably in that second position ahead of Italy.
Yes, quite a gap, actually, isn't there, between Great Britain 1 and Italy right now, with Poland bringing up the rear, but this impressive crew from the USA out in front.
Un vantaggio assoluto, un vantaggio per gli Stati Uniti d'America, che ancora una volta fa vedere il tocco di questa disciplina. All'esterno la Gran Bretagna, poi l'Italia per la terza piazza con Giorgia Pelacchi, Linda De Filippis, Alice Codato, Veronica Bumbaca, con la direzione tecnica di Franco Cattaneo. L'Italia vuole portare questa barca ai Giochi di Parigi, ed ecco qua invece gli Stati Uniti che vanno così sul traguardo a conquistare la vittoria.
USA coming home to take first place and even accelerate through the lines. Good to see that. Great Britain won home in second, and then there's a long gap between them and Italy in third. But Italy can ease off knowing that they've qualified directly for the semi-finals, along with the USA and Great Britain. So USA, Great Britain, Italy qualified direct. Poland just coming home will contest the repechage later on. Next, it's the first heat of the men's 4.
Ed ora la prima qualificazione del 4 senza maschile.
China 2, Switzerland 1, Australia, the Olympic champions, Italy 1, USA, and Robert Trahan-Jones are all out there.
Yes, Australia, the Olympic champions, as you say, Rob. And then they slipped to silver last year, having made one crew change, but they brought Alex Hill back into the stroke seat, and here they are leading the way home in this first heat of the men's 4s. Half a length up on the USA on the grandstand side in position, who in turn have about a length advantage ahead of Switzerland. They're hanging on to third, so once again it's first 3 to qualify. The Italians really punching it in. They've taken the rate up to 41, goodness me, to try and close the gap and try to eke out a qualifying slot here. They're using the third quarter to good advantage if they can keep the work on, but it's not translating into boat speed. Despite that higher rate, they've got the highest rate of any of the 5 boats on the field, but still the pressure point on the leading Australians. Only China a little way off the race pace over on the far side, Neve.
Yeah, I can see what you mean about the Italians there. They really tried to up it, and in fact, they've kept up that rate, and it hasn't, as you said, translated into the speed. Although, as I say, that Switzerland's speed is has dropped ever so slightly. So at the moment, Australia and USA are matching speeds out there. It is the Australians who are holding on to the lead, but USA are looking very strong as well. They are just slightly maybe quicker than the Australians. So let's see if they can break down that 6 metre lead that the Australians have at the moment. So in third position now, Switzerland seem to be holding on nice and comfortably to that third spot. The Italians now falling back a little bit, is still in that fourth position, and the People's Republic of China too. Over on the far side in lane one, they're currently that fifth position. Big effort being put in here now as they pass my window at the 1500 metre mark. I can see USA are doing everything they can to try and break down the Australian crew, but Australia responded. They have upped their speed again. But again, as I say, that USA are responding. So they are really, really trying to do all they can. 6 metres between the top two boats here now at the moment. The first three will be going into the semi-finals. The other two will be booking their spot into the repechage. But at the moment, Australia are holding on to that lead. But Rob, I think USA are really breaking into that lead, or breaking down the lead that the Australians have. Do they have enough water to get there?
Good question, Neve. It's a tough call. We'll have to wait and see, but it's always great to see these close contests being fought out on the water. Australia, USA, Switzerland in command here.
E allora eccoli qua i protagonisti del 4 senza, i 4 moschettieri campioni olimpici, l'Australia che rischiera i cavalli di razza che cercano di controllare davanti agli Stati Uniti d'America questo gran finale sul traguardo. L'Australia la porta a casa subito in qualifica con Alex Hill scatenato a capovoga.
Australia come home to take it by less than half a length in the end from the USA. They really pushed Australia all the way down to the line. Australia first, USA second, and just coming home to take third spot is Switzerland 1. Heat 2 of the men's four sees Germany in lane 1, China 1 in lane 2, the European champions Great Britain in lane 3, Hong Kong China in lane 4, France 2 in lane 5. Robert, it's all yours.
Well, on this occasion, it looks to be the European and world champions who are leading the way home, because Great Britain have the advantage through this second quarter, pushing them strongly in second place. Well, that's the Chinese lineup, unchanged from the crew that contested the C final on at last year's World Championship. So they'll be looking to move on through the 2023 season if they're going to earn themselves a qualifying slot in Belgrade for the Paris Olympics. And the pressure from those two leading quartets means they've opened up quite a gap of clear water. The best of the rest, well, that's Germany over on the far side. Again, Germany, who've made a slight crew change from the lineup that contested the B final at last year's Worlds. Then we've got a gap of clear water before we get back to France in fourth position and Hong Kong China in fifth. So past the halfway mark, the intermediate timing marker, and it's Great Britain by 1 boat length ahead of China, then Germany after a little gap of clear water. But France really have used this last couple of 100 meters to come on very strongly. Is that being translated into boat speed? Well, certainly it's matching the speed of the German boat on the far side. If anything, they've got the slight edge. Both France and Germany at 37 strokes a minute, but Great Britain hanging on to the lead, Neve.
They are absolutely. At the moment, it doesn't look like they're letting up whatsoever. But the crew from People's Republic of China are matching their speed now as they are in a comfortable second position. So let's see if they put on a push to try and beat down those European champions. Then back in third position, we have the crew from Germany. 3 of those finishing 7th at the Europeans a couple of weeks ago there. And then in that fourth spot at the moment, it is France. Two of those, Florian Ludwig and Armand Weister, rowing in the pair at the European. So they've moved into the four now for this competition. And then back in fifth, we have Hong Kong, China. So crews just approaching me here now at the 1500 meter mark. It is still Great Britain leading it out. Again, they're back to being the fastest boat out there, but I can see Germany on the outside, France on the inside, trying to put on a big push here now as well to try and get one of those top three spots to make it into the semi-final later this weekend. But as it stands, it is still Great Britain holding on to the lead that they've had, just over 20 metres ahead of the crew from People's Republic of China. And I can see Germany over on the outside, lane one, putting in a big push here now, rating 38. They're currently now the fastest moving boat out there. So I do know they're trying to make sure that they stay in those top three positions. France too now just falling back ever so slightly. They're still in that fourth position, but Germany definitely opening up a little bit of room ahead of France. So just about 200 metres to go now. Great Britain still leading it out. China now upping it big time now. They're in the 40s. Their boat speed has increased, as has Germany over on the outside yet again. So there's going to be a great battle here between that second and third position, Rob.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Niamh, but looking good for Great Britain.
Gran Bretagna oramai in chiusura con una mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio. È così che la Gran Bretagna la porta a casa davanti alla Cina, poi la Germania.
So the 1, 2, 3 looks pretty evident from up here. It's going to be Great Britain in first place, followed by the People's Republic of China. China 1 in second, and over in lane 1 in third, it's Germany. Terrific race. Just coming home outside those top three spots is Hong Kong, China. But a great race. Sorry, I think that was France, actually, who came through in fourth. But the important thing is Great Britain, People's Republic of China 1, and Germany are through to the semi-finals directly. On to Heat 3 of the men's four. Italy 2 in lane 1. Indonesia in lane 2. France 1 in lane 3. Poland in lane 4. How's this one shaping up, Robert?
It's all looking pretty close between Italy, France and Poland for the lead of this third heat of the men's fours, Rob. Now, the big surprise for me is that the leading Italian boat is Italy 2, which is their under-23 lineup, unchanged from the crew that contested the A final of the under-23s last year, and they are all young enough to carry on at that level. So I think they're using this World Cup here in Varese as a little bit of a boat speed indicator for valuable international competition as they set themselves up for another crack at the under-23s later in the season. Well, I'm talking about them maintaining the edge, but in fact France, several years their senior and unchanged from the lineup that took the bronze at the Europeans, have come on so strongly through this second quarter. It is now neck and neck between France and Italy. Also in the mix, Poland on the grandstand side. They've made one change from the crew that contested the Europeans 3 weeks ago. And the big surprise that Indonesia should be so far up with the running. This is a fantastic performance from Indonesia. Again, unchanged from the crew that contested the Worlds last year, where they finished down the rankings. But believe it or not, with this, as the third quarter unfolds, they could be in with a shout at qualifying direct for the semi-final. What do you think, Niamh?
Right. I think this is one of the closest races we've had so far at this stage in the race so far this morning. So at the moment it is still France 1 in the lead, just ahead of Italy 2, who are currently in that second position. Poland in that third position. But if we look across at the boat speeds, Indonesia they are moving the slowest speed at the moment, but they are very much still in this race in that fourth position. So top three boats points going in to the semi-finals. Fourth place will be going into the repechage, and we are seeing Indonesia starting to fall back a little bit now. So I think they went out quite hard at the start here, putting in a big effort to stay up against the other crews. But at the moment, it is France 1. They're just coming into my view here now. They are the same speed now as the Italian crew over on the outside. I can see the Italians putting in a big effort now. They are just coming up to that 1500 meter mark, so they can see that they have 500 meters to go, and they are putting in a big push, but it is still the French crew who are the fastest moving boat out there. Then the Polish crew, they're closest to us here. They're in lane 4. They are comfortably now sitting in that third position, and the crew from Indonesia, they're sitting in fourth, just passing my window now at 1500 meters. But France opening up that little bit of a lead. They're still moving quite fast out there with about 350 meters to go, opening up a lead ahead of Italy 2, who are comfortably in that second position, with Poland in third and Indonesia fourth, Rob.
Thank you very much, Niamh. It looks pretty set, doesn't it, I think, this first three for across the line, with Italy looking comfortable to hang on to that second spot. France will want to take the checkered flag, though.
Ed ecco quindi Francia, Italia e Polonia, ma proprio in questa gara batte forte il cuore anche della città giardino, perché a bordo di questo equipaggio azzurro ci sono 3 atleti su 4 della Contea dei Laghi: Paolo Covini, Giovanni Codato, cresciuti alla Canottieri Gavirate, Davide Verità per la Canottieri Monate, una formazione tutta nuova. Ed ecco quindi la Francia che va a vincere, poi gli azzurri per la seconda posizione in chiusura.
Théo Rayet of France 1 strokes them home. They come home in first place, a length and a half of Italy 2. And then in third place here in lane 4 is Poland. That's the 1, 2, 3 through to the semi-finals of the men's 4. Next up, we have 20 crews contesting 4 heats of the women's single sculls.
Ci spostiamo ora nel singolo femminile, una della specialità che ha registrato il maggior numero di iscrizioni, ben 20 singoliste a caccia delle medaglie a questa Coppa del Mondo.
Heat 1, lane 1 is Elisa Mondelli of Italy. In lane 2 from Algeria is Nied Benchaldi. In lane 3, Germany 1, Alexandra Förster. In lane 4, the USA is Cara Kola, and Zhu Hong is representing China 2 in lane 5.
In acqua 1 l'Italia, in acqua 2 l'Algeria, in acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 gli Stati Uniti, in acqua 5 la Cina. Riflettori puntati sicuramente sulla nostra azzurra, Elisa Mondelli da Moltrasio, classe 1998.
700 meters gone, not much to separate these crews, Robert.
No, indeed, but Alexandra Förster went off like a rocket off the blocks for Germany, and for a moment I thought that the double under-23 world champion was going to have an easy ride here, but the veteran Cara Kola for the USA, 10 years her senior, has eased gently past in the last couple of hundred meters and has now taken on this race at a slightly higher pace, 34 strokes a minute against Förster at 33, and she's using that higher rate to translate that into boat speed and is moving away stroke by stroke. So that's the 1-2. But what about the rest, you might ask? Well, in the critical third position It's the Chinese athlete Zhu Hong on the grandstand side in lane 5, making her international debut. Believe it or not, 16 years of age, this athlete. And I suspect that she's using this as a marker for the Under-19 World Championships later in the season. But goodness me, she is pressuring athletes who are many, many years her senior here as they move through the halfway mark. Then we've got a little gap of clear water. Elisa Mondelli for Italy in a disappointing 4th position in this race at the moment, about a length and a half ahead of 5th placed Nihed Ben Chadley. Well, Förster is not being outdone by any means. She's having to work hard, maintaining that higher rate, desperately trying to hang on and, if possible, close the gap behind Kohler. But it's the American sculler who continues to lead this heat. Neve.
She does, absolutely. It's really impressive rowing here as they come into view here. They seem to be matching each other speed-wise, USA and Germany. USA, Cara Collar there, she responds and goes a little bit quicker, as does Alexandra Fuster then of Germany. So they're keeping an eye on each other, trying to maintain, Cara's definitely trying to maintain the distance between them, if not open up a little bit of a lead, which she is currently doing. And then, as you said, that young sculler Zhu Hong of the People's Republic of China there. Brilliant, again, matching the top 2 scullers' speed here in this race, which is really impressive at such a young age. So there you're 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Only the first 2 will be going into the semi-finals in this race. Everyone else will be racing again later today. At the moment, it is definitely Cara Collar here. She's just coming up to my window as I look out, looking so sharp, looking so smooth, having a quick look over her shoulder, looking very good here and maintaining that lead that she has over Alexandra Fuster at this stage in the race. I can see Alexandra putting in a little bit of a push though. She's trying to break down that lead that Cara has over her, just 10 meters now separating them. And then Zhu Hong comfortably in that 3rd position, but I know she is not leaving it there. She is trying to up it now as well. She actually has the slowest rate out of the 3 of those at 32 strokes a minute. And then back in 4th, we have the Italian sculler Elisa Mondelli. She is through in 4th, heading up for that 1600 meters, followed by Algeria. But at the moment, it is USA, but Alexandra Fuster of Germany definitely not giving her an inch because she is coming for her. She has increased the speed. They're matching each other's rates. She has the distance down just to 5 meters between them. So with about 200 meters to go, I'm not sure, did Cara give too much in the early stages of this race? Can Alexandra Fuster come for her, Rob?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think Fuster needs to put in that push because she herself is being pushed by Zhu of China for that semi-final qualification spot, only the first 2 going through. So this is a tight one.
Una gara davvero combattuta fino all'ultimo centimetro, se da un lato oramai l'Italia è molto lontana, al centro della scena i riflettori sono tutti per gli Stati Uniti d'America che insieme a Germania e Cina si sta di fatto tirando a vicenda 3 formazioni per sole 2 piazze. Chi passerà il turno, chi arriverà prima e chi seconda. Germania in questo momento al comando, poi la seconda piazza sembra strizzar l'occhio agli Stati Uniti.
Nah, things are happening out there on the water and the crowd are rising to it too. I think you called it perfectly, Neve, because Foster has broken through. She's being challenged again though, but it's Foster who takes 1st place just ahead of Cara Collar of the USA in 2nd, with Zhu of China 2 in 3rd. But they were so close, less than a length separating those 3 boats as they came across the line. Terrific finish, but it is Alexandra Förster of Germany who takes 1st place, Cara Collar of the USA in 2nd. They qualify directly for the semi-finals of the women's single sculls.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma, la vittoria della Germania per 6 decimi sugli Stati Uniti d'America. Ai recuperi la Cina ha 3 equipaggi in meno di un secondo.
Heat 2 of the women's single sculls sees Denmark's Fie Ubdi Eriksson in lane 1 Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso of Brazil in lane 2. Lisa Goldfletch of Germany 2 in lane 3. Nika Johanna Vos of the Netherlands in 4. Diana Timchenko of Azerbaijan in lane 5. And I'm wishing her all the luck in the world because we share a birthday. Different decades, same day though. Robert.
Yeah, I think that adds colour to your commentary, Rob. Well done indeed. Just 2 lengths separating all 5 scullers at the halfway mark, but the leader, the 38-year-old Danish sculler Fie Udby Eriksson, over on the far side in lane 1, just a little way up on Diana Dimchenko of Azerbaijan. Then in 3rd position, it is so tight between Nika Vos of the Netherlands, marginally ahead of Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso of Brazil, with Lisa Goodfleisch of Germany trailing the field, but not by much there in the centre lane 3. So the 1 and 2 as they move down towards Neve, Denmark and Azerbaijan.
Yes, this has been a race I've been looking forward to. I've often raced against Diana Dimchenko in coastal rowing. She's an incredibly strong athlete in coastal rowing, and she's just still hanging on to that 2nd place there. Not a lot between herself and the sculler from Denmark. They're your 1 and 2 at the moment. In that 3rd position, it is Nika Johanna Vos of Netherlands. Not too far behind them at all. And then back in 4th, we have, again, similar to the last one, it is your 1 and 2, which will be booking spots straight into the semi-final. And there is still no change between Denmark and Azerbaijan, but Diana Dimchenko definitely upping her speed there now. She's putting in a bit of a push here now through the 1400-meter mark to try and move into the lead ahead of Denmark. They are equal now, even as they pass or just come up towards me here now at my window, looking so good, the 2 of them. One is on the far side, Denmark over in lane 1. Azerbaijan then closest to me here in lane 5. So it's going back and forth between the 2 of them, stroke for stroke. But Diana Dimchenko, I can see the determination in her face. She has moved into that leading spot now ahead of Denmark. So there you're still your 1 and 2 positions at the moment. And Netherlands still sitting in 3rd, and back to Brazil and Germany too. But looking at the speed, Diana Dimchenko is just going to keep opening up a lead. She is the fastest moving boat out there. Although the rower from the Netherlands, Nika Johanna Vos, is really putting in a bit of a push here now, trying to maybe move into that 2nd position. Again, it is the top 2 boats going through, so she is really coming for Fie Udby Eriksson of Denmark now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now. But at the moment, it does look like Diana Dimchenko is comfortably in the lead, still rating nice and steady, 33 strokes a minute. But the speed on the Netherlands is not to be messed with. She has now moved into 2nd position ahead of Denmark, Rob.
This is quite a race, isn't it, unfolding here. Diana Dimchenko, can she keep going as she heads towards the line and closely followed by some very experienced scullers?
È bellissimo vedere in chiusura Diana Dimchenko lì davanti, lei che ha cambiato nazionalità, lei che è stata adottata da Sabaudia, lei che oramai ancora in Italia vive con tutta la famiglia, ha vinto anche il campionato italiano in singolo quest'anno ed eccola lì, ma attenzione perché la Danimarca insieme all'Olanda stanno cercando di portare sotto ancora il loro giro, quindi la lotta è ancora aperta.
So this is really quite a finish. It is between Dimchenko and Vos of the Netherlands. They are sprinting for the line. Dimchenko holds on to win it by a canvas for Azerbaijan. That's a terrific finish for her, and ahead of Nika Johanna Vos of the Netherlands in 2nd place. Happy birthday for the 8th of September when it comes, Diana, but we'll see you again in action in the semi-finals. Great result for you. Dimchenko of Azerbaijan 1st, Vos of the Netherlands 2nd. They are through directly, but Fie Udby Eriksson of Denmark and the other 2 competitors will have to go via the repechage. On to the 30 to the women's single sculls. Spain in lane 1. That's Virginia Diaz-Rivas. Sweden in 2. Japan 3. Great Britain in 4. Korea in 5. Robert alongside.
Well, I'm delighted to report that the leading sculler at the halfway mark is Yonakawa Shiho, the Japanese athlete in lane 3. She qualified for the Tokyo Olympics on her home water at the Sea Forest Waterway, but unfortunately the quota system meant that she could not take up that place. But here she is leading this third heat of the women's single sculls by just about a length then ahead of Kyra Edwards of Great Britain on the near side in lane 4. Edwards, who boats out of Nottingham Rowing Club and has stepped out of the double in which he's competed for the last couple of seasons. Also looking strong over on the far side, Virginia Diaz-Rivas, who won the Zagreb round of the World Cup 6 weeks ago for Spain. So the pressure point now on Edwards, who slipped back a little, but still it's Yonakawa for Japan leading the way over Diaz of Spain, Neve.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly strong here, but as you said, that Kyra Edwards there, she upped her speed that just ever so slightly, trying to get back into that second position. As you said, it's not a great place to be in that third spot because it means you will be racing again today. So they're going to have to do everything they can here to try and stay in those top 2 positions. It is the sculler from Japan who is leading it out, still looking very comfortable now as they come up towards 1400 meters on the course. But looking across at the boat speeds, it is Kyra Edwards who is keeping that speed up, and it is going back and forth between her and Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain. As you mentioned, first in World Cup 1, so I'm sure she's hoping to repeat her performance here this weekend. But this is a great race, and I think you're going to have a similar finish coming up, and all the spectators will have a great race to watch because there is nothing between Spain and Great Britain now as they head up towards 1500 meter mark. But the Japanese sculler still holding on to that lead there, just about boats there in that second and third position, really coming up, trying to take that first spot. So as they pass me here, it is actually anybody's race at this point with just less than 500 meters to go. Just 4 meters separating Japan and Great Britain now. Spain back in third, just ever so slightly. It is still way too early to call who's going to get the first 2 spots there. And then back in fourth, we have Sweden, and in fifth, we have Korea, who have just passed me there now at 1500 meters. But this is such a great race happening. Japan is still in the lead, just about ahead of Great Britain, ahead of Spain. There, your 3 positions. I can see Kyra Edwards there really going for it. Very much increased her speed. She has it down to 3 meters between herself and Japan. And then we have Virginia Diaz-Rivas over on the far side in lane 1. She's still very much in contention here. 200 meters to go, 2 spots up for grabs straight into the semi-finals. At the moment, it is Japan and Great Britain, but it's not over yet for Spain, is it, Rob?
Never over for Spain with Virginia Diaz-Rivas, who won a World Cup 1, and it's surprising to see her perhaps missing out on direct qualification, but the race is not over yet by any means.
Ancora una grande opportunità per queste sculler che cercano di andare a trovare il giusto spazio, e se da un lato saldamente al comando c'è la Spagna, dall'altro Gran Bretagna e Giappone stanno cercando di fatto di trovare il giusto giro. Stati Uniti ancora all'attacco, Gran Bretagna e Giappone per il passaggio del turno. Gran Bretagna stratosferica.
Yeah, it's all changed. The Japanese sculler has dropped out now, so it is going to be Kyra Edwards of Great Britain who takes first place ahead of Virginia Diaz-Rivas, who had her race perfectly planned, of Spain, although so she's short, but coming home in second place. So Great Britain first, Spain second for direct qualification to the semi-finals of the women's single sculls. The fourth and final heat of the women's single sculls are well underway, with Chinese Taipei lane 1, China 1 in 2, Poland in 3, Czech Republic lane 4, Australia 1 in lane 5, and another closely contested race over the first 1,000 meters, Robert.
It is so tight, Rob, because China, the Czech Republic, and Australia are all within about a canvas of each other on the grandstand side, right up there in contention. It's Liu Rikui for China, who is leading the way by a whisker ahead of Tara Rigney of Australia, the world bronze medalist from last year in Varese. Then it's the Czech sculler in the lane immediately to her left, Anna Sandruckova of the Czech Republic, who's made the step up from under 23s last year and is right up there in contention, vying for second place behind Rigney. Then in fourth position, it's the Polish sculler, Marta Wilicko, with Huang Ting of Chinese Taipei over on the far side in fifth place. Well, Wilicko stepped out of the last year's quad and really has her work cut out if she's going to catch up with the leaders. But if anything, just look at this, because Tara Rigney is now beginning to challenge the Chinese athlete now as they move through the third quarter. It's Rigney who's taken the rate up by 33 pips, strokes per minute against Liu at 32, and she's added to the boat speed, and it's Australia who is now taking the clear lead, Neve?
Absolutely, and we're seeing it across the board. The second half of the race, the Australians just completely up it and just move into those good positions and opening up water. And we're seeing that repeated now here again with Tara Rigney now fastest boat on the water, moving into that first position, coming up to 1,400 meters. Then back in second place, we have China. We have Liu Rikui there of China, back in that second position as it stands, and then in third we have Czech Republic. So first two boats going into the semis here now again. It does look like it is Australia and China at the moment, but as we saw in the last heat, absolutely anything can happen in those final few meters of the race. So 500 meters to go here. Tara Rigney looking very comfortable. She had a quick look across the course to see how far the other boats are from her. So she's keeping that rate up, keeping that speed up. Still the fastest boat out there at the moment. But just 6 meters now between herself and Liu of China. And then back in third, we have Czech Republic. Fourth position at the moment is Poland. And back in fifth, we have Chinese Taipei. But what I can see is happening here is Czech Republic is upping it ever so slightly. The rate is staying down, but the speed has come up, as well as Chinese Taipei. They're all trying to up it now at this stage of the race. But just less than 300 meters to go, we have Tara Rigney still holding on to that super lead there that she took over China, and Czech Republic in third. So let's see what happens in these late stages of the race. But at the moment, Tara Rigney looking very comfortable to take that first semi-final spot.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio per il talento australiano. Eccola là, Tara, classe 1999 in acqua numero 5, lei che continua a frullare in questa specialità del singolo, forte del bronzo conquistato lo scorso anno al campionato del mondo, con Repubblica Ceca e Cina per la seconda e terza piazza, solo le prime due per il passaggio del turno, e l'Australia ora ci crede sempre di più.
It's another great finish, as we predicted. Who's it going to go to? It looks like we're just going to get... it's going to be very close at the line. I think over on the far side, a real push from China won, but I think Tara Rigney of Australia won, just managing to hold on and get her ball across the line in first place. So just wait for confirmation there. Pretty sure it was Rigney of Australia won in first, and Liu, China won in second. So those will be the direct qualification semi-finalists, and that has been confirmed. We now have the first of 6 heats in the men's single sculls.
Ed ora abbiamo la prima di 6 qualificazioni riservate al singolo maschile.
33 crews across these 6 heats, with Canada, China 1, USA 1, Portugal, Monaco and Switzerland 2 contesting this first heat, Robert.
Yes, it's a huge entry, isn't it, Rob? And that means that it's the only event on the roster here in Varese that carries quarterfinals. So that's what these athletes are competing for in this very first round, where Trevor Jones is leading the way home for Canada over on the far side, closely followed by Canton Antonielli, the Monaco sculler, on the grandstand side in lane 5. Then in third position looks to be the American James Plihal in lane 3. And then we've got pretty much neck and neck between Andre Pinto of Portugal and Scott Bearlocker of Switzerland. Now, I think a little bit of an upset in the Switzerland squad. I think they had to pull out the quad in which Bearlocker was due to take part, so they're contesting the double and the single instead. But Bearlocker with his work cut out, trying to keep up with this cracking pace that is being set by the Canadian. So Trevor Jones for Canada still hanging on to that early lead, followed by Antonielli, and if anything, they have extended their margin ahead of Plihal of the USA. Niamh.
Absolutely, yeah. Canada just still holding on to that first position ahead of Monaco here in second place. Still early enough in the race that a lot can change here. First four boats will be going into the quarterfinals, so they're trying to make sure they get those spots. So at the moment it is Canada, Monaco, and then back in third position we have James Philhall of USA. Racing in the quad last year at the World Championships after moving into the single now this year. He is closely just ahead of Andre Pinto of Portugal. He finished 15th at the Europeans a number of weeks ago there. So at the moment it is looking like there is no catching at the moment. Anyway, Trevor Jones of Canada over on the far side, they're just coming up to me now at 1,500 meters, but still 500 meters to go. So we'll see if Quentin Antonelli can make a move here. He's certainly looking like he could at this stage of the race. Very little between these crews. So top 5 now gone through, and all crews now gone through the 1,500 meter mark. So Trevor Jones of Canada still leading it out of Quentin Antonelli of Monaco there, and we can see there in the middle of the field James Philhall of USA trying to up it a little bit. We can see there he's rating quite high there, 38 strokes a minute, and then back in that fourth position at the moment it is Andre Pinto. So they're the top 4 at the moment that look like they might book their spot into the quarter final. The other 2 crews will be contesting finals E or F, but as they approach 200 meters to go, I can see, looking across at the speeds, James Philhall there of USA really has upped it, and he's trying to move up through the field a little bit. He's currently in that third position, but Trevor Jones of Canada, it's all about him with about 150 meters to go, Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Always interesting to look further back, the race for 4th and 5th and that final qualification spot for the quarterfinals and a shot at the medals.
Una grande corsa, una corsa straordinaria nel singolo maschile con il Canada che prova ad allungare, ma attenzione perché all'esterno ancora la grande corsa solitaria per riuscire a mettere in sicurezza con gli Stati Uniti all'interno, una corsa davvero incisiva.
Yeah, it looks like Trevor Jones of Canada is just going to hold on to first place, but he's being pushed all the way down to the line from USA's James Fiel in lane 3. And in third place in lane 5 was Quentin Antonelli of Monaco and Andre Pinto of Portugal, taking that 4th quarterfinal spot. So the remaining crews won't have a chance of a medal, but they will contest the E or F finals.
Sul traguardo quindi Canada, Stati Uniti, poi Monaco.
Heat 2 of the men's single sculls has China 2 in lane 1, Korea in lane 2, Hungary in lane 3. It is the Côte d'Ivoire in lane 4, Belgium 1 in lane 5, that's Tim Brees, and for Sweden in lane 6, Eskil Borg. Robert, all yours.
Well, we've got another tense battle here between Belgium and Hungary because Petervari Molnar Bendeguz for Hungary in lane 3 is pretty much matching Tim Breese's stroke for Belgium in lane 5. Okay, Breese has the slight margin here, but those are the early leaders for the quarter-final ahead of the rest of the field. Behind him, well, it looks pretty much as though Eskil Borg on the grandstand side for Sweden is hanging on to third position ahead of Zhang Hanwen, another newcomer from China over on the far side. So those are the four scullers that in theory are set to qualify, because then we've got a little margin of clear water before we get to the Côte d'Ivoire sculler in lane 4, followed in 6th position by Kim Dong-yong of Korea. Now, the Korean athlete making 32 years of age. This is interesting because he's come right back into the international rowing scene. We haven't seen him since the Linz round of the World Championship some 4 years ago. So it's good to see him back in the mix. As the scullers now make their way through the third quarter, if anything, Breese has opened up a little further advantage ahead of Petervari Molnar. And Breese, in fact, has taken the red up to 31, ahead of Petervari Molnar at 28, and he's translating that into further boat speed. So, yes, indeed, the margin between those two is enlarging, but with 4 to go through to the quarter-final, the other two scullers still right in there with a chance. Okay, Neve, how's it looking from 1500?
It is looking pretty good here now. They're just coming into my view there now, and it is all about Tim Breese. As you said, he put on a bit of a push there as he passed you at the 1K mark and is opening up a lead now ahead of the Hungarian sculler. There's about 13 metres between the two of them there now, and then there's a great battle between third and fourth position at the moment. It is Eskil Borg of Sweden on the near side in lane 6, but close behind him it is from China. We have Zhang Hanwen there over on the far side in lane 1. So they're just passing here now, and it is Tim Breese of Belgium looking quite comfortable here in the lead. But there is 5 boats gone through now, not much between them. 4 of those will be going into the quarterfinals. So at the moment, you know, there's still about 400 meters to go. So as we have seen, particularly in the last few races, anything can happen in those last 200 or 300 meters. But Tim Breese there still looking quite comfortable. The Hungarian sculler is definitely trying to come back at him. He's upping his speed that little bit, keeping the rate down at 28 strokes a minute, which is very different to the Korean sculler then, who's rating at 38 at the moment. So it's very good to see all the different approaches that these scullers are taking. So they have about 250 meters to go at the moment. Again, great race going on. So at the moment, it is Belgium 1 in first place. We have Hungary in second. Then great race between Sweden and China 2 for that third and fourth spot. Côte d'Ivoire in that 5th position, and then Korea in 6th, Rob.
Thank you very much, Neve. Can Côte d'Ivoire make a push and overtake Zhang of China to qualify for the quarterfinals? We'll see. But out in front, it's still Tim Breese of Belgium.
Una grande prova per l'atleta del Belgio Tim Breese, classe 1992, è riuscito a trovare il giusto giro, sta cercando di andare a prendere ancora una volta la corsa, ma attenzione al centro del percorso, l'attacco decisissimo per l'Ungheria.
A terrific race between these leaders here, and in fact it's a complete change up at the front with Petervari Molnar of Hungary taking first place as Tim Breese slips back into second ahead of Eskil Borg of Sweden in third, and I think fourth place, or just await confirmation of that. I think it's probably going to be Zhang of China. So those are the 4 quarterfinalists in the men's singles sculls. Third heat well underway. Australia, USA 2, Algeria, Finland, Denmark and the Czech Republic contesting this one, Robert.
Precisely so, and no surprise to see Sverre Nilsson of Denmark leading the way home. He narrowly missed out on a medal at the Europeans 3 weeks ago, silver medalist against a pretty small field at Zagreb the previous occasion, but here he is with a clear water advantage leading the field at the halfway mark. Now the best of the rest, well, that's Andrew Leroux for the USA over on the far side, just by a whisker or so ahead of the Czech sculler Thomas Sisma on the grandstand side in lane 1. Then we've got Naukarinen of Finland, followed over on the far side by Henry Yule of Australia, and trailing the field is Zouad of Algeria in lane 3. But as we've seen in the last race, anything can happen in the closing stages. But certainly at the moment, Denmark's Sverre Nilsson looking to just sit on that lead. He's got that little clear water advantage. He's in that dominant position. And not only that, but he's in a position where he can glance back at the other 5 scullers and match any move that they might make, so that should there be a struggle for those qualifying places, then he is well placed to respond and really turn on the burners. So Nielsen of Denmark leading the way home and down to 1500 and Neve.
This is going to be another great battle for those first 4 places into the quarterfinals, because there are 5 boats contesting very closely together for those 4 spots, as you mentioned there, Robert. Sverre Nilsson of Denmark, he has a nice lead there over USA 2 Andrew Leroux, who is sitting in that 2nd position at the moment. He's actually the fastest boat out there at the moment, and I know he is coming for Denmark there, and he is eating into the little bit of a lead that Denmark has since the start of this race. So the top 5 boats have all passed me here now at 1500 meters. Great race now for those 3rd and 4th spots at the moment. In that 3rd spot, it is Czech Republic Thomas Sisma there, sitting in 3rd. As it stands, as they pass the 1600 meter, it is Australia in that 4th spot, with Finland in 5th, but we've seen anything can change in these late stages. And then in 6th position, we have the sculler from Algeria. But at the moment, it is still Sverre Nilsson of Denmark who is holding on to that lead. 10 meters, he has definitely upped his speed, trying to hold on to the lead as he heads into his final 200 meters of this race. So in 2nd place, Andrew Leroux still looking quite comfortable in that 2nd position. It is Czech Republic in 3rd. Finland have moved into that 4th position now, with Australia moving back to 5th. So we can see there Finland, Joel Naukarinen, another good strong coastal rower after moving into that quarterfinal spot, and looks like he's even coming up to that that 3rd position, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. That's a great push there from the Finnish athlete.
Un bellissimo arrivo, vedete ancora l'assalto, ancora l'attacco, la Danimarca all'esterno, cercano gli Stati Uniti di trovare il giusto giro, ma è la corsa solitaria dell'atleta danese, di fatto va ancora una volta a premiare il talento assoluto.
So coming down to the line then, it's Nilsson of Denmark who takes 1st place. And in 2nd, it's Leroux of the USA. 3rd place, listen to that hooter going off. It is Naukarinen of Finland. What a terrific push from him, meaning Sisma of Czech Republic is 4th, if I've got that order correct. But those will be the 4 crews. That is indeed how it's finished. Nilsson of Denmark, Leroux of the USA, Naukarinen of Finland, and Sisma of the Czech Republic are the 4 crews through to the quarterfinals. Heat number 4 of the men's single sculls. Germany 2, France 2, Netherlands, Japan and Norway. Robert?
And it's Japan once again that's leading the way in the men's singles, just as we saw Yonekawa lead the way home in the women's single sculls heat. But let's hope that their male sculler does not have the same unhappy last 200 meters that Yonekawa did just a few races ago. Arakawa, who contested the Olympics on his home water on the Sea Forest Waterway 2 years ago, just maintaining a narrow lead, and then we've got a tense battle between Valentin Onfroy of France, who is absolutely level with Wiebert Rustenburg of the Netherlands in lanes 2 and 3. Behind them, on the near side, it's Chetil Borch. Now, that is a big surprise because the Olympic silver medalist is in theory lagging on the field, or is he simply content to sit there in what is in theory the 4th qualifying position? Yes, and as they move through the halfway mark, of course, with 5 scullers taking part, it's one of those races where it pays not to be last. And the pressure point on the athlete who's making his international debut, I think, Julius Rommelmann for Germany over on the far side. Well, if anything, the margins are closing up as the 4 qualifiers content to do a little bit of minor jockeying for position here, but it's still Arakawa of Japan leading the way. Neve.
Yeah, they've held on to that lead, but again, we're seeing lots of changes in the final 500 metres or so of the races. But he is still holding on to that lead, fastest moving boat and rating at the 37 strokes per minute mark. So he's comfortable at the moment as it stands in that first position. Currently in second now it is Norway, Borch there of Norway, and then in third we have France to Valentin Onfroy sitting in third. Putting in a bit of a push here now as well, and then we have Netherlands Rustenburg in that 4th position and Germany 2 in 5th. Top 4 boats again going straight into that quarter final. So at the moment it is looking like it will be those boats. So they're just coming into my view here, looking out the window at them, and Japan looking very comfortable here now as they pass 1,500 metre in this race, 500 to go. But putting on a bit of a push now, it is both Norway and France doing their best to make sure that they stay as close as they can to Japan in these stages of the race. But Arakawa of Japan there again just responding. As you mentioned in the last race, Robert, it's such a good position to be in where you're looking back at the other rowers in the field, because if they respond, you can also respond. So it's an ideal place to be, really. And you can see that there, that he has responded any time somebody else has come for him. So Japan is still leading it out at the moment. Then in that second place, it is still Norway. Great race then between France and Netherlands for that 3rd and 4th spot. And then Germany back in 5th. I'm not sure it'll be as big of a race as it was last time, Rob. Japan look quite comfortable here now leading it out.
They do, and those first 4 places look fairly well set, don't they? Germany look like they're now out of the running.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio costruito durante tutto il percorso per l'atleta del Giappone, che ancora una volta si trova davanti al vice campione olimpico in carica per la Norvegia, che sta ritrovando la giusta forma e inizia a frullare molto bene. Chetil Borch in questo momento prova in corsia numero 5 a ridurre il gap con il resto della corsa, ed è così che si vola verso il traguardo con un eccellente margine. Attenzione, si guarda a sinistra il talento della Norvegia, ma il Giappone è saldamente solo davanti.
Arakawa's got this. He's holding it all the way down to the line. That's an impressive finish for him. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, well, they're still up for grabs, but I think 2nd is just going to go to Rustenburg of the Netherlands. 3rd place is going to go to Onfroy of France too, with Chetil Borch of Norway coming home in 4th. And he looks like he's pretty glad that race is over. Heat 5 sees France 1 in lane 1, that's Théophile Onfroy. In lane 2 for Israel is Danny Friedman. In lane 3, Belgium 2, that's Aaron Andries. In lane 4 for Tunisia, Mohamed Tayeb. And for Germany 1 in lane 5 is Oliver Zeidler. Robert.
Yes, we've seen so many nations split up their traditional crews for a variety of reasons. So here we have Théophile Onfroy. We just saw his brother Valentin take part in the previous heat. But on this occasion, Onfroy having to play second fiddle to the legendary Ollie Zeidler, the world champion. Now, Zeidler had a little bit of a hiccup at the Europeans 3 weeks ago in Bled. He could only manage the bronze medal, but then, as we know, he has these unhappy days, just as he did at last year's Europeans on his home water in Munich. But here in his opening heat in Varese, making absolutely no bones about it, he has gone out powerfully to a clear water advantage at the halfway mark. And as we've said repeatedly, if you're out there with a serious lead, you can simply match any move that the tail enders make as they scrap it out for the minor placings. Onfra indeed is hanging on to second place. Then we've got Danny Fridman of Israel level with Mohamed Taib of Tunisia. So the pressure point at this relatively early stage is on the Belgian sculler in the centre lane 3, Aaron and Dries. Good to see Danny Fridman back in competition. We haven't seen too much of him over the last several seasons, ever since the 2019 World Championships, where he missed a qualification place for the Tokyo Olympics, but came back into the Europeans and contested the minor placings. But no doubt about the leader as the 5 scullers unravel this third quarter here of the 2K course on Lake Varese. Ollie Zeidler extends his lead. Neve.
Absolutely no doubt about this, the lead of this race, but great battle happening for the 3 positions that will go through to the quarterfinal along with Zeidler, as long as nothing happens there. There is very little separating all 4 crews here. We have France, we have Israel, we have Belgium 2, and we have Tunisia. Very little, just meters, mere meters separating all crews at this stage. They're very much matching each other's speed. Not much change there between them. And if anything, Ollie there is actually the slowest moving boat at the moment, probably conserving a little bit of energy here in these hot conditions here in Lake Varese. So he is now leading it out nice and comfortably. He had over 30 metres of a lead. It's down to around 20 metres now. We're seeing over on the far side, Théophile Onfra from France. He is now comfortably in that second position, just passing my window here. And then in that third spot, kind of moving up through the field, really, we have Mohamed Taib, Tunisia, very strong in his beach sprints rowing as well. And he is currently in that third position. And then great battle again between Danny Fridman of Israel and Aaron Andries of Belgium 2. Still too early at this stage, about 350 metres or so to go, but it is so close at this stage. France now, Onfra has 14 metres now, just down from Zeidler, who had, as I said, over 30 metres of a lead there earlier. We're seeing the boat speeds increase across the course now. Everyone really vying to get those spots in that quarterfinal. So 5 boats on the course, only 4 of them will be going straight into the quarterfinal. So at the moment, it does look like it is Belgium who is in that 4th position, but there is still enough water for anything to happen, Rob.
Yes, indeed. You don't want to finish last because that puts you outside the opportunity to claim a medal here. So it's all to play for at the back.
Ed è bellissimo vedere il talento della Germania, Oliver Zeidler, continuare la sua corsa inarrestabile verso il traguardo, la lotta poi al centro del percorso per tutte le altre piazze, 5 contendenti per 4 posizioni, ma Oliver Zeidler ancora una volta si guarda a sinistra e saluta gli avversari con la mano, andando a vincere la sua prova.
A great push to the finish line from Oliver Zeidler of Germany. He takes it by half a length from, I think it's Théophile Onfroy of France, one over on the far side. A really tight finish there for the rest of those places. We'll just get to confirmation. Oliver Zeidler in first, Théophile Onfroy of France in second. It's that 4th, 5th place finish we want to confirm. Andries of Belgium pushed through to finish in third. And I think Danny Fridman probably just took that 4th spot. He did, ahead of Taib Mohamed Taib of Tunisia, who will be in the E or F final. So on to the 6th and final of our men's single sculls heats. That's gone pretty quickly, hasn't it? Poland 1 in lane 1, Brazil in lane 2, Paraguay in 3, Azerbaijan in lane 4, and Italy 1 in lane 5. Another tight one here, Robert?
Yes, but no doubt about the leader. It's Lucas Vertain Ferreira for Brazil, who has a narrow lead over the Italian sculler David Mumolo on the grandstand side in lane 5. Then in the third qualifying position at the moment, well, that's Piotr Plominski for Poland in lane 1, who's just got the edge of Bachman Naziri of Azerbaijan. So the pressure point on Javier Insfran of Paraguay in the centre lane. Now, we don't see much of the Paraguayan sculler on the European circuit, so I suspect he's right in here to get some idea of his boat speed as he's looking to qualify that particular boat at the Latin American Olympic qualification regatta that will take place over the coming months. Well, even as I'm describing the scene, in fact, the field is closing up a little, and Vertain Ferreira is facing some pressure now from Mumolo, and as the third quarter opens up, it was briefly Mumolo that took the lead here in this sixth heat of the men's single sculls, but the Brazilian has fought back, and it just comes on the stroke now. As each sculler takes a stroke, he gets his bow ball in front, so it's real nip and tuck stuff now, and what that's done is to see them open up a further advantage ahead of Plominski in third position with Naziri in fourth. So to continue, the pressure point on Insfran of Paraguay. Now, can he play catch-up? Niamh?
There is definitely still enough of the course there to play catch up, but it is brilliant to see the Italian rower David Mumolo move into that first position here with about just shy of 600 meters left in this race. So he's just hanging into that first position ahead of Lucas of Brazil there. Then in that third spot, we have Peter Plominski of Poland over on the far side in lane 1. And fourth in, we have Azerbaijan. We have Bahman Nasri of Azerbaijan, and then back in fifth, so at the moment just out of contention for that quarterfinal spot, we have Paraguay. So they're just passing me here now, and Mumolo of Italy looking very comfortable. He's just looking over his shoulder to the left to see where the rest of the scullers are. So knows he has 500 meters to go, so he's definitely putting on that little bit of a push. Again, they really want to set down their marker, let everybody else know where they are in the field. So he is now opening up that little bit more of a lead ahead of Brazil, who are sitting in second. Third, it is currently Poland. Fourth, then Azerbaijan, and fifth we have Paraguay. So it does look like those first four spots might be sewn up here as they head towards 300 meters to go. Looking at the speeds across the board though, Brazil now, Lucas Vertain Ferreira putting in a big push here now. He is upping his speed ever so slightly now, matching David Mumolo of Italy. So let's see if the home crowd can get Italy over the line in that first place. As it stands, Italy 1, Brazil 2, and Poland in 3. Rob.
Thank you very much. And then it looks like Naziri of Azerbaijan in fourth has probably got that last qualification spot for the quarterfinals sewn up, because I think Insfran of Paraguay has fallen too far back now.
Bellissima prova per lo scaler azzurro Davide Mumolo, che trova la sua dimensione, classe 1994, ha iniziato a fare canottaggio nel 2006 ed eccolo qua, il 19 volte campione d'Italia che cerca di volare via allungando il margine di vantaggio. Lui, professionista delle fiamme oro, la vuole mettere subito in sicurezza perché il sogno in singolo è grandissimo ed eccolo qui. Il nostro azzurro ormai solitario alla vittoria della qualificazione.
Can Mumolo hold on to take first place? He can. He saw the threat from Brazil over in lane 2. He's taken it by half a length from Vertain Ferreira of Brazil in second. In third place, it's Poland's Piotr Plominski, and that fourth place goes to Naziri of Azerbaijan. Those four are through to the quarterfinals of the men's single sculls. Next up, we have 3 heats in the lightweight women's double sculls.
Cambiamo specialità, ci spostiamo nel mondo dei pesi leggeri con l'unica specialità di riferimento, il doppio PL femminile in questo caso.
Heat 1, Switzerland 2 is in lane 1, Japan in lane 2, USA 2 in lane 3, Olympic silver medalist from France in lane 4, Canada in lane 5, Germany in lane 6. They're heading your way, Robert Trahan-Jones.
They are indeed, and all eyes on the French Olympic medalists Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais in lane 4, because they have just taken this race by the scruff of the neck and are extending their lead stroke by stroke as the second quarter unfolds. But Jill Moffat and Jennifer Casson, the Canadians alongside them in lane 5, determined that they're not going to get away with it. These are the two most experienced doubles on the course right now. In third position, well, you've got to cross a little gap of clear water to get back to Burson and Jones, the new American combination in lane 3. But it's only the first two across the line that will qualify direct for the semi-finals. And it's France and Canada, as I say, who've opened up clear water ahead of the rest of the field. The Americans really working it hard through the intermediate timing position, staying ahead of Alina Roll and Olivia Nacht over on the far side for Switzerland. They are in 4th. Then we've got the Reichhardt twins for Germany on the grandstand side in lane 6. They are currently lying in 5th position, and Japan in 6th. Well, as I said, Tarantula and Beauvais really are a class act. Silver medal on the Sea Forest Waterway 2 years ago. Narrowly missed out on a medal at last year's World Championships. Then they opened their account for this year at the Europeans 3 weeks ago. Took the bronze medal on that occasion to set themselves up here for the World Cup here in Varese. France continuing to lead the field. Niamh.
Yeah, they're really setting down a marker here across the rest of the field. It's amazing the lead the top two boats have opened up now across everyone else. First two going into that semi-final at the moment, it is France and Canada. Canada definitely putting in a big fight here as well. They are rating 35 against France's 34, but speeds are kind of going back and forth between them. They're quite similar. The Canadians were that little bit faster, but France, I know, are responding there now as well, trying to hold on to that first position. At the moment then, it is USA 2, Borson and Jones there sitting in 3rd spot, and a great race then between Germany on the near side and Switzerland on the far side there. Very little separating both crews there, rating quite high there, 37 strokes a minute both crews. They've just passed me here now and looking very comfortable. It is France. They are opening up that little bit of a lead now ahead of Canada, but Canada are making sure they're staying within touching distance of them to make sure they get that spot in the semi-final. And then USA 2 comfortably in that 3rd spot, and it does look like Germany now have moved up into the 4th spot ahead of Switzerland, back to Japan then in 6th. But as they start to approach about 250 metres or so to go, France and Canada matching each other's speed. Canada have that higher rating around that 37 strokes a minute. So let's see if they can lessen down the gap there that France have had since the very start, really. And both crews now, because they're pushing each other on so much, they're just opening up a massive lead across the rest of the field. So it is still USA 2 in that 3rd spot ahead of Germany, Switzerland and Japan. Rob.
Yeah, France and Canada then with these semi-final spots. Then the remaining crews, if it stays that way, will have to go again in the reps.
Ed ecco quindi la Francia con le vice campionesse olimpiche che aumentano ancora la loro grande azione. L'obiettivo è quello di mettere subito in chiaro le regole del gioco per l'intera stagione, ed ecco che insieme al Canada volano via con una Francia scatenata, a conferma dell'eccellente stato di forma di questo duo.
France take it home, and nicely done too, finishing 2.5 lengths clear of Canada, I beg your pardon, who take 2nd place. So those are the two crews who will go through directly to the AB semi-finals. The Remainers will be in action in the repechage for another opportunity to do so. Heat 2 of the lightweight women's double sculls. It's Poland, Hong Kong, Italy, China 1, USA 1, Chinese Taipei. They're heading away, Robert.
They are indeed, and leading the field, Michelle Sexter and Molly Reckford for the USA, last year's silver medalist, the previous year the Olympic finalist, so very much the crew to watch as they cruise ahead of this six-boat field, looking for another 2 places in the semi-finals. The best of the rest at this relatively early stage, well, that's Zhu and Hui of China in the lane alongside the Americans, but they are about half a length astern, then a further half length back. Crosio and Cesarini for Italy, pushing the Chinese hard. They've got plenty of capability there to take one of the qualifying slots. Then we've got a little gap of clear water before we get to Sobocinska and Kalinowska of Poland over on the far side. They are in 4th position. And then really we have got quite a gap of clear water before we get to the Hong Kong-China lineup in lane 2 and trailing the field Chinese Taipei in lane 6. Well, as is so often the case, as I'm describing the scene, what happens is that the leaders at the halfway mark, they rethink their race pattern. They want to establish a further lead ahead of the rest of the field. And that's exactly what the Americans have done to increase their margin, to try and stave off any late challenge that the rest of the field might make as the third quarter unfolds. So the USA continuing to lead China. Neve.
They are indeed, Robert, yes, but I don't think it's over quite yet for China there. They are holding on to that second position very comfortably ahead of Italy now in that 3rd spot. Top 2 again going straight into the semi-finals. So I know Italy are going to be putting on a big race here now into the final 600 metres here to try and get one of those semi-final spots. But at the moment, USA, as you mentioned, they're in a great position to be able to respond to anyone, and we can see they're upping their speed ever so slightly just to make sure they maintain that lead that they have over China. But China within touching distance of them now as they pass me here at 1500 meters. USA looking so sharp there. Their catches are just so sharp. I'm seeing the splashes of the water here, and they are really doing all they can now to open up the lead that they have over China, which they are doing indeed. And then Italy now falling back ever so slightly. I think it's because USA and China are pushing each other on a little bit. So they're opening up the gap ahead of Italy now, who are in 3rd. Then we have Poland in 4th, Hong Kong, China in that 5th position, and Chinese Taipei in 6th. So there's about 350 meters to go. USA still keeping that speed up. They are still the fastest moving boat out there, and they are just opening up the lead that they have now. So I'm not sure, did China do too much there and they're falling back a little bit, or USA just seem to have the stamina to keep going because they are just staying really steady with their stroke rate of 36 strokes a minute, but they're maintaining that speed that they've kept right down throughout the course. So now with a 20-meter lead, it is USA opening it up over China, who are looking to book that second semi-final spot ahead of Italy and Poland now, where there's a great battle happening between. And then we have Hong Kong, China and Chinese Taipei. Rob?
Yeah, probably a little bit too late for Italy to challenge for one of those 2 qualifications spots.
Sicuramente ora è troppo tardi, come diceva Rob, per il rientro dell'Italia, perché la corsa è solitaria per la coppia degli Stati Uniti d'America davanti alla Cina.
So coming down to the line, it is USA 1 in first place, 2.5 lengths or so ahead of China 1 in second. Those are the semi-finalists, and the remaining crews will contest the repechage for their opportunity once again to qualify for the semi-finals. On to the third and final heat then of the lightweight women's double sculls. It's Great Britain in lane 1, Indonesia in lane 2. In lane 3, it's China 2, Australia in lane 4, and Peru in lane 5. And any early leaders that you can detect, Robert? I think I might have a clue.
Well, as a non-rowing man, Rob, I bow to your superior knowledge. In predictable fashion, surely, the world and European champions Emily Craig and Imogen Grant are leading the field as the second quarter unfolds for Great Britain. They've established quite a lead ahead of second place Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman for Australia, unchanged from the lineup that contested last year's World Championships, but finished down the rankings in 10th place on that occasion. And the pace from these two leading doubles has opened up quite a gap of clear water against the rest of the field. The best of the rest, well, that's the new Chinese combination in lane 3, Zhang and Hu. Then we've got over on the far side, Peru and Indonesia, pretty much level pegging. No, I think Peru, the Palacios twins on the grandstand side, I think they have the edge in 4th place. But of course, as we've said so often, only the leading 2 across the line will qualify direct for the semi-final. And Craig and Grant looking very strong indeed out there ahead of Australia, who have that clear water advantage ahead of China in 3rd position. For their part, we feel sure Indonesia and Peru here to gain some idea of their boat speed. I think it's worth a mention of the various continental qualification regattas that take place over the next year and 18 months leading up to the Paris Olympics, because not all nations will qualify by virtue of their finishing places at the World Championships in Belgrade later this year. Less developed parts of the rowing globe also have their own private, if you like, qualification regattas, and those will take place in Asia, in Latin America, and indeed in Africa. And that gives some the chance for some nations that we don't see as regularly on the European-based circuit, the chance to qualify for this pinnacle of rowing achievement at the Olympics. So Great Britain continue to lead Australia. How's it looking from you, Neve?
Yeah, it's looking incredibly impressive here by Great Britain. They've held on to that speed, held on to that rate throughout the whole course now. They're just coming up towards me now at 1,500 metres, and it's really impressive to see them over the far side of the course here, just dominating this heat. It is the final heat of the lightweight women's double sculls, 3rd heat. So yeah, again, not only are they looking to make a mark in this heat, but across the board in all 3 heats of the lightweight women's double sculls, and they're certainly doing that here, staying well ahead now of 2nd place Australia, who are just that little bit slower in their boat speed compared to Great Britain. Then in that 3rd spot, it is at the moment People's Republic of China 2. Then we have Peru in 4th and Indonesia in 5th. The speed of Great Britain just dropping ever so slightly, but I think they certainly have such a big lead at this stage that there's nothing to fear here. And they are still one of the fastest moving boats out there alongside People's Republic of China 2, who are putting in a big push here. But it is just the top 2 boats going through to the semi-final. So at the moment, Great Britain looking at very comfortable here as they head towards you there, Rob, with Australia looking like they're going to take that 2nd spot.
I think you've got that spot on. It looks like China too far back now, really, unless something awful happens to the Australian boat, or indeed the British one, with Peru behind China and then Indonesia bringing up the rear.
Un vantaggio assoluto, un vantaggio pennellato. Guardate che spettacolo, la Gran Bretagna che riesce ancora una volta a costruire una progressione stratosferica verso il traguardo. Si vede il tocco del nuovo capo allenatore della squadra femminile, Andrew Rundle, un vantaggio eccezionale per andare alla vittoria di questo doppio PL.
A really comfortable looking row for Great Britain, who've eased up coming down to the finish line. Emily Craig and Imogen Grant coming through 4 or 5 lengths ahead of Australia in 2nd place. Those are the 2 crews directly through to the AB semi-finals. Remaining crews will go again via the repechage. So now we move on to the lightweight men's double sculls.
Ed ora noi ci spostiamo con le qualificazioni del doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
14 athletes across 3 heats, with China 1, France, Germany, Hong Kong, China and Japan in this first heat. Any early signs happening here of the way this race might pan out, Robert?
Yeah, well, it's a difficult one, and I wonder how the seeding committee made their selections, because there's relatively little form to go on with these crews in the current lineup. But no doubt about the leaders, Paul Lerkamp and Jonathan Rommelmann for Germany take the early advantage in the centre lane 3, marginally ahead of a little private battle going on between Hugo Bory and Ferdinand Ludwig for France, who are pretty much level with Fan and Sun for China. And even as I'm describing the scene, the Chinese have gone for a bit of a burn there and have taken away the French advantage and have even overhauled Germany. So the 1, 2, 3, as the third quarter opens up, is China, Germany, France, or is it? No, because Lerkamp and Rommelmann have responded in kind. They've taken the rate up to 38 against China at 37. They are matching their boat speed, and it's nip and tuck stuff here on the power of the stroke now, so that we really have got a cracking race on our hands. But don't forget, we've changed the qualification rules again. It's the leading 3 across the line that will qualify direct. I think it's as the third quarter unfolds, yes, we've got China, France and Germany in the frame, but of course, as I said earlier, they want the psychological advantage of having crossed the line in first position to set them up even better for the semi-final that will surely come their way. The pressure from that leading trio, well, that has seen them draw further and further away from fourth place Japan and fifth placed Hong Kong, China.
That psychological advantage that you mentioned there, Robert, it's so important, I think, particularly in these heats where there's so many entries, but just, you know, it's very obvious now, the top 3 boats, they look to be very comfortably into the semi-finals, but just having that edge and knowing that you put everything you could into your heat and getting in as high a position as possible just sets you up for an even better race in your semi-final, I think, anyway. So, yes, you are right, it is still China. People's Republic of China are still holding on to that lead, and it is going stroke for stroke between France and Germany. China still the fastest moving boat out there. They've held a really good speed right throughout the course, but with less than 400 meters to go, we'll see if they went out too hard or if they can maintain it for those final meters. Amazing race here between France and Germany. France definitely the faster of the 2 boats. Their race is that little bit lower. Germany have gone down in speed ever so slightly. Their rate is 38, so let's see if they can start to increase their speed that little bit. But as they go into the final 200 meters of the race, it is People's Republic of China 1 leading it out ahead of France now, who've comfortably moved into second ahead of Germany in third, and then we have Japan and Hong Kong, China in that 5th position, Rob.
Yeah, it's 2 separate races now, really, isn't it? China, France, Germany, and then Hong Kong, China, and Japan at the back.
Un vantaggio assoluto, vedete 3 imbarcazioni praticamente a contendersi le prime 3 piazze, Cina, Francia e Germania, che oramai vanno verso il traguardo con una Cina davvero stratosferica, Varese.
China 1 coming down to take first place, then they're just easing off a little bit. They'll take it by a length and a half ahead of France in lane 2, and just a length and a half behind them, couple of lengths maybe, is Germany. That's the 1, 2, 3 for the automatic qualification spots for the semi-finals. On to Heat 2 then, and it's Italy who take up lane 1 alongside Hungary in 2, USA 2 in lane 3, Belgium 1 in lane 4, Belgium 2 in lane 5. How do you see this one, Robert?
I think it's Belgium and friends taking part here in this second heat of the lightweight men's doubles. But right now, good news for the home crowd here in Varese, because it's the European silver medalists, Oppo and Soares, who lead the way home for Italy over on the far side in lane 1. Second position is being maintained by Colpert and von Sontwege, the leading Belgian crew in lane 4. And then we've got a little private battle going on for third position between the new combination for Hungary, Vencel Galso and Tamas Benche, and for the USA, the second American boat, Jasper Liu and Zachary Heese in lane 3. So it's a little bit of a reshuffle going on in as the second quarter unfolds, but Oppo and Suarez really capitalizing on that European medal. Obviously, the seeded crew in this second heat of the lightweight men's doubles looking to establish a clear advantage that will stand them in good stead as the second half unfolds, because they don't want any surprises and they're leaving the tail enders to fight it out for themselves. Belgium still maintaining the edge over the USA, who begin to move ahead of Hungary for the first time in this race. There is about half a canvas in it between second, third and fourth. It really is that close. Belgium, though, moving up on the USA, Hungary slipping back into fourth, but really anything could happen as during the third quarter, which is when a lot of the race tactics kick in now, because as I said earlier, okay, the leading crew wants to establish a clearer advantage to keep them well out of trouble, but of course if a crew is down at the halfway mark, that's when they really need to rethink their race strategy. What's it going to take inside the third quarter to make a real difference and capitalize on the second half of the race. Oppo and Suarez maintaining the advantage then, but being held, they haven't opened up a further edge of clear water. It is still nip and tuck between the USA and Belgium for second and third. So the pressure point still on the Hungarians, but they are being left. They haven't quite got the boat speed that the leading trio is putting in. So Oppo and Suarez dictating this race, Niamh.
Incredible race happening here now, and it's actually the both in fifth position. So Belgium too, they were there in that part of the race, the fastest moving boat across all five boats there. So they're young rowers. They were racing under 23 last year at the Worlds. Stroke there, Vivi Thibault was first in the lightweight men's singles, and bow we have Mil Bloemert was second, or he was racing in the doubles there now. So to see that young crew here put it up against the rest of them here is amazing to see. But at the moment, as they went past me there, it is still Italy holding on to that lead. And as you mentioned, Robert, USA 2 and Belgium 1, they are going stroke for stroke here. It is Belgium 1 that is moving that little bit quicker. USA is rating higher, but any time one of them increases their speed, the other one goes for 2. I guess that's the advantage of having each other side by side, that you can nearly hear the other crew's calls and you know when they're going to go. But Belgium still with that faster speed now as they head to about 200 meters to go. So Italy now still leading it out, but let's see if this battle between USA 2 and Belgium 1 if they can break down the lead that Italy have over them now throughout most of this race, Rob.
Thank you very much. They do all look fairly comfortable, I think, of making those semi-finals. Hungary probably just a little bit too far back now.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio per la coppia azzurra, Stefano Oppo, Gabriel Soares, insieme ancora una volta a suonare la sinfonia, la musica più bella. Cercano all'interno comunque di rientrare sia il Belgio che gli Stati Uniti, ma i nostri azzurri non lasciano nemmeno le briciole agli avversari, perché quando la gara inizia nel modo giusto, eccolo lì, Gabriel Soares a capovoga a lanciare la volata conclusiva.
Italy are going to take it, but it's such a big race for second and third that they didn't have much clear water. In fact, none. They win it by half a length from Belgium 1, who overtook USA 2 for second. So it's Italy first, Belgium 1 in second, USA 2 in third. They're all through to the semi-finals. The remaining crews will, of course, contest the repechage. On to the third and final heat of the lightweight men's double sculls. Lane 1 is China 2. In lane 2, it is Switzerland, the World Rowing Cup leaders and European champions. Australia in lane 3, USA 1 in lane 4. And it looks pretty much like a straight line at around 600 meters. Maybe Switzerland just have the edge. Robert, what can you see?
I think you're right. I think Jan Schäuble and Rafael Ahumada Ireland do in fact have the edge, but it is so close. All four doubles within about half a canvas of each other, and this is turning out to be a cracking third heat of the lightweight men's doubles, because as with the previous heats, only the three leaders across the line will qualify direct for the semi-final. I suppose the disappointment, Schäuble and Ahumada Ireland have had the season all to themselves so far. They picked up the gold against a excuse me, a small field at Zagreb. Then they picked up the European title 3 weeks ago. So we are being denied yet again the opportunity to see the Swiss double go up against the world champions from Ireland. But of course, Paul O'Donovan's medical exams have to take priority at this part of the season. So I think we're going to have to wait for Lucerne in 3 weeks' time to see that thrilling encounter. But at the halfway mark, it is the Swiss by about a third of a length ahead of Oscar McGuinness and Sean Murphy of Australia. Then in third position, Sam Melvin and James McCulloch for the USA, another new combination, just maintaining the edge over Yao and Zhu over on the far side for China. Well, I say just maintaining the edge, even as I'm describing the scene. I think China got their bow ball back in front, so that's where the real fight is here for that third qualifying place for the semi-final. So what was a close encounter some 500 meters back, the Swiss competition has really opened up the margin now, but not by much. McGuinness and Murphy doing well to hold the European champions to account. They're not letting them get away with it. So the 1-2, Switzerland leading Australia, but all to play for in this battle between China and the USA. Niamh.
Yes, Robert, you said you were missing Ireland there, but if you look across the names on the course there, we have an Ireland in the Switzerland boat, we have a McGuinness and a Murphy in the Australian boat, and a McCulloch in the USA boat. So we're well represented here for sure. But yes, leading it out, it is still Switzerland. They have actually increased their speed now as they head towards 600 metres to go in this race, just opening up the lead that they have ahead of Australia. Oscar McGuinness, Sean Murphy there, holding on to second position. But as we've seen Australia put in such a big effort into that final 500 metres, so let's see if they can come in a bit closer then to Switzerland in the late stages of this race. Then in that third spot at the moment, it is Samuel Melvin and James McCulloch of USA, and then back in fourth, just after falling back ever so slightly, it is People's Republic of China. But there is about 350 metres to go here, so let's see what happens. But Switzerland still really very much holding on to that lead, keeping the speed up as much as they can, rating 38 strokes a minute. But we can see Australia starting to put in their push now. They're gone up to over 41 strokes per minute. They still haven't matched the speed of Switzerland yet, so I'm not sure if they'll be able to get any closer to Switzerland at this stage of the race. But great race here between USA and Australia for that second and third spot, and then about 10 metres back to People's Republic of China. But at the moment, it is Switzerland, USA, I think, just ahead of Australia, Rob.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Switzerland and then the rest, isn't it, really, the way this race is shaping up right now in the closing stages.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio, una Svizzera che oltre aver vinto la qualificazione del due senza vuole vincere anche il doppio pesi leggeri, sicuramente un eccezionale lavoro ancora in campo e la Svizzera senza indugio.
Oh, it could be all change here. Australia could be leaving this a bit late. They're being challenged. Fierce is a terrific sprint from the line here from a USA one who take it. Australia just hang on to take that third spot because they were being challenged by China too over in lane one, but they weren't quite able to keep that challenge going. So it's Switzerland, USA and Australia who are through to the AB semi-finals. It's a repechage then for China too. We now move on to the women's quadruple sculls.
Cambiamo ora specialità, ci spostiamo alla prima qualificazione del 4 di coppia femminile.
11 crews across 2 heats, starting with heat 1 in lane 1, China 2. In lane 2, China 1. In lane 3, Germany, Italy in lane 4, France in lane 5, Switzerland in lane 6. They're only just getting underway now at around the 200-meter mark. Very little to separate these crews. Perhaps China 1 getting off to the quickest start here, but as I say, not much in it. Also Germany with a fairly decent start as well. France up there with the leaders, and then it's Italy.
Una partenza davvero esplosiva per la Cina, che si è subito portata al comando cercando di mettere in difficoltà Francia, Italia e poi ancora all'esterno la grande determinazione della Svizzera. Una gara molto vicina, con grande attenzione sulle azzurre: Valentini Seppi, Laura Meriano, Veronica Lisi e Stefania Gobbi. Questa formazione azzurra che appunto agli europei fu quarta, vuole scrollarsi di dosso la medaglia di legno e lo sta facendo benissimo in questa prima parte di gara. Vi ricordo che solo il primo va in finale A, gli altri dovranno transitare dai recuperi. Lì davanti c'è la Cina, poi la Germania, terza piazza in questo momento per la Francia.
Goodness me, it's close at 500 meters with just over 2 seconds separating the first 5 boats. People's Republic of China 2 a little bit further back, but really it's anybody's race, and it will be interesting to see what kind of tactic these crews take on, Robert, with just the first qualifying for the A final.
Yes, I suppose for me the surprise is that the leading Chinese boat hasn't got further away from the rest of the field. They're coming into this World Cup as the reigning Olympic and world champions, unchanged from the lineups that took gold on both those very special occasions. Yes, they took the early lead, but they're not having things all their own way, as we've seen from the situation you described at the intermediate timing signal, with only 2 seconds separating the leading 5 boats. That's not the sort of dominance that I might have expected. But they're powering their way up to the halfway mark and kicking in hard, trying to eke out a further advantage and stake their claim to that one and only direct qualifying place in the A final, followed by Germany. In second position. I think the Germans have just got the edge over Switzerland on the grandstand side. Then we've got France, I think, have just got the edge over Italy for 4th position, with about 2.5 lengths now separating the leading 5 quads. The only tail enders somewhat off the race pace, well, that's the second Chinese boat over there in lane 1. Not quite sure that their purpose in being here. I'm assuming it's a development boat, because I can tell you that they are not young enough to be an under-23 lineup. That's what we see with a number of nations who've entered more than one crew per event. They're bringing along their youngsters as they aim for the under-19 or the under-23 World Championships later in the season. As I'm describing the scene, the margins have increased again because the world and Olympic champions have increased their margin, and it's China 1 making all the running down to 1500, Neve.
They are indeed, but great race behind them here happening. So it is Germany and Switzerland. It is still going stroke for stroke here. They're matching each other's speeds here as they come up towards 1400 meters. It's amazing to see all boats so close here on the course as I look out to them on, at the 1500 meter mark. No doubt about it, it is the People's Republic of China 1 still leading it out now. But there's a few more boats there starting to up their speed to match China. So Germany and Switzerland now. It does look like Switzerland have just ever so slightly moved into that second position, but it is really stroke for stroke here now. It's amazing to hear the rowers out here just giving each other different calls. I'm hearing their voices here from the hut where I am, and it's just so encouraging to see, and we can start to see them making some moves here. So it is China 1 still leading it out. We then have Switzerland moving solidly now into that second position. 2 of these rowers also rowing in the women's double, who also won the first World Cup earlier on this year. But they are really trying to open up a lead now ahead of third place, which is Germany now at the moment. And then back the field a little bit, we have France in 4th. Italy in 5th, and the People's Republic of China 2 then in that 6th position. But with just about 200 metres to go, it is China 1 still holding on to that lead ahead of Switzerland now, who are just increasing rate, increasing speed. They're trying to break down that lead that China 1 have, but it's probably too late at this stage, but they're definitely trying to show everybody here that they are well in contention in this women's quad race.
Absolutely. China 1 heading for the line.
Sul traguardo quindi la vittoria della Cina davanti alla Svizzera, che è cresciuta notevolmente sul traguardo nel 4 femminile.
So China 1 it is who crossed the line in first place, but then, as Niamh said, terrific battle going on elsewhere. Switzerland taking second. Third place is Germany over there in lane 3, with France coming home in 4th. But all those crews will go through to the repechage, apart from China 1, who are directly through to the A final of the women's quad sculls. On to Heat 2, 5 crews contesting this, also looking for that first spot to qualify for the A final, with Great Britain, USA, Canada, Norway and Australia. They're just going past you, I believe, Robert.
In fact, yes, they've powered past me at a rate of knots, and it's the new Great Britain lineup, the European bronze medalists, who have taken the lead past the halfway mark and are looking to do so in style and qualify with China by virtue of a heat-winning performance here. The best of the rest, well, that's the USA. Just one survivor from the 9th placed crew from last year's World Championship, so it's a new lineup for the Americans, and they've got the edge over Australia, then Norway, with Canada bringing up the rear in 5th position. But the dominance of Great Britain at the halfway mark suggests that, barring a disaster, surely Niamh, first place is going their way.
Robert, unless something badly goes wrong for them. This is incredible, the lead they have opened up here as they head towards me at 1,500 metres. They are looking so good there across in lane 1 here, just dominating the field, and then not much separating the rest of the boats at the moment. So it is only one boat going straight into that A final. Everyone else will be racing again in the repechage, but at the moment it is in that second place. It is the crew from USA in 2nd. Then we have Australia in 3rd, and very close in between Canada and Norway in 4th and 5th. But looking across at the speeds, it is the boat from USA who is moving here. They are the fastest moving boat. They are one of the lower rates out there. In fact, it is Norway up at around 39 there, who are rating the highest here, but USA trying to put it in a bit of a push here now, but it does look like Great Britain have just done too much in these early stages of the race. They definitely won't be caught at right now. And then back a little bit in the field at the moment, it's a toss-up between Australia and Canada for that 3rd and 4th position, and Norway hanging in there as well in 5th. So less than 200 metres to go, still Great Britain hanging on to that amazing lead that they have now ahead of USA, who are really going for it now at this stage, but so close between the other 3 boats, Rob.
Yeah, they're not going to let that first place slip, are they? Great Britain ahead of the USA.
Gran Bretagna davanti ancora, un vantaggio assoluto davanti agli Stati Uniti d'America, una Gran Bretagna che ha ritrovato la bellissima forma di sempre della storia, della tradizione, quindi Gran Bretagna lì davanti, poi tutti gli altri.
So Great Britain across the line, 2.5 lengths clear then of the crew from the USA there in lane 2. And 3rd place goes to Canada. It's a really close finish. Terrific high quality race in that 2nd heat of the women's quadruple sculls, won by Great Britain, who go directly through to the A final. We now move on to the heats for the men's quadruple sculls.
Ci spostiamo ora alle qualificazioni del 4 di coppia maschile.
We have Germany in lane 1, Great Britain in lane 2, China 2 in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Italy, China 1 in lane 5. About 800 meters gone. It's another close one, perhaps just edged by Great Britain, maybe Italy up there too, Robert.
Oh, it really is a battle of the giants here in this first heat of the men's quads, because Italy and Great Britain are fighting it out for battle honours here. The last time they went head-to-head was in the European final 3 weeks ago, where Italy took bronze, one slot up on Great Britain, and they have been trading punches throughout the first 1,000 metres of this opening heat. First it was Italy that took the edge, then Great Britain. Italy retook the lead, but Great Britain are now back in the advantage by just about a canvas, and the pressure from those two leading boats means that they've got a little margin of clear water ahead of third place China. That's China 2, then China 1. That's a bit of a turn up for the Chinese selectors, and then bringing up the rear in fifth position, Germany over on the far side. Well, the good news for the 8 athletes taking part in the 2 leading quads means that it's the places 1 and 2 will qualify direct for the A final. But we've said it several times, we'll say it again, it's the psychological edge of having won their heat. That's what gives the crews the edge as they go into the next round. Still, Niamh, Great Britain hanging on ahead of Italy.
Absolutely. These have to be one of the most exciting races to watch. They just come so fast down the course. Blink and you'll miss them. And it is definitely all about Great Britain here now, who are leading it out ahead of Italy, but very little between them. GB definitely have that slight edge on the speed here now, but there's still good 600 meters to go here. So let's see if the Italians can respond to the cheers that we're hearing from the home supporters. So GB1, we have Italy in 2, then back in 3rd at the moment it is the People's Republic of China 2, and then a great race between Germany over on the far side in lane 1, and we have the People's Republic of China 1 on the near side in lane 5. But it does look like Great Britain are starting to open up their lead ever so slightly here now. They're gone down to past the 1600 metre mark here now, so coming into their final 300 meters or so, it is Great Britain that still have that higher speed, so it looks like they will get maybe that first spot into the A final. Again, it's boats number 1 and 2 here will go directly into that A final. Everyone else will be contesting the repechage, but they are definitely opening up that lead with every stroke that they pull. It is Great Britain ahead of Italy. Let's see if the Italians can respond here, and then it is Germany back in 3rd, China 2 in 4th, and China 1 then in 5th, Rob.
Yeah, it's all about who can take the honours here, isn't it, between Great Britain and Italy.
Gran Bretagna e Italia per questa prima e seconda posizione, comunque entrambe valevoli per il passaggio del turno. Se da un lato la Gran Bretagna non vuole lasciare spazio, dall'altro l'Italia con Giacomo Gentili, il capovoga, cerca di assicurarsi il secondo posto senza indugio in questa del quadruplo maschile.
It's Great Britain who take first place. They've hung on to it all the way, a length and a quarter ahead of Italy in second. There are 2 A finalists. The remaining crews are just slowing up now because they know that they will have to go again in the repechage. 4 more crews taking part in the men's quad sculls here in Heat 2, with Poland in lane 1, Canada in lane 2, Switzerland in lane 3, and in lane 4 it is Australia, just coming through 450 meters. They are pretty much neck and neck, these crews, very little in it indeed. Maybe Poland have the slight edge ahead of the other crews, possibly Australia in lane 4 might be their closest contenders here, but as I say, it's a really close run thing. We can head over to Robert Trahan-Jones as they now head in a virtual straight line down to the 600 meter mark. Robert.
Yes, indeed, the form book running true, because the world and European title holders from Poland are making all the running in this second heat of the men's quadruple sculls. They've got the highest rate of striking here in this 4-boat field. I've got them at 39 strokes a minute. but they're translating that into boat speed as well. Don't forget that just because you can put your blades in the water and take them out again faster than anybody else doesn't mean to say that the work is being applied and the length of the stroke is being applied, and those are the factors that create boat speed. But Poland have extended that slight lead ahead of Australia in second place. The Australians, who rebuilt this crew around the lineup that took the bronze medal at the Olympics 2 years ago. That's the 1 and 2 at the moment. And then in third place, we've got the new combination from Canada in third position in lane 2. And then trailing the field, the Swiss, who reshuffled their squad after last year's World Championships. But, well, on present evidence, this new lineup isn't a match for the leading Polish combination. As they pass me now at the 1,000 meter signal, Poland really have got the boat momentum. I was talking about their boat speed. There has been no let up in that velocity throughout the last 400 meters or so, and they are still striking 39 strokes a minute. This is a fantastic performance from a really class lineup here, and it's allowed them to extend their margin ahead of second placed Australia, who are coming under a little bit of pressure from Canada now as the third quarter unfolds. This is looking dangerous. They need to maintain that concentration, maintain that momentum now. So the second qualifying place might still be up for grabs, but surely, Niamh, nobody can take away Poland's lead.
I imagine not at this stage of the race. The rate they are coming down here towards the 1,500 meter mark is incredibly impressive here. As you mentioned, their speed, it has not dropped at all really throughout this rate. They're still up at that 38 strokes a minute. As you said, that rate doesn't mean anything unless it's translating into speed, but it certainly is for the Polish crew here. Still leading it out over on the far side of the course in lane 1. The Australians closest to us here in lane 4, then holding on to that second spot. They're just a tiny little bit slower than the speed of that Polish crew. In third now, it is the Canadian crew, and just on their shoulders then it is the crew from Switzerland. Two of those rowers in the Swiss boat had rowed the men's double as well today, so that definitely has to be taken into consideration. But as they head down the course, there is no let up whatsoever in this Polish crew. They have about 250 meters to go here now, still rating 39 strokes a minute. Speed is still staying the same, so consistent throughout the whole of this race. And then just slipping back a tiny little bit, so Australia still in that second spot. They're upping their speed though, we can see that. And then into that third position, Canada still sitting very comfortably there. And fourth, we have Switzerland. So first two boats across the finish line here will be going in to that A final. Poland speed just dropping ever so slightly now at this stage. I wonder, have they gone too much, or do they just realise that they are comfortably through to the final here, Rob?
I think they realise they've done it.
Ce l'hanno fatta davvero i talenti della Polonia davanti all'Australia.
Yeah, Poland home in first place. They take that by probably 2.5 lengths ahead of Australia in second. Those are the two boats that qualify for the A final of the men's quad sculls, and the remaining crews will go again, of course, as we know, in the repechage. So, fancy a bit of a spectacle before we break for lunch in our final race of this morning session? How about a men's 8, Luca?
That's the best way to end our morning, I have to say. Men's 8 is just a preliminary race.
Oh, yeah.
No selections here.
That's absolutely right. We have the Czech Republic in lane 1. We have Great Britain in 2. Canada in lane 3. Germany in lane 4. Australia in lane 5. Italy in lane 6. Can you see them yet, Robert?
What I can see, Rob, is 6 world-class 8s powering down towards my vantage position at the halfway mark. And the leaders at this point, well, very difficult to choose, but it's Australia who have just a 1/10 of a second advantage ahead of Germany at the first intermediate timing position. Then a further half second behind, we've got Great Britain, the world and European title holders. Then in 4th position, well, anybody's guess, it looks to be the Czech Republic, and 5th, Italy. I think, yes, but I missed out Canada, didn't I? It is so close, but it is also very difficult to read in these preliminary races because some crews simply use it as a little bit of a test for boat speed. Occasionally you see crews go all out because they want what we've spoken about several times previously this morning. They want the psychological edge of having gone into the medal race itself with the edge of having reached the finish line in first position. But the Great Britain boat over on the far side is beginning to get its nose in front ahead of Germany. Then Australia, the early leaders, they are in 3rd position, followed, I think, by Italy, then Canada, and it's only the Czech Republic over on the far side in lane 1 who appear to be off the race pace here. So just to confirm the halfway positions. Well, in fact, it was Germany that was given the verdict at the halfway mark by, believe it or not, 0.05 of a second ahead of Great Britain. That's not the way I saw it, but, you know, I'm not the official timekeeper, and just as well they probably cried. So the 1, 2, 3 at the halfway mark was Germany, then Great Britain, and then Australia. So the race rapidly moving its way down for the final time this morning's shift. Niamh, over to you.
What a spectacle here that we are all treated to today just before the lunch break. What a race that is happening. The speed, the determination, it is incredible to see all the boats here coming up towards the 1500 metre mark. It is still Great Britain just hanging in there. They actually had the fastest boat speed right throughout the first part of the race, and similar to the Polish crew in the last race, they have not at one stage let up whatsoever. You can see the determination in all the faces here as they pass me at 1500 metres. So they're currently still in the lead, and then it is Germany and Australia back and forth between the two for 2nd and 3rd position. At the moment then it is Italy in that 4th place, Canada in 5th, and Czech Republic in 6th, just gone through the 1500 metre mark here. But what a race. It is going to come down to the wire here in the last 300 metres of this preliminary race. But the speed, I cannot get over the speed, and the Great Britain boat has not let up at all. Rating 38, so they're one of the lower rates here, but it is translating into the speed of their boat. And at the moment it is Australia now in that 2nd position ahead of Germany and Italy. But Rob, I'm not sure who's going to get there in those 2nd and 3rd positions.
No, indeed. So let's see if Great Britain can bragging rights, I should say, ahead of Germany and Australia. Final stages here.
Ma guardate che spettacolo, gli azzurri che volevano passare inosservati in acqua numero 6 assaltano l'Australia all'esterno e la Gran Bretagna che cerca ancora di mantenere un arrivo straordinario con gli azzurri in gran rimonta.
Coming down to the line, it's Great Britain who take it by a length and a little bit ahead of Australia in lane 5, and then, well, quite a lot of other boats crossing the line almost together. But let's see. Great Britain first, Australia in 2nd place. Let's see how the official timings have got it for the remaining positions. Italy in 3rd, then pushing through. It's Germany in 4th. And just the last 2 places to sort out here. Remember, this is a preliminary race ahead of the final. So all these boats will contest the final. Canada in 5th, the Czech Republic in 6th. But a great race there for the winners of this preliminary race in the men's 8 for Great Britain.
Sul traguardo l'ultima regata della nostra mattinata con la vittoria della Gran Bretagna, al 2º posto l'Australia, 3ª l'Italia in un grande spettacolo, la preliminary race dell'8 maschile.
So that wraps up a really cracking morning session here on day one of World Rowing Cup 2 here in beautiful Varese in northern Italy. And we'll be back at around 3 o'clock local time. It's now just come up to 10 to 2 local time here in Italy. So 3 o'clock we resume with some more heats in the para-rowing events, also in the lightweights as well. And we'll have the women's 8. And then we'll have the reps and the quarterfinals, of course, in the men's single sculls a bit later, taking us up to around 5:30 this afternoon. So back at 3 o'clock in just over an hour from now.
Grazie ancora a tutti voi per essere stati con noi in questa mattinata dalle 8:30 alle 13:45 senza sosta per vivere al meglio le qualificazioni di questa seconda tappa della Coppa del Mondo. Se vi siete divertiti, l'appuntamento è oggi pomeriggio alle ore 15:00, poco più di un'ora di pausa per riprendere le nostre regate. Nel pomeriggio vedremo ancora delle qualificazioni riservate alle specialità non olimpiche e poi un'ora e mezza di ripescaggi per chiudere la nostra giornata intorno alle 17:30. Grazie a tutti voi per essere stati con noi, buon pranzo, a risentirci questo pomeriggio, vi aspettiamo.